Hello, and welcome. How y'all doing this evening?
Hey.
It's time once more for Paranormasight. Hello, Mr. Taco. Hello, Nika Verde. How y'all doing? So, it's been a week, right? I think I still remember most of the details. I think I should be fine, but I do wish that for both myself and the audience, there was maybe like a recap function. But then again, this is so multifaceted. I guess this would be like there's so many different routes you could do at different times. That might be a bit of a problem. But oh, hello, Billy Danderson. How you doing? All I will say is that based on what we've learned so far, it does already seem to add some context to what we're seeing here on the title screen, which is very interesting. Well, with all the stuff we've learned about the nature of, oh, what was the name of it again? Where mermaids come from, mythologically speaking, in folklore. So let's just get right back into it. Well, yeah, the thing is, with this game, it's basically, you're just going for... It's kind of like the Nonary games, right? Where there's like a true ending at the end of it all. So like you're doing like a bunch of different branching paths. You're doing stuff in some paths that if you go back will like open up or influence other paths. Like, cause like sometimes something you learn in a future path, you go back to a prior path and that makes you do something different or it opens up an option. And then you can run back along and proceed down a different route. We already saw that very early on, but the example that they gave us of that early on was pretty, I guess, I don't want to say insignificant, but it was pretty minor, all things considered. Like, if I could take a look at the story chart without it kicking me all the way back out, I would be able to illustrate that, but, if you recall, if you were here for it, there was a conversation early on the boat when you were playing as Yuza. And originally that just led to the branch where you just go hang out at the beach and that ends there. Like pretty not eventful. But after doing like some of the other routes first and you go back to that, it added an extra dialogue option and that's the one that actually continues the story. And so, it will be significant. But, actually, it's a good thing here that, we also have the log for all the path stuff. Because, for anybody who missed it, pretty late in the last session, shit started, like, really popping off. We have learned that, Sato, the girl with the hairband, and, like, the straight long hair. Turns out she's actually like 400 years old. She had consumed the flesh of a mermaid way back when and was offered as a sacrifice to quell the curse that befell this island of the constant storms. And that basically as a result of or at least this part hasn't been, I don't think, fully confirmed, but this seems to be what's implied, that the earthquake that happened, that opened up the hole in the ocean, basically let her free from what was supposed to be like her imprisonment for that. And so because she was basically like unconscious for 400 years, that's why she didn't have any memory. And somebody tried to kill her with a curse that like sliced her body open, but because she has the immortality power, she basically just got up and got fixed right away. And we saw in one route, she just kind of ran off after that. But now we're on her own route. We're seeing it from her perspective. And we're basically dealing up with the fallout from all that. So now, the asshole rich guy, that was basically like keeping her in her house, basically was like, yeah, I had a hunch you were immortal. And I was basically waiting for you to like regain your memory so I could like use the information you have to like enrich and benefit my benefactor. But because you still don't remember everything, I'm through with waiting. I'm just gonna hand you over to him tomorrow. So stay put, don't go anywhere. But we're not gonna do that. We're going to go scope around the island to assess the situation because people might be dropping like flies. Is an asshole rich guy redundant? Fair, fair. Yeah, the Wakamura, right? Yeah. So we were basically like brought back to the Wakamura house and be like, okay, just stay here. I'm gonna like smooth things over with everybody. We're gonna try to find the guy who did this. But yeah, let's investigate, see what exactly is up. This area seems pretty empty. Time to like take a look around while I have the chance. This place is quiet, but I can see a few lights on from nearby houses. I wonder if the people inside are scared of me now. And again, yeah, she was basically like murdered in broad daylight in front of a bunch of people, and then she just like came back from that. So now, people are probably going to be pretty untrusting of her. I can't stop worrying about stuff like that now. Oh, also, we got this mechanic of the mirror. So, we discovered that the murder ghost that tried to kill her was visible in mirrors. So now we have a pocket mirror that we can use to like scope around the environment to see if we can catch the murder ghost. But it does not appear that he's here. What else can we look at? If anything. Yeah, it's just surroundings, and that's got the check mark. If it's got the check mark, that means that we've already gotten all the dialogue we can get out of that particular option. And I'm not seeing anything else. But at the same time, it hasn't told me that there's nothing here and I should move along like it has other times when there's like literally nothing to do. Still, even if I do find that shadow again, does that mean I'm going to get slashed again? And also, because we saw from her perspective and we got her inner monologue, we did at least get some insight that, yeah, it still hurts like hell when you get slashed up, like cut like right down the middle by a murder ghost. Okay, it looks like there's like literally nothing here, at least for the time being, so we'll come back here some other time. Going down into town might be a little risky, but we didn't save that long ago, so it's fine. Damn. This isn't gonna work. There are too many people around here. I should try somewhere else. Okay, that figures. But maybe we can come back here later. What about the jetty? There are just as many people around here. It's too risky. Yeah, Chuo Street's probably going to be the same, so let's go to the Kantekisho ruins. Probably not a whole lot of folks up here. Nobody around here either. Let me look around. And because we saw at the end of another route that after all the murder ghost murders happened, our protagonists, minus Sato, came up here, and then Yuza kind of lost his head. And then we were kicked back out to the route chart. So I wonder if we can influence those events from here. Coming out here to the ruins alone feels so strange now. Okay, nothing to see here. Gotta run some checks for murder ghosts, just in case. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything here. Okay, yeah, same inner monologue. I don't see any stickers either. We gotta find the Mockingbird stickers, and I don't know if they'll put them in here because that might be a little tonally incongruous, but you never know. Let's try the bay, I guess? Maybe I can find something here. Wait, didn't Tsuyu say she was meeting Yuza and Izami here later? I should look around quickly before anyone shows up. Okay, so this is like right before then. Not that it looks like there's anything much here either. Alright, just take out the mirror real quick. Just run a quick check. Oh, there you are, you son of a bitch. What the? It's there! I saw it! As I thought, I can't see anything directly, but it was right there, right by those rocks. Which means that the assassin should be nearby. Is there anything out of the ordinary nearby? Oh! I see you, you son of a bitch! Huh? Who's that? Damn it, they took off! Wait! Damn it, I lost them. Well, someone as out of shape as me never had a chance to catch up. She didn't look terribly out of shape, but I guess she was, like, unconscious for 400 years, so... Shikataganai, as they say. I don't even really know if they went this way. This is hopeless. Damn, I'm completely out of breath. Ugh, I didn't think this far ahead. What did I think I was gonna do if I actually found someone? Anyway, running around in the dark isn't gonna get me anywhere. But I did see that shadow again, along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like that the second I saw them was just about the most obviously suspicious thing they could have done. That pretty much confirms that there is an assassin using a curse to attack people on the island, just like the phone caller threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? I mean, I'm not exactly built to fight. I'm pretty sure I'd lose to just about anyone. Gotta be kinder to yourself than that. Hello, Peekaboo Bear. How's it going? We're on the hunt for a murder ghost. I can't do this alone. I have to find someone to help me. But who can I even ask at a time like this? Wait, hang on. Wasn't Tsuyu supposed to be meeting Yuza and Izami down by the bay? Oh, please, no! I've got to get back and warn her, now! And it's probably gonna be too late. I can't breathe. So out of shape.
It's dark!
I'm here. Barely. And yep. No, 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 no! Tsuyu! Tsuyu, wake up! Was I too late? No, this isn't happening. Wait, what about Yuza and Izami? Weren't they supposed to meet her here? There are footprints. Maybe they ran to get help already? Tsuyu! No, this is the same wound as mine. It's hopeless. I'm in this dialogue and I don't like it. Hello, Mello. You and me both. She would have died in an instant. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm so sorry. I'll come back, though. I'll make sure you're properly laid to rest. If she was also an immortal, she would have come back by now, because when Sato came back from getting slashed, it did not take nearly so long. After that, Sato returned to the island's city center, which had turned into a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victim to the curse. Bloodied bodies lay scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming and confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Many clung to lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. In the midst of the chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Sato Shiranami wandered through the devastation, overcome with guilt. If she had only done more, maybe this tragedy could have been prevented. If I had just listened. If I had just done what that damn phone caller had told me, none of this would have happened. This is all my fault. It's all because I dared to hope. Hope that I could keep on living. This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body, my life, maybe it's better if it just ends. I'll surrender to the assassin. Right now. If that stops any more people from getting hurt. Yeah, this is why I didn't give any of you assholes the Vector the Crocodile voice line. I know what you people would have done during all that. Oh. What's up? Don't you look pleased as punch? Ah! Mr. Wakamura! Where did you... Sato! Where's Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Oao is right now. Huh? Tsukasa? Why Tsukasa? Can't believe I missed it. I figured Unkakudono had a couple secret kids stashed somewhere. But Tsukasa Oao? She was one all along? You've all been keeping it secret from the start. I knew it. Because, earlier in the last session, they did say, Tsukasa did say that her dad was secretly rich. And that she snuck off the island to get him. Or to meet with him before. And she never actually named him. So, I had a feeling that, let's see, and for anybody who missed it, where is he? Yeah, this old bastard was, Tsukasa's secret dad. And, unfortunately, I was right. I can't believe this. What? What are you talking about? That goddamn assassin's gotta be working for Unkakudono, so it has to be her. Where is she? Gotta get my hands on her and put an end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk. I think she's down by the southern bay. The bay? Got it. Now, I'm not sending you to the fucking ruin. Because I, as the player, knows that that's where she actually is. Oh, the red thing by her name, that just means that it was updated in the profile, so, where's Tsukasa? Yeah. Because, yeah, every time there's an update, it gets added to the bottom. Yeah, and 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Oao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has since stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. In truth, Tsukasa secretly tracked down her father, a wealthy man who owns multiple companies in Issei, and knows that she is his illegitimate child. She has apparently even gone out to dinner with him several times, but keeps this a secret from her mother. But yeah, we already know from the end of the last route that she's actually at the ruins, and we don't want the two to meet at all. Although maybe if we do let them meet, there might be more, actual, like, plot stuff happening there, like another route. Although it might just be a bad end, so who knows. That was close. I've got to find Tsukasa before he does, and warn her. If she really is hiding, I bet she'll be up at the Kantekisho ruins. No time to waste. Someone's here. What the hell? Yeah, Sato! Sato, Yuza just... Both of you need to get out of here. It's dangerous here. Hurry! But what about Yuza? There's no time. Just go. Yeah, it was just a fun game of paintball. That's all it was. Okay, so interesting. I don't think this was here before. This little empty bubble right here. Fascinating. And as much as I want to finally like go back and start Arnav's little plot line, I'm a little too invested right now. Because yeah, time to meet up and Shadow, yeah, so that's where Yuza's story tragically ended. Let's see. Mysterious deaths continue to occur amongst the island's residents, and it is not long before the same tragedy befalls Yuza. Azami and the others are left helpless and overwhelmed by grief. I mean, considering the guy that's behind all this is basically just Lex Luthor, or at least the guy who's behind the assassin, presumably. Because we still don't know who the assassin's working for, but it's likely he's also under the employ of Unkakudono, which is the secret name. Like, it's like the code name for, Yamashina here. Yeah, everybody calls him, where does it say? It should say, yeah, those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkakudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. So, yeah, it's assumed that, at least as of right now, it's assumed that he's also behind the assassin. But also, the assassin doesn't want her to meet with Unkakudono, but that might just be a ploy. It's a little unclear. Damn it, what the hell's going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? How could you just die like that, out of nowhere? You managed to live through the disaster 5 years ago, just to die like this? And still the whole island turned on you, blamed your mom for everything. They rejected you even when you said you wanted to become an Ama diver. What the hell did you ever do to deserve that? But you never once complained. Just going like it was nothing. You did everything right. Someone like you deserved so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it. I would have done anything to make that happen. And yeah, I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry, Yuza. This shouldn't have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think this is fair? How? Hey, Tsukasa? Sorry, I know this is a terrible time. But there's something important I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, this would be a very bad time for them to do this, but you can't rule it out. Oh, that's sad. He's over there in the corner. But okay, there's no stickers here, so you know what? At least they were tasteful enough to not ruin the mood of the situation with that. Try stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamura earlier. Apparently this Unkakudono person might actually be your father. Huh? Wait, what? Wait. Are you serious? You're saying my pa, Yamashina, is Unkakudono? That's what he said. Not sure if it's true or not. It's true. But Mr. Wakamura's already made up his mind. He's convinced that makes you the assassin. If he finds you, who knows what he'll do. That's crazy talk. Me? An assassin? Come on! That makes no sense! I know. I don't believe it either. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible. Yeah, but easier said than done. Sato, Tsuyu's gone, and so is Yuza. Yeah, I never thought it would come to this. I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now? I didn't manage to find out any more about the curse of the raging waves, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier, down by the bay, I saw the curse shadow again, as well as someone running away. Wait, the shadow! Sorry, I need to check something curse-related real quick. The curse? Oh, right. Earlier Huh? What is it? Are you trying to remember something? I know. I can check with the hand mirror to make sure that the shadow isn't nearby. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here, just a bereaved man. Okay, still nothing. God damn it! What was it? I can't remember. Well, don't scare me like that. Tsukasa, what's the matter? I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuza realized something important, but I'm blanking on it now. Huh? Something important? Yeah, Yuza said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I swear he said something about people being marked by something, but I can't really remember. He was just about to say who the culprit was, too, and then, well, that happened to him. Marked? I can't remember. Just thinking about that moment's making me sick. Oh, no, Tsukasa, it's okay. Don't force yourself to remember. I won't, but still, I do remember one thing he said. He thought that the curse could only target women from the island, but now that he was targeted... Oh, hold on a second. I think I see what he was getting at. Sato, did you figure something out? Could the curse be using this as a marker? Oh, I have to type it in. Oh my god, okay. Let me see. I think I have an idea of what it is. Where is it? Seimon and Domon, maybe. That's my guess, because from what I recall, they were targeting Amadivers. So the mark would be Seimon and Domon, would it not? Seimon and Domon, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, you're right, that doesn't make sense. At first, we thought it was able to target Amadivers, but that wouldn't make sense for you, would it? Okay, shit, Alright, let's take a look at the files again. Because it's not Amadivers. Then, if it's not Seimon and Domon, then what would it be? Traditions history. Ryugu the Heike. Sea disaster. Alright, now I'm actually like, shit. The mark. Because what else would there be as a mark? Because, like, this is, like, a very literal mark, but it's not that. Maybe the fact that they were psychic? But... Or spirit sense? But it's only it was affecting only women up until it affected him. So what else does that apply to besides the same on... Maybe just one of the two, I guess. Also, let me save just in case this is like a 3 strikes and you're out situation. You know, let me just try typing in one of them. There's got to be something that everyone had on them to mark them. That everyone had on them. And even still, it only affected women up until it affected him. Spirits? Because is it something that would even be in my files? Because what else? Wait. Is it cause everyone had... Oh, shit. And an ad's about to start and I'm out of snoozes. I don't want to just look this up. That would be very lame. But at the same time... Okay, let's look at his actual profile. We might be able to find a clue here. Let's see. He has an eccentric side. Okay. Raised by his grandmother. Briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba. Born and raised on Kamishima. Okay, she's not from Kamishima either, though. And she was... Well, then again... I don't think she was part of, like, this spate of attacks, because it seems like this one's, like, on autopilot, whereas the one against her was more targeted, because they did say they wanted to make an example of her. Born and raised on Kamishima. Because, yeah, we did see also in one of the other rats that Chie was one of the people who died, too, so... Married into a family on Kamishima, okay, so... Let's check them. Estimated diver rank is 67. And Kikako also died, I believe, in the other route. We saw her body too. Shit. What's the one thing that ties everybody in together? Something that everyone had on them to mark them. We thought it was able to target Alma divers, but that wouldn't make sense for you, would it? Right. Right, because, yeah, okay, so they are saying that she also, Sato is also beholden to the rules. Something everyone had on them. Shit. Is it something in the... No? Because I was trying to find, like, something visual, like some kind of visual aid. Like, maybe it's something, like, physically on them that we can see here, but no. Shit, I am so stumped. The only thing I can otherwise think of is, like, psychic sense? Or spirit sense? I don't think that's actually it either, but we can try. We can make a shot in the dark. That's... How about those? You know, me, Yuza, and the other woman, we were all given one. The mirror? Because did Yuza get a mirror? Because Yuza and the other women, me, Yuza, and the other women, we were all given one. A diver rank? I don't... Because I don't think that... It's either that or the mirror, but I don't recall Yuza ever getting the mirror. That's the only thing I can think of. No, that's not it either. God damn it. Man, I sure picked a hell of a time to take a week-long break. God damn it. Mirror. Let's try mirror. A mirror? It's gotta be the Kameshimaru hand mirror. Did Yuza get one? Because I know that, like, where is... Yeah, Kikako said that she handed out mirrors to everybody. Right. But, like... Yeah, they said that, like, she gave them out to everybody, but I don't recall Yuza getting one at any point. Oh, so you'd already figured it out. Yuza took that mirror right out of his pocket before it happened. Okay, well, I don't remember that shit. Because, again, this was a week ago. We took a week-long break. He lifted it up to about his neck, and then his head was chopped off. And when I was attacked, I had the hand mirror in my jacket pocket, too. That's gotta be it. Didn't they say those hand mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island? Whoa, Azami, you feeling okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry you had to see me like that. But if we're this close to finding out who did all this, then this is no time to be moping around. First things first, if either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now. Oh, good point. Alright, so I guess there goes the mirror mechanic. Yeah, it was mirror. We found the word. We found the secret word. And it's something that I may have remembered if I didn't take a week-long break between sessions. Because, like, I don't remember Yuza having a mirror on him at all. But I guess, yeah, like, that's... Because, yeah, Akiko did say that she handed out mirrors to everybody on the island. So that is something that they would have all had. So, Sato, you figured it out, haven't you? The one behind this curse? The assassin used the curse to kill so many. Oh, God. Now, let's take another look at the Kameshimaru thing. Maybe we'll have a clue there, because, yeah, the design was selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa, a local high school student. Okay. And then Kikiko was the one that was handing them out to everybody, but she's also dead. Hey, Altasmith, how's it going? We're trying to solve a murder. Well, actually, a lot of murders all at once, but, I know who it is, I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure yet. There's still a lot of things I don't know, but I don't know how much of that is because, again, it's been a week. If it's just something I forgot that I'm supposed to know. Anybody ever get angry enough at you that they call you Mayobi? Not yet. Maybe in the future. But I can't say that's happened, at least as of yet. No, sorry, I hadn't figured out that much yet. How perfectly timed with the reaction. Oh, I just figured it had to be whoever handed out those hand mirrors, no? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So then... I mean, Kikiko's the one who handed them out. Wasn't the... But she was dead. We found her dead, too. It has to be Kikiko, right? You saying that she never actually died? Wait, you're saying Kikiko was killed, too? Yeah, we saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty. That's right. Her body was not there. Her body was not there. It was just a pool of blood where she once was. I was just there earlier. I remember seeing a large blood stain, but no body. Unless that means she's also immortal? Really? I guess someone must have moved her? In all this chaos? Who's got time to move a body with everyone panicking like this? Where would they even move her? There are so many dead. We barely have the time or space to lay folks down and cover them up. That's true. Then maybe she never actually died? Managed to get up and walk off on her own? Like that would ever happen. But if Kikiko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse's attack? To cover up her tracks. Wait, if she managed to get up from the death... I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you, Sato? What? No way. Huh? What was that? You said that so casually, but I could have sworn you just said that Sato is immortal? Well, it's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. Huh. So that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about. Still, I don't think there are others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. I have another theory that's more likely. Azami, did you get a good look at Kikiko's wounds? I mean, not really. It was pretty dark and we were kind of panicking. Wait, are you saying maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? The most likely explanation is that she got up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim using fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her, then just slipped away in the confusion? Oh, yep. Oh? Guess the cat's out of the bag. Huh? Kikiko, you really are still alive. Yep, I hate to break it to you, but I ain't immortal or anything fancy like that. Just fake blood is all. And so casual about it. I was hiding up by the lighthouse, but then I heard you all talking, so I figured I may as well come out. Too bad you figured it all out. There really is no turning back for me now. Sato, I was told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on the island. And yeah, for anybody who missed it, my explanation about how this worked in the last game, anybody who has a curse basically wields their curse like a stand user. So, yeah, now it's basically hovering behind her shoulder like a stand. Eek! It's the shadow! Doesn't matter, we already tossed those damn mirrors. The curse can't touch us now. Yeah, basically, an enemy curse user. That's really how it goes in the first game. Because you play as different characters who are wielding their own curses, and you're trying to, like, outmaneuver each other and outcurse each other. And it basically boils down to being stand battles. Just so you know, I've got your friend Tsukasa Oao marked even now. You're the one person I cannot forgive. Huh? I am? How? The curse target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors? She's just bluffing. Sato, get behind me. I'm not letting her take you. It's pointless. Disobey me, and Tsukasa will be the first to die. Oh, there's literally no option but to surrender. Now curse each other. Is this Xbox Live? Yeah, there's literally no other button but to surrender, but I assume this means that if we come back to this branch in the future, there will be another option. Yeah, but can't she handle my curse, clumsy bitch? And then a Rube Goldberg-esque series of comedy pratfalls leads to her being killed in gruesome fashion. While I just go, it the big. Yeah, we have, like I have said in the past, Tsukasa must be protected at all costs. So, no, I surrender. I'll go with you quietly. I keep thinking of curse techniques from Jujutsu Kaisen. I've still have not seen a single actual thing from Jujutsu Kaisen, except for like the couple of panels that go around as memes. So like, I have zero frame of reference for that. What? Sato, what are you saying? Now's not the time to be joking. I know. I've made up my mind. I can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting this curse. It's too strong. Sato, no! Good. Smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on the island would have perished. Kikiko, why are you doing this? You grew up here too. Does this place mean nothing to you? I guess I have some feelings for this place. But if I didn't sever those ties, my world would never change. What the hell are you talking about? He's the only one. The only one who ever sparked a change in my miserable excuse for a life. Now he'll finally acknowledge me. I'll become who I was meant to be. That's your reason? For all this? This island never cared about people. Always just blamed everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy this shithole. I just took up the reins. Someone needed to break the cycle. Now I can finally start living my own life, free from all that bullshit. Anyway, we need to get moving. There's a boat waiting out back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourselves a favor and stay right there, okay? Thank you, both of you. Please, don't try to follow. It's too dangerous. God damn it! No! Sato! Unfortunately, I can't have people know— oh no. I can't have people that know my identity just walking away. Especially not you, Tsukasa. Oh, we gotta fight some other alternate route and bring her down.
Aw, dang it.
We cannot let this— we cannot abide this shit. The following day, the bodies of Azami Kumoi and Tsukasa Awao were found beneath a lighthouse, collapsed together in a lifeless heap. Azami, who'd been helping search for the curse's mark, tried to take Tsukasa's place, but ended up caught in the curse instead. But the tragedy that struck Kamishima didn't end there. Right after the assassin left Kamishima with Sato Shiranami, a new calamity followed. A violent storm, born of the curse of the raging waves, erupted in the seas around the island. As expected, the curse could not be sealed away by the bronze mirror alone. Ferocious winds and towering waves pounded the island for 3 days and nights, leaving devastation in their wake. Most islanders who had tried to flee the tragedy by boat that night were lost to the storm and remain missing to this day. And among them was the assassin behind the incident. Oh, so you're saying that, like, everybody died anyway. And Sato Shiranami, who went along with her. She was never to be seen again. Ending number 1, The Tragedy of Kamishima.
That's a clue, kids.
I don't know how many watering cans we need to find to avert this outcome. But something tells me it's going to be a lot of watering cans.
I implore you to reconsider.
Yeah, and everybody was straight up not having a good time. Yeah, you could say that. Also, I should mention, you have my heartfelt thanks for all your hard work thus far. And so, the affair surrounding Kamishima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuza Minakuchi nor Sato Shiranami were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular outcome, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Oh my, are you perhaps still unsure of who you are? No need to worry. I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think on it as you move forward. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. It is indeed quite likely, quite possible, that we ourselves are the Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. And now that we have seen the end of this route, let's go hang out with a funny white guy for a while. Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Issei Bay with his relative, Circe Lunarlight, as his guide. Nakabippo Coast, Kawage Town. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay. Nice! Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabippo in Mio Prefecture's Kawage town. Which means this is the Sea of Issei, the connection to the Eternal World. How amazing. Indeed it is. Come, Circe. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay. How amazing. I just can't stop saying it. Without further ado, my name is Arnov Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please, call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Oh well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale. Sure, I've got you covered. While this area is now called Nakabippo, long ago it was a region of Issei province known as Betsuho. If anyone needs a curse stand, it's this guy. He may end up with Hermit Purple before this is all over. We can't rule that possibility out. Hello, Ty Games. How's it going? You just missed some shit. You missed the first ending, the bad ending. But now we're playing as Avi here, so things are going to be a bit more upbeat for the next little while, I'm sure. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Jesus. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi? Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps. Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting. Betsuho is the old name for the area now known as Nakabippo Kawage Town in the Age district. So named during the events of this story, it has since been merged with Tsu City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, the area has a deep connection to the Issei Heike. It is also said to be the location of where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Alrighty, catch you later, Pika Blue Bear. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Yeah, playing as this man who I want to yell that he'll never forgive the Japanese. He might before this is all over, we'll see. See, the endless expanse of the Issei Sea. The Eternal World may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Issei Province is the land whither repair the waves from the Eternal World. The Eternal World is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Alright, do we have anything else? Perhaps some stickers? Okay, doesn't look like it. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Issei Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Let's see. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed at the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. Couldn't you just get a bunch of lesbians to find the mermaid and shower it in love? That way everyone wins? Well, it's unclear what kind of... because they have established that there are like multiple different types of mermaids, and we still don't exactly know which one we're dealing with. Like, we've got... let's see here. Do we have one just for mermaids? Yeah, we have this kind of mermaid, which is just like a fish body with a human head. And we got like this kind of mermaid too, which is more like the traditional Western mermaid, which might also be a possibility of what mermaid we're dealing with. It could be either or. Thought that was a seaman. That's... I mean... the term mermaid is used, right? But in Japanese, it would be ningyo, which means human fish. Some sort of seaman, one might say. So really, what I'm saying is, if you eat the flesh of a seaman, you may become immortal. But Leonard Nimoy might not like that. Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Tsu City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise Province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike. I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Genpei War, correct? If you're familiar at all with the tale of Genji, this is what that's all about. Or, what's the name of that one game on, yeah, Genji and Heike clans on the PC engine. And Arcade is also based on this, this war. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing. So, Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them. I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall. Apparently, Tadamori was born in Tsu City in a place called Ubushina. Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. A city located in the center of the Ise Plain and the capital of Mie Prefecture, previously known as Anotsu, Tsu City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Tsu City is also known as the birthplace of the Heike. The Ubushina area in its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born. This is the metropolitan center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey. Alright, that's exhausted. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets? At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. Oh ho! Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them. Gah! What a waste! However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself. So, what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Well now, tasty, is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? That's all I could find in existing records. Then the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say? Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. It's a very good point. Yes, we'll need the correct condiments. Just slather that shit in ketchup and there you go. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them. Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind. I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Alright, let's see. Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure in the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo no Ma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, which means to unsheath, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The Mermaids of Betsuho. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Issei province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, the fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them. A box that washed up with them, you say? That's an important detail based on other things we've learned. And presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Oh, excuse me. I'm so burpy tonight. Alright. Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though. Oh? This group sometimes gets referred to as Issei Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go and label it all as Heike. Doesn't really matter. Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Issei Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole, because it originated in Issei. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it. Yeah, perhaps not the best idea to come back to this after a week break, but, I That's the thing. I remember a lot of these like elements about the Taira clan and the Heike clan, like all that stuff. Like, and it's also like a lot of these details are in the files, so usually if I forget something, I can look them up here. But the game decided to have a giggle at my expense and refer to something that, I mean, I guess had I been playing this nominally, like not taking long breaks, I would have remembered that Yuza pulled the mirror out and that he also had a mirror of his own. Cause like, yeah, I guess it just goes to show you can't overlook any one detail. Cause like, I don't remember him getting the mirror. Cause I thought it was only handed to Sato cause she has it? But I guess I just forgot. Either way works for me, so do as you like. The Tale of Heike also used Heike. You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan-no-Ura and be completely eradicated. Ah, I believe I know this one. Dan-no-Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. It pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. Or ignominious end. More's the pity. And that's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. True, I could always just rewatch the VOD. Or like skim through it next week. That might not actually be a bad idea. Although, we might finish it tonight, I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up when it comes to these kinds of games. I forget how long... I think Paranormasight 1 took about 20 hours, but don't quote me on that. Shrines and monuments have been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. Ah, and now we reach your particular field of expertise. Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges? Much of Issei province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether. That's somewhat troubling to hear. Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike. Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all. Let's get to it. Alright, where can we go to now? To Anno Town. Yeah, these are all new locations. We haven't gone to any of these places before. And now we're in, it's like one of my Japanese animes. You can hear the cicadas. Although honestly, if you go to Japan this summer, these guys, like, the cicadas are loud as shit. It's a reason you always see that in anime. Or I guess hear it, as it were. Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Cersei? This is an area in Anno Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it. I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. Wait, really? Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing. And besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this. I guess that's true. Okay, I understand. I'll be counting on your explanations. Let's see, Ano Town is located in the Age district, so named during the events of the story. It has since been merged with Sioux City of the Mie Prefecture. Located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of tsumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Alright, but if there's gonna be stickers anywhere, it's gotta be around here, right? Aha! I knew it! Alright. Little Blue! And for anybody who missed it last time, there's this whole, like, I guess, like, side quest of finding these stickers of delinquent birds. Like, we've got, the Turninator. We've got Tit for Tat. The Kiting Killer. Cloak and Plover. Maverick Manny. Little Blue. And there's a couple we've already missed. So there's one with Shotaro on Chuo Street, which we completely missed. A couple on the seabed we'll have to go back for. And then there's Kikuko's Reward. Which, like, man, now that I know that Kikuko's an assassin, I don't know how to feel about this. I shouldn't have to please her. Yeah, this was a thing in the first one, too. The first one also had these, like, delinquent bird things. It also had the Mockingbird stickers. Although I recall there was more dialogue associated with that, but maybe I'm misremembering, because this game also has, like, one little bit of dialogue when you first find one, and then none after that. But I recall the first one had a bit more. Like, there was incidental, like, oh, what's this? What a funny-looking sticker. Tit for Tat looks like it's confused rather than being a delinquent. Look, he's trying his best to look intimidating. He's trying to do the head tilt like, Naniten kura! Zakinatime! Tsuksua! And so on and so forth. Let's see, the Legend of Yao Bikuni. The Legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. And yeah, we have if anybody missed that part, this is in fact the same Sato as her. Although it doesn't actually say in her own profile, but we did confirm this before. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. Oh, so she didn't even do that shit on purpose. See, I didn't know that part. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. Yeah, also, who's serving Mermaid at a potluck? Like, did someone just leave it out, being like, tee-hee-hee? This'll make for a good gag? Or did somebody be like, oh shit, I thought I brought over like the tuna or something, like the tuna platter, but shit, I brought the mermaid by accident. I shouldn't have left those two plates next to each other back at the kitchen. Whoops. Old absent-minded me. Yeah, made my friend immortal as a prank. Parentheses, gone wrong. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. Let's see. Okay, so that's basically the exact same thing we already read. Well, that's the thing, because what we discovered is that they're not exactly immortal. Like, if we go back to the thing I just... let's see, where's Yao Bikuni? Yeah. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. So you're not actually immortal, you just live like a super duper duper long life, is the thing. So like 800 years is still pretty good, it's still a pretty good stretch of time. Even if it's not, strictly speaking, immortal. The legend of Yao Bikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. Shoutouts to Gifu! That's where I stayed during my semester abroad. Gifu represent! In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country. Or at least, that's what certain research has indicated. Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there? Obviously, not all the legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? Well, that's the thing, like, Gifu, if we could pull out... Do we have a map of Japan in here for a quick and easy reference? By any chance? Because I don't believe any part of Gifu directly touches the sea, because I was, like, up in the... Okay, right there. So Gifu is right here where my pointer is at. So it's just barely landlocked. So there's no actual beaches in Gifu. But it's really, like, if you're in southern Gifu, it's not too far from the beaches from there. But I was, like, right in the middle, like, right around here. It was like an hour-long train ride to get to Nagoya, which is, like, I think it's around here? Yeah, this is, like, Aichi Prefecture. I think Nagoya is, like, right around here. Thereabouts. But I was, like, right here. Up in the mountains. By all means. Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly. And that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training. And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Ho ho! Oh, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual. Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think that the Yao Bikuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend. I wonder... Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest? That may be true, but... I assume that each of those different places want to have a grave or more other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die at around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely. Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat? That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was the term for an immortal. Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, I'ma be a... Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, I'ma be none of that, and became an Ama diver. Yo, this game's got jokes. Avi's a funny guy. But tish! That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings. Now wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion. How often has this happened to you? When you're trying to say something stupid and everyone's like, no, wait, you're onto something. Oh, that's the thing. So many faces in this game could be good emotes. Like, you can make an entire emote set of a Discord server based entirely off of faces from this and the first game. Yeah, exactly. Let me be stupid, damn it. Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. Can Kusawa's legend of Yao Bikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations. Exactly. But then again... The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Indeed it does. Yeah, being stupid just makes your rare smart moment all the more important. Yeah, but usually, like, when you're trying to be stupid and you end up being smart, it's like, it's still a betrayal of your own expectations. Still disappointing in a certain light. I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe she'd become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yao Bikuni from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development? Leave it to an occult writer to think up of something like that. That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action! Yes, it's, really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yao Bikuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did we come all this way for nothing? Oh, and now we have exhausted everything from this dialogue tree. So on to another topic. Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the Tale of the Genji and the Tale of Heike. Is it anything like those? Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though. Harumph. Well, they sound similar enough anyway. See, this is what I mean. There are so many good faces in this game, I can't choose one. Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's easy enough to remember, no? The Tales of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check. One more thing. The title might be The Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believe the title comes from the fact that Passage 69, nice, is set in Ise province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files. Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. Well, guess what? Later is now! A collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, it greatly influenced the literature of the area, including famous works such as The Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man, from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Episode 1, Uikoburi. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion, where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeves of his robe, inscribed a waka poem on it, and sends it to them. Yeah, dalliance is one of those SAT words. Always a good one to keep in your back pocket. Episode 6, Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noblewoman, flees with her to a warehouse, where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Ain't that always the way? Episode 9, Azuma Kudari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Suruga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji and contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Episode 23, Tsutsuizutsu. Close friends from childhood, a man and woman exchange poems and are wed. But when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure and sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. And it looks like an ad break is going to start soon, so you know what? I'll come back in a couple minutes and read the rest of these. But in the meantime, I do need to hit up the bathroom, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. So sit tight, don't go nowhere. We'll resume this momentarily. And we are back. So, continuing from where we left off. Episode 69, Kari no Tsukai. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess, serving as priestess at Ise Shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. And then final episode of import for this narrative, episode 95, Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who served in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. They use episode 69 to sync the relationship. Well, this is like, again, this is his many dalliances with women. So this is like, every single one of these is like a different woman. It's kind of crazy. Dude was, I guess a bit of a playboy, if you want to put it that way. Anyway, that'll probably give us some context for something later. There is one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Ise. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It's true. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth. Sure. But before we go... the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming. Oh yes, the incessant chirruping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement. I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Alright, now we've really exhausted everything. Although I guess we can look at her as well. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunar Light family. The Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Circe has received education on this rare subject from a young age, and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or, more likely, simply because of her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales, and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Ooh, and we got some additional lore. Oh, shit, hold on. Circe is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo, and keeps it with her at all times. Yeah, Mio was a very big character in the first Paranormasight. Like the secret badass of the group. Oh, and there's more. As far as the girl's concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me. Alright, now we're all done. Now to Futami Gouda. Although, actually, where is this on the timeline compared to the other time we went here with, Okay, not you, Yumeko. Yeah, Yumeko. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear? This is Futami Gouda, the coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Issei City. Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Issei City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Issei City was the prefectural capital. Oh, whoops. Was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Issei Province. Not bad, eh? Well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces. Issei, Shima, Iga, and Ki. Ah, is that so? But that doesn't change the fact that Issei City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location. Very interesting. But the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. Alright, there don't seem to be any stickers here. Futami Gouda's sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Issei Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity. It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite the striking image. To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Issei Bay. It makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in. It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by the people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, huh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Issei Province, on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357. So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous. The passage is as follows. From the Sea of Futami in Issei Province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity. So, what exactly does that mean? My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life, because it granted longevity. Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff. Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time. Indeed. And now we even have a name. So, what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it? No clue. Again with the vague records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat. Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. So they treat it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something here. This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remembered. I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. I like that he used the word beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety. Yeah, we watched too much of YTV's version of Beast Wars. God, I get you wouldn't want to have the way, like the word war in the title, but like, you could have come up with a better title than Beasties. Something that sounds like a little cooler. Like, you could have used the name Beast Machines, because that wasn't taken yet. But no, y'all went with Beasties. You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids. It seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids. Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word! Would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. Agreed. Ah, speaking of which. This is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? But our conversation was just getting good. Protest all you like, but I shall ask away. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that? Oh, right. Those are Somin Shorai talismans. Somin Shorai? Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the new year. But, here in the Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. Alright, let's look at it. Because usually this stuff does come in handy. Like, they do expect you to read the files for certain things that come up later. Which is why during the earlier enter in your own answer prompt, I was going through all the files. And of course, the answer I did need to put in wasn't in the files because this game is a... Anyhow. A type of talisman inscribed with the characters Somin Shorai Shison. Somin Shorai Shison, meaning descendant of Somin Shorai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds, or a shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise Shima place Somin Shorai talismans at the entrances to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put up shimenawa up during the new year, in Ise Shima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The words Somin Shorai originate from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, The tale generally told in Ise-shima is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno sent out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. And don't forget, you cannot confuse the two brothers. Neither is lesser than. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shorai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shorai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple, yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded his hospitality by sparing only Somin Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somin Shorai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illness. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. So basically, you're just trying to pull a fast one on the gods, I see. Ah. What is it? What? What is it? Now you're making me antsy. She's like, sorry, I just remembered a really funny joke from a TV show I watched the other day. Come now, Cersei. You realize something about those Somin Shorai, didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World. Is it? What does that mean? I don't think that's explicitly a Minecraft sound effect. I think it's just similar. You'd already know this from the files, but regarding the Somin Shorai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity of Gozu Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu. Ryugu, you say? That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that places it very close to the Eternal World. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja Temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend of the Tale of Heike. So it is! What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? It sounds so cool that even I memorized it. I haven't got a clue what it means, though. Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself. Fine, fine. So what you're saying is, Ise-shima is a land with its deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heike. And that is exactly why the Somin Shorai tradition is so well established here. Ah, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well. She certainly is mysterious, That reminds me, about Futami Gouda. Oh man, they've been out here for a while. Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away. I'm sorry. Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain. You're right. Just look at all those stars. That one is very conspicuous, but let's make sure real quick to see if, Alright. But look! The heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Whenever Matto exits the recap menus, all I hear is the Crash Bandicoot spin SFX. That sound? Oh god, now I hear it. Now I hear it. Oh god. I'm never gonna unhear that. God damn it.
Hey.
You have successfully given me your brain disease. Also, hello, Tactical Taffy. How's it going? Okay, you hear it too. Good. We're all brain poisoned now. I hope you're happy with yourself. Whoa. Ah. Would you happen to be well versed in constellations, Cersei? Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two. Excellent, do tell. Or is there a specific one I have to find, or do I have to talk to her? I probably have to talk to her. But yeah, we're 2 hours in. You missed some heavy shit at the beginning of it, but now we're hanging out with Avi, and Avi's pretty. He's a rather quirky fellow. He's doing a lot to lighten up the mood after everything that went down at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, just murder ghosts, that sort of thing. Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find. Regular show style shit going insane. I guess you could say that. But that was also because this is one of those games that has multiple branching story paths, so that was one possible ending that we got to. So, hopefully the other endings will not be nearly as violent and tragic. Triangle, eh? I presume it's made up of 3 stars? Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season. What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them? Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares of the Scorpio constellation. Southwest you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right. Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it. Oh, and they even have the little diagram here. Let's see, Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imaginations since time immemorial. Yeah, that would do it. The Summer Triangle is visible in the sky almost directly overhead around August. Start by facing southwest and looking low in the sky to find Antares, the bright red heart of the constellation Scorpius. From there, look straight up, and you should spot Vega near the zenith. So the bright red heart of Scorpius. Okay. So looking inland. Oh, it's right there. Wait, I do believe I found it. The star just there with the reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes? Correct. That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Aha! Found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself. I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the Summer Triangle, so please try again. Egads! That's right! Why not try looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the sky zenith. Give it a shot. Alright, so straight up from here. There, that must be it. Bingo. That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival. Yeah, if you played Sakura Wars 2, and you want to know where Orihime's name comes from, it's from this specifically, because in Sakura Wars 2, Reni and Orihime and all the other members of the Star Division, or in their case, the former members of the Star Division, are all named after, like, stars and similar, like, celestial concepts. Whereas Reni's name is, her last name is Milchstrasse, which is German for Milky Way. Then that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the Summer Triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it. So it would be this one for Hikoboshi. Eureka! I've spotted it! Ooh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival. Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be. Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the Summer Triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of the angle. Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. There we are. If my eye is as discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one. Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way Star. Ah, it does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. Yeah, exactly. This is a nice little cozy game. We're just looking up at the stars. We're learning stuff about constellations. We're not going to run into any murder ghosts or like weird kidnapping plots or anything. It's all fine. It's all good vibes. There! I've located all 3 stars of the Summer Triangle. How do you like that? Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor? Hey, Asuka. How's it going? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. It's been going pretty alright. I was stuck a bit on an earlier puzzle that perhaps would not have been so difficult had I not taken a week-long break between sessions, but so it goes. And yeah, it was you missed some shit at the beginning of the stream. Lots of people getting wiped out. Lots of murder. But now we've gone further back in the timeline on a different story route. Because yeah, we got the first of the bad endings, so we're now doing some extra legwork to unlock story routes. And we're getting to hang out with Avi, and he's quite the character. Alright then, tell me, what's another name for the star Hikoboshi? That's right. Well done, Professor. Phew. I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futami Gouda. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture. But is there anywhere else here you'd be keen to visit, Circe? What? We haven't even visited Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface. Yeah, exactly. Tsukasa met an untimely end, and we have to avoid that future. We have to correct the timeline. We have to protect Tsukasa at all costs. His poses look like meme templates. Like, again, like, he's got a lot of really good faces and good poses to go with it, but in general, like, everybody in this game has a good face or two, even Circe here. Ah, you've got a point there. But it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. The next day. Wow, talk about a gorgeous view. It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other. So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it? Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle. Built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet. Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tobishima area, it's famous for having the highest population of ama divers in Japan. Aha! I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. Let's see. Mount Asama straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City and is also known by its official name of Asamagatake. Part of the Ise-shima National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scenic sites gathered across the country. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongo Shoji. The observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Alright, but first... Alright. I don't see any stickers. At least not yet. First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, huh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle. So that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo in the Shima province. It always comes back to Nobunaga. If there's one thing I've learned playing historical Japanese video games, it always comes back to Nobunaga some way or the other. On a long enough timeline. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, no? True, but that's a title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh? For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive Battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline. Yeah, bro called himself Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. I call myself Taffy on the internet. I gotta up my game. Yeah, basically, like, Oda Nobunaga would be like that really chuny guy on Twitter. Like, always Sephiroth posting. And really, he's just mad that somebody at Wendy's messed up his order. Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by ama divers and fishermen. I can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight. Always in thinking of the important stuff. That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Oh? Do tell. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. Yes, I know a lot of people call Miku that, but I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw the no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans, and even ran away several times, only to be brought home. I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days. There is a new movie about a princess with a famous Miku song in it. Oh. You don't say. Yeah, looked up his font just to type Demon King 6 Heaven in an edgy font. Yeah, exactly. They'd be having it with, like, either that font or, like that, like, a cursive Gothic font or something like that. Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend. Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it. Well, what's your take on the story, then? When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed. Fair enough, I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end. Oh-ho! If you're right, that would change the story completely. But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days. But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old. Yes? Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age differences weren't so much of a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune even really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter? I always forget how you're supposed to pronounce this word, but an agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. Is it agate? Agate? I don't know. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale. Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere. True. And the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? Well said. A certain occult researcher taught me that one. You don't say. Second one, okay. So, agate. Let's see, okay, is there anything here that we didn't already learn from what we just read? Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima Province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. Okay. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as a part of political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman should ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of local folklore, many questions remain about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Alright, so pretty much the same. Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died, or was assassinated, exactly 400 years ago. Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800 years immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. So there's a chance something happens after 400 years? Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here. It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. I suppose, from a certain perspective. Ama divers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Ama diver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Ama divers of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Ama diving in Shima province. Ama divers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly they are a popular theme. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. There is another point worth noting. Ama divers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Ama diver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends. Ah, yes. There is a theory that the mermaids of Issei Bay were simply Ama divers. It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend. Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it. Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Ama divers of the Tobashima region, regarding something called the Tomokazuki. That's something we learned at the very beginning of the game. We even have it already in our files. Yeah, these fellas. Some ghost or spirit that looks exactly like you, trying to pull you deep into the water. The Tomokazuki? It is believed that an Ama diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again. Ack! Cersei, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere. That's why the Ama divers of this area wear the Seiman and Doman symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. On another note, the Ama divers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that, in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor, right up until the Meiji era. Well, well, it sounds as if they were true diving professionals. Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated at Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves. Oh? We're back to the Heike already? I wasn't aware there was a connection. Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Ama divers. Aha! So their lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh? and while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike. Brr! Cersei, please, you're going to give me nightmares. At least, that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled, In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heike in the depths of the water. I'm guessing those, Oh, wait, no, okay, they're down here. That's where the Yama divers are, and then the rest of these guys are all the Heike. Such a deep connection. To think the Heike were even once depicted with Ama divers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise Shima region. Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tomashima region, Ama divers are always going to be key players. True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too. Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here. Oh? And what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied. Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we? Aw, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next. You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt. Right. Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. And there we have it. That's literally all that was. Oh wait, no, there's more. There's more. Okay, Treasure Hunt Part 1, then arriving on Kamishima. Man, we're gonna be with them for a while. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, Avi and Cersei have a meeting to plan for their true objective, the treasure hunt. Now then, I believe it is time we discuss our strategy. Sure? What do you mean by strategy? It should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward. Oh? Is this the business card from the guy we met earlier? It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. Flashback. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why, yes. The gentleman does have some time. I suppose that makes me the lady, then? Oh, it's you. You've been following us for quite some time. Huh? He has? For how long? Since the Ise Grand Shrine, I believe. Truly. Maybe you could try to keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei. It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Ise Bay searching for mermaids. Gah! You overheard everything? How embarrassing! Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Ise City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see, Sala Planning, eh? And it says here you're the CEO? Huh, I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own. Did you ever have any? I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Avi. And self-employed does mean you're your own CEO. This is true, so you get to call yourself whatever you want. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen. It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time. Huh, aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Event Services Company CEO, Kippei Ikoma. This guy looks extremely trustworthy. Director of Solid Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He is currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. Ah, here we are. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kippei moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye on making his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kippei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kippei is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taken lightly when he is doing business, he sees it as an advantage. He does look a little 30-ish to be 26, but then again, he could just be like aging like Jotaro, you know, like how we're supposed to believe Jotaro in JoJo Part 3 is supposed to be like 17 years old. He probably looked about the same in high school. Yeah, he also looks about... Yeah, it looks like Ikoma got about as much sleep as I did these past 2 days, because... Yeah, if anybody missed it, after the stream on Saturday... Yeah, we ended the stream a little early, right? And even so, I only tried to go to bed about 8 a.m., and then I couldn't fall asleep at all. So I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna power through. I'm gonna just try to stay up as long as I can until, like, nighttime to try to, like, course correct my sleep schedule. And so I toughed it out till 6 p.m., then I went to bed, and then I woke up at around 1 a.m., couldn't fall back asleep, stayed up until 7 a.m., then went to bed, and woke up at just about 1 p.m. And so that's how much sleep I've been working with. So all this to say, I understand him on a profound level at this moment. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that could be arranged. Okay, but first, now that we have full 360-degree view. Alright, I don't see any stickers. We're stickerless. Gusts of wind graze this lovely observation deck. Okay, you know what? Before we actually talk to this guy, I'm gonna go take a quick break. I'm a little hungry, and ads are gonna start soon anyway, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Y'all sit tight, don't go nowhere anywhere, and I should hopefully come back to you in a couple minutes, well fed. Be back in a little bit. And we are back. I've had a little bit of a snack. Hopefully it'll tide me over a decent amount. Also got some new, some more sody pop. I got plenty of water. Because, I have my concerns that drinking any amount of soda will, like, tear up my throat after all the yapping I have to do tonight, but, fuck it. YOLO, as they say. Exactly, it's soft. It says right in the name. That means it's good for your, you know, for your throat. It's like drinking honey, and honey's sugary too. You know, that's good for your throat. So soda's the same. This makes sense. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece for the campaign. Mermaids, huh? I am sure you're already aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see. So that's why you were interested in mermaids. Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another. True, there is also the famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean. Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Oh, I just had a, Uncrustable. Yeah, my chocolate hazelnut Uncrustables, which I'm usually, pretty fond of. I was leaving it to thaw out for, like, for the past little while, and it wasn't completely thawed out, but, like, there's something that's kind of fucked up with my freezer, so, like, when I get the Uncrustables and, like, it's a brand new batch, I thaw them out, they're perfect, they're fluffy, like, immaculate, but after, like, a couple days, after a couple weeks, like, the cycle of, like, they get kind of frosted over, so they become, like, they get dried up on one end, and then soggy on the other end, like, the top half and the bottom half, rather. Like, one of the halves is, like, all, like, I guess, like, dried up, like, almost freezer burned, kind of, and then the other half is all soggy, because of, like, an excess of frost or something like that. And then the inside isn't completely thawed out. So, like, I don't know, like, I think it just might be my freezer, maybe it's, like, there's gotta be a better way to store this stuff, so that my Uncrustables are always more consistent, because that first Uncrustable, right out of the box, always just heavenly, right? But then once, like, it's been in there for, like, the past little while, it all just kind of falls to shit. So, like, ultimately, the taste is still fine, but it's just, like, it's either, like, all hard on one side or just, like, all soggy on the other side. It doesn't have that fluffy, bready goodness. And that's, like, half the appeal. And yeah, the Baja Blast pie is no longer of this world, unfortunately. Tragedy, though that is. Fare thee well, you ultimately 6 or 7 out of 10 pie. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise, then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. Oh? Do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't. It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some. That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. Wow, 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period. Oh? This is the first I've heard of this tale. However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it is said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story. Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this? I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha! So it's one of those descendants you heard the story from. And that's right. They live a modest private life these days. When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility. I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. Her, you say? I have a theory as to who this might be. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh? I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding. She became human? Yeah, just incredible face. We saw this earlier, like him frozen on this particular face during the last session, but like anybody who wasn't there to see it, just drink it in. It does ring a bell, though. Why, that exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery! You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking around the people here as we speak. If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Issei Bay's mermaids, Avi? No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in? I know those. I love them. Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them. Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them. I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Basically, the polite way of saying, I have considered your opinion, and I think your opinion is stupid. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. Oh, and that's it. So this young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. Is he an immortal too? I believe that these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he's trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort into his performance, or into his appearance. Well, we already know that he's like a beneficiary of the old rich asshole. It already said, let me see, where is he at? That, yeah, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipe moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and then making his fortune. Won him his favor. And then, the tycoon granted Kipe an investment with which he started his current company. So, if nothing else, they're connected at the hip. So, ultimately, this dude is suspicious as hell. Amazing! A brand new mermaid legend. The real question is why? Why? There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on, despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable. I suppose. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course. Thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview divers. Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you! That's a threat. Taking my second shot in the dark and saying he made him the man he is now in the long con to get the immortal mermaid meat? Yeah, probably. Because, like, that is Yamashina's ultimate goal. He wants to become immortal, or at least gain some insight into it. Because when Yumiko talked to him, he's like, I'm too old to become immortal anymore. Like, I don't want to be this crusty old age. But I still want that, though. I still want to know how to make someone immortal. So, it's quite likely that this entire ploy about setting up tourism in the area based on the mermaid legend is to facilitate that end goal. Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please, have a good time. If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating. This map looks quite old. Exactly. It is also the precise reason I have come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map. A mermaid treasure map? Allow me to explain. I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain it to Cersei. Oh, you actually want me to talk to her. Okay. Oh. A blank option. Usually when there's like another option that you don't have yet, it's invisible until it like actually appears. So that's interesting. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother. If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunarlight family because of her eccentricities. That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs. Just so. I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this. I see. A mermaid mummy. Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe. Huh. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands. How are you so sure it was made in Japan? Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Truly, you found the map inside a mummy. Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there. That's an incredible discovery. It is simply tantalizing, is it not? There is not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to a most thrilling discovery. Alright. So I guess more explanations? Yep. So then, why did you call this a mermaid treasure map? Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no? I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed. Thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Ise Bay. Okay, what's with the blurred text here? Is that just, an embellishment, or is that like, is that something that's going to be revealed later, like somebody smudged their finger on it, and this was supposed to be something important? Hold on, I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Ise Bay. What a shame there is no X to mark the spot. Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, Cersei? Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says? Oh, there we go. Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says, search the 95th. Search the 95th. Hold on a minute. Where is it? Search the 95th. And then we have Hikoboshi. To separate by a screen. Man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater than even Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. So search the 95th. It's gotta be a clue related to that. That sure makes it seem like it sound... Let me try again. That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort. Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it? You know it. I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Oh, wait. I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether. I apologize, but that's impossible. Truly? But why? Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for. I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of. Yes. The distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is. It's not quite the superpower I thought it was. I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map. Okay, so now... Okay, so I have to look at the map again. Let's take a good look. Oh. Did you notice something? It looks like something's written on the other side. I see. I knew I must have missed something. You never looked on the other side of the paper? You've had this for how long? I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. Oh. Take a close look at all the spots on the back of the map. Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains. Do you really think that's all they are? Something about those spots feels familiar. Oh. Eureka! Inspiration strikes, I figured it out! It's a bit hard to see what you mean when looking at the back of the map. Can you point at the front? Ah, you make a fair point. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. Because yeah, this is supposed to look like this is supposed to be the summer triangle we just talked about earlier. I've got that much. So it's somewhere in the summer triangle. If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. I wonder how old it really is. Alright. Where's the treasure? Because, yeah, I was looked between the two. Huh? Why there? Or it felt right? I hope you don't mind me asking, but would you care to show me a more definite location? Can I? Okay, there we go. If I hold this up to the light, there we are. So let's see. Turn it over. So it should be like right around here, because if we look at the chart, let's see. Where is the summer triangle? The 95th, so it's between Orihime and Hikoboshi. So it should be like either right here, or because it's called Hikoboshi, it's right there. So actually, let's try right where that spot is first, because that's a more definitive location. So like right here. Flip it over. So yeah, right there. I have no doubts left. It is here. Behold. Oh? And what makes you say so? Let's see. Hikoboshi. Wait, the name of the location. So that would be Taishima, because there's no island there, but it should be. Okay, so I guess we're typing in Hikoboshi. I am spelling it right, yeah? There's no... Okay, okay, Hikoboshi, okay. Okay, allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in the Tales of Issei. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, note how the summer triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi, or Altair, corresponds to this very spot on the map. Incredible! I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi. Heh, nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. I even got an achievement that says Avi's a genius. We may know where to look, but it's far too large an area to just start searching. I figured out where the treasure lies. I'm quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other matters first. We have a lot of extant research materials. Also, real quick, I forgot to check for something. Oh, and there's more on the floor. I see. Okay, I don't see any stickers around here. Unless I just missed one? A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room. This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely. You think that this would be the perfect place to put a sticker, but alas. Some of the notes I've taken, the information of them is not substantive and likely of no use. Okay, great. It's Ikoma's business card. He's the CEO of the event planning company we ran into earlier. Okay, so that's not it either. Okay. Let's think. We'll definitely solve the map's riddle. The sketch of the mermaid money I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. There we go. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid. Oh, yes, I had a feeling that was it. So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts. What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal? I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be. Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired. Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity. Sure, I guess. I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei. I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I'm not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I'll try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you. I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now. Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse. Geez, don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything. Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey like a modern-day Yao Bikuni. That is one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there. Understood. I am also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task. You're right, that does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map? No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing's the worst! Spoken like a true American. I understand, but we have no other options. It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Alrighty. Tapped her over. Treasure Hunt Part 2. We're still not at the end here of arriving on Kawashima. Or Kamishima. And I gotta say, this empty little slot here is kind of driving me bonkers. Avi and Cersei's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipe Ikoma to investigate it on their behalf. However, The next day. Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an AMA diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Who wants to see a dead body? Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We've nothing else to do, after all. So he asked an AMA diver to investigate the seafloor in the area. I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an AMA than a regular diver. Even in this age, you can still get some AMAs to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma was worried. We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after if need be. Cersei, do you have a bad feeling about this? I do. Ever since we first heard about this. I see. Also, I gotta say, it's kind of goofy that they just took their standing sprites and just, like, plopped them in a boat like that. Their asses do not look like they're sitting down. He's got his hands on his hips. He's not even steering the boat. There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here. The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go? It's a very deep floor. Yeah, it's one of those, like, it's like one of those iceberg images. Like, you look under the water and the boat is just, like, really long down there. Like, they have to stand on top of a couple of boxes to even, like, peer up at the top. It's that deep down. Avi steers with his knees, the sturdiest of joints. He needs those hands to gesticulate. I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine. Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife. Understood. Leave it to me. There's something here. Or there. That must be the Amadiver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. You're right. There's something terrible here. Because, yeah, usually they're supposed to have, like, a spotter to pull them back up, right? I think that was the idea. Is it really that bad? It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. Oh, it's the box. And it's even got that same little, symbol that was on the map. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside. Inside the bucket? Does that mean the Amadiver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? Yeah, it's like the Lavos bucket. You open it up and it ends the world. And perhaps succumb to the curse while trying to get it out? Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain that what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious. Can you dispel curses, Cersei? It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber. That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though? Yes, it's fine. For me, at least. I gotta reel this up in the first chapter to get to the developer room. That's where we meet the dream team. Understood. If anything happens to me then, I'll leave the rest to you. Oh my. There's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Oh, it's a metal box. It looks like it was a wooden box. Because they did mention... there are multiple mentions of grubby wooden boxes in various of the... in, like, the various materials, right? Like, the tale of Urashima Taro, and how what was her name? Somishima had a similar grubby wooden box that's been a recurring motif, a recurring clue, but this one appears to be metal. Can we take it? Yes, provided I can overpower the malice that's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you. No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere? I saw it on the map. Oh, this is that strange symbol we saw on the map. It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box. That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take a lot of strength to force it open. I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means. I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside. Then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place. In English, please? In English, Four Eyes? It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orientating the box in the right directions in the right order. I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. Alright. Because it does look like it has to be the coastline. How to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate so I can get a good look at all four sides. We gotta find where it lines up. Oh, here we are. Okay, so that lines up pretty cleanly. And then from there, I guess it's... Where is this one? Okay, it's even got dots on the bottoms. Okay, so we got 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay, so first we have to go find... Oh, wait, okay. Rotate this way. We have to find this one first. Which should be right here, it looks like. Oh! Oh! I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. Okay. Then second was over here. All right, I'm on fire. Boom shakalaka. That's 2. And then 3. Should be over here, it looks like. It's here, I found it. Good job, just 1 left. Okay, and this one is... Where is this one? Ah, I see. I think? No? Wait, okay, it's this island. Here. But there's an island missing! Yes, it's open! That must be where Taishima was. Congratulations, you've won! What's inside? Let's see. Huh? What is this? Oh no. I played the first game, I know what this is. Some kind of small wooden carving? Oh? Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh. Oh, Oh, now everything's making sense. they're fine, because when you have the curse stone, like, she already dispelled the curse on the box, and they have the curse stone, which means that now they can wield the curse like a weapon, right? But, if you'll recall, Somikawa was found washed up on shore in, like, mermaid form. Or at least when Soto here used his, like, spiritual, his Shagan ability to, like, sketch out what the mermaid corpse looked like. He drew Somikawa's face, so the Ama diver that was sent to recover that was Somikawa. And then upon picking up that box, she was afflicted by the curse, she turned into a freakish mermaid, and then in a couple of hours, she's going to wash up on shore. So now we know exactly what happened to her, and why she turned into, like, a freakish mermaid. Because it was the curse of the Forsaken Fish, which turns you into a fish. And you don't even get to finish the process before you die. Let's see, it should be, we should already have it here. No, we actually don't, because it was brought up before, the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Unless it's somewhere else? Where is it? We might not have a file on it yet. Okay, it's not here either. Mermaid Mummy, because yeah, it's just the sketch again. Yeah, dies of fish cringe. Yeah, you look so ugly that, like, you can't even take it anymore. Yeah, it's weird we don't have a file for that in retrospect. Whoa, something came out! Yikes, what is this? Make it stop! Help me. It hurts, terrible pain. I want to go. No, it hurts. A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers. Be as fish. Perish. You have acquired the Curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the Use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. So this is what I was talking about with the first game. You, like, all the characters had curse stones, and you could activate the curse when certain conditions were met. And a lot of the times it meant, like, manipulating, like trying to talk them, like the other person, into unknowingly triggering the conditions. So I don't know if Avi is the kind of person that will use it to kill anybody, because there was one character in the first game that basically used it, like, because the curse stone he got was basically, if anybody lies to you, you can kill them, but he didn't use it to kill people, he basically used it as a lie detector, so, like, the use curse button would show up whenever somebody would tell a lie, and that was just basically, like, your cue. You had the option to kill them, but, like, that didn't further the story. Yeah, basically, yeah. It seems like it'll probably be used to find people out at sea or something. Or like some kind of other, like, I guess, what's a good word? Like, like in a detective capacity, right? Because, unless Avi makes like a sudden heel turn, I don't think he's gonna use it to actually kill people. Unless it's like a villain or something like that. Like, unless it's like some guy who's trying to kill us is in the water, we can use it as self-defense there. Yeah, nice argument. Unfortunately, you're a fish now. So it's gonna be interesting to see where this goes, because now, yeah, there we go. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. We finally get an entry for it. A curse born from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. I guess this is, a curse of some kind. Thankfully, there's no real negative repercussions for this. See, if they just had like a bunny curse instead, maybe this would have a much happier ending. Should we like tell the family of that diver they got fished to death? But that's the thing too. They made a whole point of her basically being like a weird recluse with no known family, but also it's very likely that she's the main character's mom. So, we're gonna see how that happens once he finds out the truth. You can use the word furse, I suppose. A furry curse. And in this game, curses can be rather advantageous. Because again, we're wielding these curses like stands. It's like, we're not cursed ourselves. We can just inflict it on other people. So I guess in a matter of speaking, everybody in chat right now has access to a curse stone. Use it wisely. The conditions are met once you get 5,000 Matto bucks. Let's see, the bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Okay, so they have to know where they are at a given moment. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. Oh. Okay, well that's an interesting wrinkle. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Let's see. What the hell was that? I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. Yeah, with this Apple AirTag, I can fish curse people to death from the comfort of my own home. Yeah, there's a reason all these games take place in the 80s, because the advent of cell phones would fuck up the storytelling a lot. However, they're rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky! If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I going to die? I wouldn't say you are cursed per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year. Again, see the last game. Hold on for a minute. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else. You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer, so that its grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo, and thus able to use the curse. Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information! You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Alright, we're gonna get the, okay, no, it's just... So just to catch everybody up, curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in a more abstract or disfigured form instead. So yeah, the murder ghost we saw was a curse echo, for anybody who hadn't played the first game. Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions, and as such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals who become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. And a type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort all that out first. Really? Tell me. Yeah, give me a minute. And there you have it, the whole story. I had no idea. Is it actually going to end like that? Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Oh my god, are we seriously letting this dude, the most suspicious looking dude in the world, we're gonna tell him about curse stones? Are you serious? Also, are there any stickers anywhere? No stickers! What do I have to do around here to get a sticker? Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses? Can we just not bring it up? You think you can explain it all without bringing them up? Well, we'll see how far we can get. Yeah, we can kill people with magic now. Let me tell you about it. How about, just for a second, you hop in the water now. You jump off the bridge for a second, and I'll tell you all about it from down there. How's that? The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. Oh, so this isn't even the same person. This is the other body that Yumiko found. Because yeah, Yumiko and Soto, yeah. Yumiko and Soto found another body too that we didn't really get as thorough an investigation of as Somikawa's. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. And I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that. Let's start with this metal box the Yama diver found. Please do. So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see, so your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this? I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse! Dun dun dun! A curse? Dun dun... what now? That's right! In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down, I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse. That's right, it's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3? I'm prepared, please tell me. I see. So the Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory. You absorbed that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. This is actually not the first time I've heard of what happens if one touches a curse stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. Was Ikoma in the first game? Does he know someone from the first game? Because I don't remember him from the first game. anyway. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. And that's right, I know the truth, all of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry, I am prepared. But it will take some time to explain. Alright, well, before we continue, it looks like there is an ad coming up, and I do have to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Y'all sit tight, don't go nowhere, and we will continue this discussion when I return. Don't go nowhere. And we are back. So I guess we'll just continue this conversation. Now the cat's out of the bag. He knows everything. And I don't know if I trust him with that information yet, but it is what it is. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Okay, I was wondering what was up with that, because usually, yeah, they're supposed to go out with, like, boat persons. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. If it's been lying on the sea floor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now? It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed? No. I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please, do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima Province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. And that must have been Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all cost. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting this sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle Yoshitaka learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield. Even to the most hellish torments, she screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hatred Hayase felt at that moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the Curse Stone. But, to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a curse stone. Alright, well, come on, dish. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret. This guy was the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. So let me confirm something real quick. Where is it? Where was it? Because there's one of these I believe should say... Where was it? No, it's not there. I remember seeing it somewhere. Where the hell is it? It's not that, no. Because I wanted to confirm who the curse of the slasher that was being used on the island with Nukimaru and everything. Just wanted to double check to see if I've got that linked to the right person. There's supposed to be a picture of the guy in one of these. Where the hell is it? The Curse of the Raging Waves? No. It wasn't there, no. It's not here, it's too short. It wasn't Tomokazuki, it's not the Mermaid. Mermaid Legend, no. Yugu, Somishoi, the Heike. I could have sworn it was here, but... And we basically just got that, didn't we? Wait, okay. So that's Taira no Tadamori's sword. Nikimaru, okay. Nikimaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it's said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Okay. Actually, let me check one more thing real quick. Because if we look up at the Heike, let's see. No, right. Alright. Finally, he continues his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure? This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So we do. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassals' invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the Curse of the Raging Waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it! The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it? Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the Curse of the Raging Waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, alongside the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima? That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. Hey, Kiki. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed? The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Then the same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information. He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves. Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. Alright, well now we know the answer. Alright, well what do we do? In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the onmyoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths within the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Huh. So that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it in an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? You're utterly astounding. Wow. Incredible. And we have the full Kuki Yoshitaka. Right. I was going way too far back with the Heike. Because it was, during the 400 years ago during Nobunaga. Okay. Komatsu Sadamune. I see. Yeah, Sumitaka. Hatsune was living on the time for other reasons. And this means if looking for the solution, turn to Tsuchimi Kado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of the Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage now concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land. Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored on the seas around the island. And this means that... Good lord. Okay, so that means that, Sato here was not only Osato from the legend, that means she's also Princess Hatsune. This girl's wearing a lot of hats. Unless there's another sacrifice I don't know of. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you. After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died? It is likely. If we consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it is likely already too late for her. How horrible. Since she's likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. So they want me to go over the files in more detail? Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. Just realized what the animation and art style reminds me of Archer if it were Japanese. I think I get what you mean, yeah. You're not entirely wrong. Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If it is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. Yeah, Sato, I have some good news and bad news. The good news is your mother has a job at the sushi restaurant. The bad news is, well, it was Yuza's mom, though. It was Yuza's mom who, he believed was a mermaid all along, but as we discovered, assuming that Somikawa here is, in fact, the same person as Mare Minukuchi, which, you know, there is a resemblance. Just, you know, make Mare look way more tired than she already does and mess her hair up a bit. And then bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, she's the one who has turned into mermaid jerky, essentially. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the body to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Gah! It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality. Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids or mermaid mummies are authentic. But it means there's a possibility. Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse. Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago? My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her? Oh, that's true. It could mean the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. I don't like your silence. As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryugu? Ryugu. It is sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World or the World Beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea. I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu. Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power. That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the two mermaids that fled Taishima? I doubt Soba and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe that they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes. If that is true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years. Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It is also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be these same two. Ah! All this discussion of hiding made me realize something. What is it? Do you recall the story Mr. Ikoma told us yesterday? Of the mermaid who became human? Ah! Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu? It's a possibility we should consider. But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released? Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire. Could she have met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with? Like in The Little Mermaid? That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too. I'll have to write this down. It could make a solid novel. Oh, I just realized something. What is it? You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes? That's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Ms. Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks. That'd be great. That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted. Is that correct? Yes, it's most likely been gone for several months now. Huh? Really? A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded. That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open. Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance. At any rate, what did you want us to do? There is an island called Kameshima that is located close to where Taishima once was. There is something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? And then fast forward to that evening. Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there is some information you kept. I know there is some information you kept from him. Oh? Did I? Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality. That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality. Are you sure? I thought his goal, even if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves. Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find the still-tied mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right? There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about. Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now. Having an immortal person in town might be good for tourism? Maybe. For up to a point, but then, you run to the whole thing of, like, people resent them for, never dying, and they become a pariah, and they get chased out of town, that whole sort of thing. All that nasty business. Agreed. Though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima. You mean the treasure required in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality? Yes. Ah, there we go. It's a treasure known as the Tamatebako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified to have any effect. So provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamatebako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom! Okay, so now that's what the Tamatebako actually looks like. A box, often referred to as a relic, used by the mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box also made its appearance in The Tale of Urashima Taro as the box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world, but it also has the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamatebako. I concur. If we could get our hands on the Tamatebako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant. At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir. What was that all about anyway? You're sure we're not going to need that iron box? I doubt we'll need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tamatebako. Okay. Oh. Oh, now this is opened up. Okay. Okay, as a little change of pace, let's go with Yumiko for a bit, because we've been hanging out with Avi for the past 3 hours now. It's been some time, so let's go hang out with Yumiko for a bit. Yumiko and her partner learn about the threat of the Curse of the Raging Waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. Also, we get to see Tsukasa again, yay! And she's not dead, yay! The Wakamura residence is just up the slope after you head through that alley.
Woo!
Yeah, that... You know what I'm talking about. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Oh, she's all glowing red with her spirit vision. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think. Got it. Take care, then. Ma'am? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. She's red for an amazing reason. No, she's red because this is build mode and you can't place her there. Oh? Let me get this straight. You're with the police, and you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way, and get them ready to face it? That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand. This about the curse of the raging waves? Way ahead of you there. Well, I've been warning them for ages. Well now, do you know about the curse? Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it? That's right. Unlike you phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal. In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted? No, hasn't got that far yet, but it's not for lack of trying. Why? You saying you know a way to break it? Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it? A mummified mermaid? What do you want about? This some kind of ruse? I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it. I assure you, we wish only to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts? Bah! A likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Better than you've tried. Well, how's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here. Understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I got business to attend to on the mainland. So off with you. Leave me in peace. Well, that is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. And Soto looks so hurt. He looks like he's about to cry. He doesn't like it when people yell at him. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be as interested in breaking the curse of the raging waves as we are. Yeah, excuse me, he asked for no pickles kind of composition. He was looking forward to this trip to McDonald's for so long and it's ruined. What are you gonna do about it? How are you gonna make this up to him? He was so excited. True. And this sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. Wished I thought to ask their name. Oh, I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh? Really? Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who's appeared on television, and I recognize their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyoto. Gamyoto? Never heard of him. No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera. Sorry, it's not ringing any bells. I think that's something from the first game, too. The name sounds familiar. Because, again, it's been... What was it? October 2024 when I first played the first game, so... It was a while ago. But the name does sound familiar. Well, lately, they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Gamyoto's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom. Huh, I had forgotten about that list. While their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I am more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. See, a mysterious sorcerer, although said to possess exceptional supernatural abilities, they have revealed nothing of their true identity. Both their age and gender are unknown. Suigen Gamyoto was previously mostly known for their prominent media presence, with numerous appearances both on television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghost photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy guard them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It is rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies, or conversely, exorcise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of the companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered little better than a fraud, leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change of course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the name of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity, purpose, and the true extent of their power. Oh, you're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year-old immortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private. So it's a kind of a shady way to start that rapport. Like, that's the kind of thing you say to someone before you pull them into a van. So, in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in, and that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that, not even why you became immortal. No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. Okay, she says she was forced, but the tale was that it was at a banquet, and that she just happened to eat it. So if she was actually forced to, that paints a different picture, doesn't it? But you don't know when or why. No. So you've only recently woken up, and you have no idea where you were or what you were doing before that. Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in kind of a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it. Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one, just to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. But first... no stickers! What the hell? Alright, anyway, what do you want? Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least. I think so. What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It's not a widely known concept. You must have been in the unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep. Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that that's what we're called. But I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was. Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. Work our way down the list till we get a hit. Is there a reason for all these questions? Well, not to sound insensitive, I'm sure it can't be easy for you going about without any memories and all. But I was hoping you might know something that could be of use to us. Given your history, there's a chance you possess information otherwise lost to time. Maybe, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I remember so little. Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is... Exposition. You're with the police? Wow, I never would have guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least, that's the impression I got from watching TV. To be fair, the majority of them are. For the record, our department is officially approved by the government. Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji, and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution. Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow? Huh? Oh! I explained all that without even thinking. It just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo. And it seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them. The Bureau of Onmyo was one of the government offices under the Ritsuryo system, existing from the Asuka period through the early Meiji era. Based on the practice of Onmyodo, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars, and management of time systems, and the divination of auspicious or harmful events. However, it is also said that it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners or diviners. I think it's diviners, right? They were also bureaucrats, albeit ones possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some eras, their influence was even great enough to sway the very course of the nation, and their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were also formally inducted as Onmyoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The current treatment of spiritual phenomena as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Omyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on the principles of science and technology as the new framework for the nation. Over time, state involvement in spiritual matters gradually came to be seen as taboo. However, psychics continued their work to maintain public order behind the scenes, passing this torch down through successive generations until the establishment of the new Police Act in the latter half of the Showa period, whereupon their work eventually came to form the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. So anyway, what are a couple of Paranormal Affairs officials doing on Kamishima? Working a case, of course. What else? Blah, 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 blah. I feel like I'm having a stroke trying to read that. Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and, wherever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot. Wait, does that mean something's happened here? You don't know, huh? Know what? Sounds like we'd better fill you in a bit first. We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority. 2. Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima. The Curse of the Raging Waves? That's right. Ever heard of it? No, never. That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case... Right, you mentioned there were 2? We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... Protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year immortals we find. What do you mean by deal with? It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. And I hope you're enjoying the story. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost. What? For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However... Stop her, Soto. Halt! Yeah, his curse is benign. It doesn't kill people. It just binds them. Can't you just let me go? Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry. Wait, really? Surprised? But you should know better than anyone why that would be. Huh? You might be an 800-year immortal, but your time's nearly up. Ah. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami. For the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days... Oh shit, that's a hell of a time limit. You'll be gone from this world. Am I right? Yes, it's exactly as you say. I think. I've only got 2 days left now. This is a surprise to Soto. Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island, even so. Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Well, now you know why I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you'll fade away, and that'll be that. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word... Oh, typo, typo, typo! You're free to go. I can. And I will. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be. Another matter? Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Oh, I should mention, this is something I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. Right. Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago, it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor. Yeah, you gotta look cool when you're doing the exposition. Taishima. However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm. I see. 400 years ago. So this would have been towards the end of the Sengoku period, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Honnoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado... We've seen that name before, hold on. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Tsuchimikado Harukage, renowned onmyoji and friend to Princess Hatsune. That means that name should ring a bell for her. If she is indeed the same Princess Hatsune. Sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves. In onmyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado. Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Harukage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. Ah, so he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha. Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries. Wait, you mean... Yeah, this was the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken. Isn't that really bad? For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment. It doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. Dende's gone, remember? The curse is inert. Sorry. Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again, is that it? Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good. Hello, Raiders! Welcome! I'm Matt O'B, a retro variety mad scientist bunny, and tonight we're playing something that's decidedly not retro. This is Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse, and this came out literally like 2 weeks ago. What were you up to? Let me give you the shout out real quick. What were you playing this evening? Yeah, we're a pretty decent ways into the story. We've already gotten one of the endings, but the way it works is that, like, you get a really bad ending first, and then you're, like, progressively trying to get better and better endings. So, we're doing all that work right now. And right now we're doing a little bit of detective work in between moments of, shit really popping off. Like, earlier on in the stream we had to deal with murder ghosts for a bit, but that's all taken care of for now. It shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. I got the worst ending. It's time to end for the blurst ending, you stupid monkey. Indeed, that seems to have been Harukage's plan, for legend tells that he left behind instructions detailing how the curse could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost. Oh no. And now we know that Avi had this map all along. It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer. But if you don't have the map, then what are you gonna do? Well, we were hoping to find some clue as to the map's whereabouts here on Kamishima. But we've had no luck so far, and I reckon we've hit a dead end. I see. Apparently, Wakamuda's been trying to find a way to end the curse of the raging waves himself. He told us he'd already warned the islanders about the impending danger and refused to have anything more to do with us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I just hope that'll be the end of it. But this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway. Okay, so this is a dead end, but we don't have the check mark yet, so we'll have to come back to that later. Now let's learn more about you. Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji who put me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death. Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. There must have been a good reason for it. You look like you have something to say. Do you? From what point are your memories clearest, would you say? Well, I guess about 3 months ago, when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off. From when you woke up, then, I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the sea depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over? Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, and drowned. And came back, over and over again. Yeah, this is the part of immortality that would be really fucked up. Like, you actually experience the pain of death over and over again. At least immortality as it works in this. Like, you're not just immune to that shit, you die and you keep coming back. It was horrible, and I still remember it. Every last second. Yeah, the tail's hell, right? Jeez. I'm sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about oh, Jesus Christ, that's genuinely horrific, Jesus. I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. I lost count of how many times I died down there. Then, finally, I came to in Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamuda found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal. You're sure about that, are you? No one else knows? Oh god, yeah, having to hear the drowning music. Like, if you had to hear the drowning music from Sonic over and over again for 3 days straight. Yeah, that certainly would be hell. Although maybe after a certain point, it just becomes like white noise. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. If your lifespan is nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. Sorry, I... Don't apologize, that just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see, 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei War took place. Of course! The Heike! Exactly. Don't you think there might be a connection? You know what? We'll find out what that connection is after a short break because, yeah, ads are coming up in a bit. And I do have another snack I wanted to eat, so we will reconvene in a few minutes and discover what exactly this link is. Sit tight, don't go nowhere, we'll be right back in a couple minutes. And we are back. Where is this remix from? I don't... Let me check. Oh, the Castlevania one? That is from Castlevania Judgment. Yeah, which was also reused in Smash Bros. Also, Lozephon. But, yeah, Castlevania Judgment, despite, like, we actually played that, this past October. And that game, at least when you play it with a regular controller, is a lot better than people give it credit for. Like, it's still, like, weird and goofy and, like, probably not the best game to release at that time, but, like, it's fine. It's dumb fun. Yeah, the fighting game, yeah, we actually played that. If you go on the VOD channel on YouTube, you can find the VOD for it. We did a full playthrough in one sitting of the story mode. But yeah, I was gonna say that, no matter, like, what your thoughts on the game itself are, the soundtrack is incredible. Like, so many good remixes of Castlevania songs in that game. Let's see. Talk about the Heike. Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heike, would you? The Heike? Why do you ask? This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the Curse of the Heike to commit murder. The Curse of the Heike? Oh, now we actually... Yeah, because we actually learned about this, but... And we actually saw it in great detail. But we didn't have a name attached to it, I don't think. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to be doing some Wii Retro achievements when they drop. I'm thinking we might start with No More Heroes, because I've been wanting to replay No More Heroes for a while. And I think Castlevania Judgment might also be getting a set by launch. Like, they're actually getting quite a few games ready by launch. Which I believe is only in a couple weeks. Like, it's not too far away. And did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, we suspect the Curse of the Heike may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Omyo, the timing matches up perfectly. I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment. Really? Shoot. On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. There is a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality? Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. And those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that could make anyone immortal. Oh, is that so? But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Without the use of a relic called the Tamatebako. Now does that ring any bells? Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh in the Tamatebako. Oh? Have you remembered something? Yes, that's it! It was one of the Heike! A man, wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. And he had the Tamatebako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it. A warrior in armor? Could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heike as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh? Yes, I remember now. What was his name? Do you remember that too? I think it was Tomo something. Tomo Shige? That's it! The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige. Taira no Tomoshige? That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's sons. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much, aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think, you actually knew one of the Heike. You mentioned you were in a boat. Do you recall anything else? I think we were being chased. I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heike were being pursued by the full might of the Genji's forces. I was struck by an arrow and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped. What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too? I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that. If you'll remember, ma'am, that curse echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death, creating the Curse of the Heike. It is a distinct possibility. This curse sounds terrifying. Yeah, Sato, you'll be well acquainted with this curse in a couple of days. Don't you worry about it. You'll know firsthand. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries. Not by choice. But first, before I forget. Yes? Keep our meeting today a secret. And don't let on to anyone that you know about the Curse of the Raging Waves. Okay. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figure that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? Huh? No, It's fine. I'll not pry. Just so long as you answer my questions. Alright, that's exhausted. By the way, I was wondering, how did you know I was an 800-year immortal? Oh, that. These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability. A special ability? If I look hard at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you. She quite literally has special eyes. Really? Not only that, but it turns out, with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Is that so? Oh, I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me. Nah, I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all this. Okay, so is that the end, or no? We'll be coming back to that conversation later. Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me. Me? But humor me. Doesn't the story behind the Curse of the Raging Waves ring any bells? Why should it? The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the Curse of the Raging Waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Sato Shiranami? What? You have said yourself that it was an onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who who has held back the curse for the past 400 years. Oh man, You're right! That was me! I knew it. I'm sorry, I can't. No more. I can't do this anymore. What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself. Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again, if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would have still have been active. Moreover, there is a limit to how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? In a sense. I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time would have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just need to find the right trigger. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. Took me a sec to get over the shock. Well, seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money. But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. Guess not. I wish I could have been more help. Oh, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Be my guest. How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals? You sure you want to know? Huh? Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it. I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality. Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone, you know. But then, what else can you do? You tell her, Soto. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with. What do you mean? Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that's done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days. Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me? Essentially, yes, except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end. Yikes! Mind you, neither I nor Soto have ever actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. Decades, you say? Where else have we heard that specific verbiage used before? Of course, there have been 800-year immortals who have sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. Okay, so... But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up? We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault. Don't you go blaming yourself for any of this. Still, if I hadn't... Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Soto. Isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am. So, any chance you've remembered something about the Curse of the Raging Waves? Did that Onmyoji Harukage Tsuchimikado happen to tell you how it could be lifted? I'm sorry. All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all. What kind of person he was, or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. And that's all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse. I will. Anyway, I get the feeling this Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time? It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear. You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you? Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then. Oh, man. However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heike at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever they may be. Another unknown, huh? Wait, hold on, I just Because how long back were those bones? Because we know who wields the curse now. We already know that part. We know who the assassin is. But, yeah, the seabed skeletons. All the victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. 6 years ago. Oldest dating back more than 30 years, so... she inherited it at some point. The presence of older remains has also been confirmed. They have been completely decayed, and it's impossible to tell how old they are. Another unknown, huh? Oh, what's this? Oh, there we go. Now we finally get a page for it. A curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment that lingered after the fall of the Taira clan. It kills an individual who meets the conditions by cleaving them in two. And it seems like all they needed was to hold a mirror. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed. Hope you find them soon. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you. Yes? Now, I'm not certain about this, but... I get the feeling that there's another 800-year immortal on Kamishima right now. What? Any idea who it might be? No, I don't have a clue. Are you sure about that? Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know. Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer? No, I really don't know who it could be. Alright, if you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island after all, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, I'd say that about covers everything. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further. Right, thank you. Still, give it a bit of time, and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance. Will do. I'll be going then. So, now what? She's given us much to ponder. To think we'd encounter a living witness. I'd never have dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good, as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding someone, that one. Or something, that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, I figure we might as well look into that too while we're here. Understood. Oh, you were standing here this whole time. My apologies for the interruption, but there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you have just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumiko Shiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not the only 800-year immortal here on Kamishima. And so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kamishima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You have borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 3 times. With this in mind, allow me to ask, who is the other 800-year immortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name. Oh god. Let's save the game real quick, just in case. Because also it's been a long time since I've done a manual save, so probably for the best I do that. Although the game is pretty good about auto-saving, so, you know, there's that. A total of 3 times, though. I have my suspicions. Because it's probably be, like, Mare Minakuchi. Right? But it says, if it says you have borne witness, that means it's something that we have seen ourselves, right? Wait. I just realized. At the very beginning of the game, Yuza did get caught by the, whatchamacallit? Yeah, the Tomokazuki. He did get caught by the Tomokazuki. And then we just rolled back from that like that never happened. But then he remembered that anyway. So is he and also Sato got there right when his body was still fresh on the ground. And then she was like, okay, we have to go. We can't do anything about his body now. We gotta fucking move it. We gotta book it. We gotta get out of here. So, were Yuza Minakuchi to come back to life, nobody would have been there to see it. And they would also explain how he survived out at sea following all that. Following the disaster. Let's see if my theory bears fruit. Correct. The answer is Yuza Minakuchi. To think you got it in one go. You're quite the observant one. Every time Yuza ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean. Oh my god. They're counting whenever I fucked up the diving minigame. So all those deaths in the diving minigame are canon. All those deaths actually happened. Are you serious? Whenever you fail a dive and you suffocate, all those runs actually happened. That's hilarious. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he had left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 5 on their first outing. You got me there. Such a feat would be difficult indeed, unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure, or the fear of death. It was this knowledge of his own immortality that led to him displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuza Minakuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. Oh. Well, there you go. Got called out for grinding? Okay, but it was canonical grinding. Like, the actually acknowledged by the game that all that actually happened. That every time I died in the pursuit of grinding. Oh, that's good. That's so good. Yuzumi Ikuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. So is the game gonna, like, suddenly... Yeah, there we go! Accepted fate. We get a new branch in his story. Oh, that's so good. Oh, you gotta see that now. Okay, but either way, this is still after Tsukasa, like, probably died. Because, yeah, this is several days after the tragedy, which means the storm probably already happened. And, everybody on the island fucking died. So, like, Tsukasa and Azami are also probably dead. Let's see. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or... Jesus, even, like, collateral damage. 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity. It caused a huge stir when news broke about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is ongoing. Oh wait, is this before the storm? Because I guess the other ending presupposes that Yuza never did anything about it and was presumed dead the whole time. Although, they left the island, like, right away. It was implied the storm happened right after, so did the storm not happen in this branch of the story? Anyhow, I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Oh! Hello there! I'm gonna ignore you for a second. Sometimes I think about the plans we all made to have fun here, and wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way they did. I guess there's no point thinking about that now, though. Okay, so they're dead. They're dead. A pair in traditional clothes. This suspicious pair apparently came here all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody. Okay, we got a lot of things to think about. We still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. I do. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors, so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed and left the town in tatters. Okay, so the storm already happened, okay. Because earlier it was like, it was called, let me see, it was a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. So I thought it was like still euphemistic. I didn't think we were actually talking about the same storm here. Okay, but the storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take the responsibility, the Wakamutas have been busy doing what they can. No! Azami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. And I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? Yes. Yeah, we actually know by now that yes. Following news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. I hope you're not selling mirrors. The same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse laid by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. I don't have much to show for my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami. Aww. The pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try to find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm, and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems they're still planning to find a solution, though, and have asked for my cooperation. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. But either way, they took any chance of my seeing her again with them. Unlocked Past Recollection Chapter. Yuza Minakuchi, you leave. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. So they did get to see each other one more time before she left, I guess. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse, after all. This is true. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Goodbye. Reach Yuza Minakuchi's bad ending. So even memories, or even time to meet up wasn't even, so, Okay, we can go back all the way here. We can follow up with Arnov later. I feel like this is more important. That we resolve whatever is happening here, or at least get to the point where before they make us stop. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned home to Kamishima, Yuza Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kantekisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Okay, so this is a while back. This is before the game even, like, properly began. Huh? There's someone already here. How unusual. Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come up here. Oh, I take it I'm not welcome. I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. So, who are you? I'm Yuza Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima. Wait, I just realized something. Hold up. How old was he? Because he's 18 years old, so it says, right? But didn't that whole thing, like the accident, like the disaster happen when he was a little kid? Let me see. Yeah, I don't think it actually says, but I sent him away to board at a high school on the mainland. So I guess theoretically, he could still just be like, he just looks the exact same as he did 5 years ago, perhaps. In truth, he died 5 years ago in the disaster that occurred off Kamishima and was resurrected by a mermaid, becoming an 800-year immortal. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it? Yep. I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? Nice to meet you. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are. Is that so? I'd rather not stand out. It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone. I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you? Fine. And unfortunately, no stickers here either. Where did all my stickers go? Bunnies only want one thing, and it's disgusting. You can see all the way from Issei Bay out towards the Enshu Sea from here. It's a great view. But that doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. But from here, it looks as tranquil as can be. Let's have ourselves a think. Coming here always helps clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, that means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. Sato Shiranami. I hear she's a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, will be staying with him for a while. But apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things worked that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That or she'd been raised by animals. Even now she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamuras, so the mystery has only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Yeah, you and me both. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me... Oh, whoops. They avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon so they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an ama diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury. But her condition's improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now and has even been handling the cleaning and the laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently. Perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk about her shows, though. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall. Maybe even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. Alright, how I'm bad on my metric conversion. How much is that in feet? Let me see. "5'6". Yeah, Azami's a real titan. A real fucking giant. Looking at a woman who's 5'7", going like, damn, she's huge! She said she doesn't want to stand out, but that's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. Jesus Christ. She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? Azami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people here like him. But he's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying, we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her. But maybe this is just part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say it's all thanks to Azami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. I said it wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. Okay, so we have exhausted that. Right then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. Wait. The same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just going to cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Yeah, once again, relishing the fact that I didn't give you assholes that Vector's voice clip. Yeah, well, now what do? I think we've exhausted our options, haven't we? Yeah, time to think of how to make my own way through life from... Oh! Can I help you? Made you jump, didn't I? You did. Of course you did! Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that. At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Anyway, did you need something? Oh, right. I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Huh? You leave! No, you're the one who should leave. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe? That's true. Okay, fine. I'll leave. Huh. You caved a lot faster than I expected. Still, I kind of feel bad for chasing you off like this. So you can have this Kamishimaru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground onto others now, huh? Still, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? Nah, you didn't do anything wrong. But since you're offering... Acquire the keychain. Something tells me this keychain's going to be important. Do I have an inventory? Doesn't seem like it. I'll be on my way as promised, then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? Hmm? I see. So that's how it is. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yep, pretty rough, all right. It's none of my business, though. Bye. Whoa, whoa, how am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. Later. Oh. Ah, okay, so now we have nothing left to do but go back to Arnov. We have to go back to Avi. Or we could do the diving minigame. But, I think just once is enough for that. Unless we need to go back to it again, because honestly, the fact that, like, I picked up... Well, I guess actually, because you can only go diving as a minigame here in this chapter, it's always implied to be the same point in time, so either way that reveal later on would have still made sense. Well, anyway. Back to the Avi show. Vatamate Bako, a treasure required to obtain immortality. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Ikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Oh my god. And he's even doing the thing where he's acknowledging, like he's breaking the fourth wall. Hello again. Arnav Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we could meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves. Who exactly are you talking to? I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure. Honestly, I bet you anything, like, him breaking the fourth wall is going to become important. Like, he's got some kind of, like, we're a ghost and he's, like, sensing our presence. Like, he actually knows we're here and he's actually talking to us about it. It's not just a funny. Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? Oh, right. Sorry. Alright, I have to look something up at this point. Let's see, where is it? Where are you? Where'd you go? There we are. Because if you missed them, behind the Kamishima poster, what? Back in the ryokan, are you... Is that what... On the seabed, Kiku's reward. On the seabed, with Shotaro. On the seabed... Okay, so there is one I missed. Because it did not tell me this before, so if it's behind the Kamishima poster, that means it has to be back at the ryokan. Damn it. Oh, well. Cersei is using her dowsing ability to search for the descendant right now. What's that? Doesn't her dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy? And on top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right, I was thinking the same thing. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the descendant ought to have it since it is so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. Then the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy has fallen right into the lap of our target. Now, Cersei just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. At least, that's the plan. This is the town of Ichika in Toba City. The area is one of many in the area. Okay, I got... The area is one of many in the area. You gotta come up with a... This is what you got... This is what you bust out the thesaurus for. Anyway. She seems focused. Best not to interrupt her now. Cersei is completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. However, her dowsing range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. So we have to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. Flashback. So, any idea where we might start looking for the descendant? I think... Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he? He did, which would mean that... In other words, she's a difficult person to deal with. Well, yes, Mr. Ikoma did say as much, but that doesn't relate to her location. Dang! What I meant is that if he visited her several times, wouldn't that mean she doesn't live too far from here? Oh, right, I see what you mean. So, I think it'd be best to start by searching for the towns within Toba. I see. But there are quite a few towns in the area, right? About that. When we parted yesterday, Mr. Ikoma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Ms. Suma. Ah, right, he did say that. So basically, he said it like he would drop by while he was in the area, so they likely lived close to one another. Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many Ama divers are our top candidates. So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of Ama divers. And that's right, we can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters. It'd be nice if we'd at least learn the descendant's name. We might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place. Because I'm thinking it's it was Somikawa, right? Was the... They haven't actually, like, said as much that they know about who Somikawa is as of yet, but... Somikawa! That's what Taishima's survivor was called. If there are any descendants, then they may still bear the same name. That's right. It's another clue we can follow. And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. I should probably talk to her again now. So, Cersei, what's the situation? Want to give it a try? Huh? Really? Will it still work if it's me? I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you'd like. Color me intrigued. I'm in. Alright, just like this. I'll hold the pendulum. Direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts. Very well, bring it on. The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point it in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout that you figured it out. Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. Ah, it's not the Eureka button this time. Oh. It's getting stronger, but I don't know if that's the strongest. Okay, it's getting weaker there. Okay, this seems to be the spot. There, right there. Not quite. The reaction should be much stronger than that. It takes a little time for it to react, so if you move around too fast, it might be hard to notice. Curses. So that's how it works. Got it. Okay, it's definitely that. You got it. So that means it's somewhere up there? I still like to think I was pretty close, though. They should have given that one to me still. Like, ultimately, I was off by, like, a couple centimeters. Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go. I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us. Alright. Okay, on that note, looks like Al's gonna start soon, so I'll take a quick break, run to the bathroom and all that. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Sit tight, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. And we are back. Sorry if that took a little longer than usual. Okay. Let's see. Right. And this is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor. Got it. Hello? Anybody home? Wow, you don't hesitate, huh? We're here on behalf of Mystery Coma. No answer. Guess no one's home. No. I can sense a presence. Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box. This guy sucks at this. What is it? Ah, you two. Avi and Cersei, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box. Yes, that's right. You know, I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous I can hardly think straight. All right, have a good night, Mr. Taco. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. And I'll catch you later. Please, no need to be so tense, Ms. Somikawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful. Right. So she is a descendant of the last Taishima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we've actually met her, I'd say it's more like she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. I can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. Still, the fact that she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wearing traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock, to be honest. Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Taishima. Who's to say it's even true? I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations. Nah, I moved here a couple years back. Oh? Why's that? That's got nothing to do with the two of you. Fair enough. Then if you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Ms. Somikawa? Why? Apologies, I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants. Dunno. But I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough. Oh? What do you mean by that? No more than what I said. Where exactly did you come across the iron box? I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly it was left behind by the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse of Taishima. A map, you say? It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Ise Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Taishima's lost history, we felt we absolutely had to tell you about it, Ms. Somikawa. Oh yeah? If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence? I didn't know it was a box, but I'd been told something still remained of the island. That makes sense. Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside. Yes, inside was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves. A record? Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad? The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately, Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe this story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, dang! Welcome, iterators. Welcome. I'm Matt O.B., Retro Variety Mad Scientist Bunny, and today we're not playing a retro game for once. We're playing Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse. We played the first one October 2024, and I loved the hell out of it, so I left out the opportunity to play the new one. But welcome on in. What were you up to? What were you playing? Let's see. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, this game's been fantastic. I've been loving this. Pretty much like on par with the first one thus far. It's different, but it's doing a lot of its own cool stuff. You're playing Monster Hunter Wilds, nice. I haven't actually touched Wilds yet. I've played World and I played Rise. I still have yet to really get into Wilds. But start off with cooking and then Monster Hunter. Nice. I hope you had fun. Yeah, they're doing an expansion for Wilds, right? That might not be a bad time to finally hop in. Because I did really enjoy, I did really like, World and, Rise. Wilds is much improved performance-wise, right? I remember hearing that, at the start, it was a little rough, but, they've done a lot of patches to it since. So I figure by the time the DLC, like, the expansion drops, that'll be probably a good time to jump in, because I did the same thing with World. I waited until Iceborne, and I was able to get the bundle. And, yeah, jumping into it that late, you have a lot of content. That's a lot of game to go through, so I was well occupied. Successfully completed a really hard quest, nice! What was the monster? It might, if it's one I know. But yeah, this game, if you've never played Paranormasight, the first one, both this and then the prequel, the one, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, are basically visual novel, like adventure games with like a horror element to them. But they're also like really funny at times. Like it does a really good balance of like blending the two tones. They're really good. A new monster to Wild, so you might not know it, and I won't reveal it in case you care about spoilers. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for the consideration. I will inquire no further. And that was all recorded in that box. Let's see. Talk about legends. Okay, that wasn't there before. Let's ask more about the box. And that was all recorded in that box. She seems distrustful. No, we better wait before broaching this topic. Yeah, you know what? Smart. If she realizes that we're after the Tamatebako, it'll only make her more cautious. Let's talk about legends. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family? Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, huh? Alright, well, thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the raid again. And have a good one. You know, let's save the game right here before I make any decisions. Honestly, it might be, honesty might be the best policy here. But thank you. You got me. Alright, you got me there, it's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it's in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must sate my curiosity. I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting the Tamatebako. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes. Oh. So she's already distrusting of Ikoma as well. Ah! Did you just say that Ikoma is after the Tamatebako? Oh? So you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere no one will ever find it. I see. It must be very precious to you, then. Well, I'm relieved that iron box found its way to you, then. God, even she gets, like, the pursed lips look. That's all there is to say about the Tamatebako. Alright. I'm not gonna share the family's legends of Taishima with just anyone. Oh. I see. So, do you live here by yourself, Ms. Somikawa? That's right. Alright, good talk, good talk. So, was there a curse stone inside the iron box? Oh, she knows a lot. A curse what? Don't play dumb, there must have been one. Well... honesty has served us well thus far. Let's keep it going. So you already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside. That's what I thought. Then how about a trade? You two want the Tamatebako, don't you? Oh? A trade? Ah. I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take the boat all of a sudden. To think the Tamatebako would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist. Ah, my apologies. I guess that's just the writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling. You sure can talk. And he sure can drive a boat with his hands on his hips. Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length once I get started. That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. The sea, though. Once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Yeah, Admiral Arms Akimbo. Nothing but the sound of the waves. No talking, no irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming without a sound. This is fine. Stop the boat. Oh! Whoa! This is one of Cersei's abilities, a Shikigami. When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. Hello, Ego. Not quite. This is when Cersei is fighting the police. Is that what Castle Shikigami is about? Because I don't, like, I know about the name, but I don't know anything, like, actually about it. Or is there anything else that uses the name Shikigami that I'm not aware of? Like, that's probably pretty common as a thematic element, but... yeah, you missed some shit, Ego. There have been many plot twists and revelations. Also quite a few murders. But right now, things are chill. Things are pretty okay. Although we're kind of bouncing around the timeline. Is Glasses okay? No, she very much is not okay. That's Tsukasa, because we ran into like a bad ending route where she died. And right now we're basically gonna try to do things to possibly avoid that route. We're gonna see if we can change the future by further exploring the past. But we have made some pretty potent discoveries all the same. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Okay, fine. Did I just go whoa? I did just go whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything. Is something wrong? It's nothing. Don't mind me. I wonder if something happened to Cersei. I'd better read the note. Let's take a look. Ran into 2 suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful. Oh, I know what that is. We did that like the first session when we played as Yumiko. Seems like something happened on Cersei's end. I'd better stay alert just in case. But I don't think I'll mention this to Miss Somikawa. It'd only shake her up. Okay, but more importantly... Okay, I don't see any stickers anywhere. I guess we can talk. So, well, now she, semi-prequel to, okay, hold on. Gotta read through chat a little bit. Shadow, Destiny, Time Hollow. I don't know anything about those, so I'm a bit in the dark, unfortunately. So will you tell me what you want to trade for the Tamatibako now? You've got the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone with you, right? Sure do. Have a good look. The Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. Looks like the real deal, all right. And how would you know? Unless... You want to trade the stone for the Tamatibako, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it. No, that ain't it. Oh? That ain't it. You know? Oh! Well, there we go. So she had a sister. That's the mom. That's Yuza's mom. So that's why there's a resemblance. It's not the same person, but like looking haggard after 5 years, it was her sister. You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Somikawa. You say you had a sister. Does that mean... Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago. I see. My condolences. So there actually was another descendant. You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me, it was my sister. Your duty? And that's right. The duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, our generation would be the one to handle the 400th year since the disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important. So there was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years. But I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all that responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her. I see. So that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty. This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the Curse of the Raging Waves? I suppose they were connected, but... Lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal. Oh, really? Then what was it? Well... It was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Issei Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of the Taishima bloodline. Ah. The mermaid that was left behind, you say? Return a mermaid? So it's true. There really was a mermaid stuck in Issei Bay because she couldn't return to Ryugu. And that's right. Her name was Sobae. Oh, she's come up in our research. So she was real after all. You see... My sister that took on the family duty, it seems like she actually met Sobae herself. She got to meet the mermaid? After leaving my hometown and making a living as an ama diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I'd left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret. Regret? Why? You know... Ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids. Understandable. I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book had started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to become an Ama diver in the first place. But the true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it. I see. What bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth? My sister took pity on me and attempted to call her to meet me once in secret. Yeah, basically they've made, like, every mermaid reference you could think of. Especially as it pertains to The Little Mermaid. All of this takes place in, like, 1982? Or 1980X, so this is probably, like, right before the movie came out. So we haven't gone into, like, that level of reference, at least not yet. My sister, Mare, even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobaya was a cautious mermaid who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed as much as a glimpse. Quite the bitter outcome. Mare and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. She never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even to a close relative like myself. So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn the mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet. Yeah, keep rubbing it in, why don't you? Mare moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day, she got married, and changed her name to Mare Minakuchi. She seemed so happy. So she got married on Kamishima. I was so jealous I couldn't think straight, and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off. Ah, the infamous Tamatebako, yes? Yeah. The mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so the years went by. Then, 5 years ago, I heard that Mare had died in an accident. That's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me. Of course. But by then, our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing. Not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. While I was digging around, that man Ikoma found out I was a descendant of Taishima. You see, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tamatebako for a ridiculous price. And that brings us to the present, I suppose. In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled? And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you? That ain't it. Dang. He has such a way with words. It's no wonder he's a writer. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobaya appeared before me. Oh, you finally got to meet her. She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I now ask you to return the Tamatebako. Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Is that perhaps why the curse of the raging waves became active again? So what about the Tamatebako? Did you return it to the mermaid? I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her, I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu. You said what? God damn it. I can't take, like... Dude, Avi, you're undermining the situation, like, the gravity of the situation when you're making that face. Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. But in that moment, the pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids, there'd be no greater happiness than that. But Sobai simply told me it wasn't possible and that she'd forfeit the relic. And with that, she was gone. Oh. So the mermaid has already returned to Ryugu then? Ever since then, all I felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left. Yeah, sorry, can you speak up? I can't hear you through my hands. But then, the Tamatibako still exists, doesn't it? Sure does, but... even with such a fancy name, in the end it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty. I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it. Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. Ah. In the end, I never did figure out what the Tamatibako really was. The mermaid forfeited it just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with. My family's duty has been fulfilled. And that's what I meant when I said it was all over. Well, no, we already know what happens to her, and what happens to her is not pretty because this is earlier on in the timeline. We've already seen a future branch in the story where we find her body. Like that was like at the beginning of the game too. So we're gonna see momentarily probably. So, what do you want in return? Oh. I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid. Oh my god, I knew it. So, if you missed the beginning, we found her body as like... Okay, let me go back even further than that. One of the earlier parts of the game is you're playing as like the two detectives, Yumiko and Asoto. And they find, like, they're called in to investigate a body that washed up on shore that's human from the shoulders up and fish from the waist, from like the shoulders down. And people think it's a mermaid, but apparently it's actually when you get afflicted with a particular curse. And now, because of plot stuff, Avi has been given the power of that curse to, like, inflict on other people. And I guess now we're gonna find out how this happened. Because, like, they were able to... Like, Soto used one of his powers of, like, being able to sketch what a person looked like using even... using the remaining spiritual energy on their body. And discovered that that was Somikawa. And we never actually got an answer as to how she wound up that way. And we're about to find out momentarily. Miss Somikawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the curse stone? Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish. No, listen. There's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster. Nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid. I know. And that's fine with me. The curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer up my life to her. But... whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it. Just hold on a minute, okay? This is just... The Tamatibako is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please, do this for me. Ah, Miss Somikawa, wait! Ah, she's already gone. Will she come back up if I just wait long enough? Yeah, we're definitely saving the game here because, Jesus Christ, because, yeah, it says use curse there. If I want to, like, do exactly as the story mandated up to this point, I could do that. But what if I choose to defy fate? Damn it, what now? What do I do? Should I grant her last wish? It's surely no worse than helplessly standing about as she drowns herself. Right, she was serious about this. She's been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how that feels. It may be a curse, but still. I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. It's how she wanted to go. I might be the only one who actually understands Miss Somikawa's feelings. If I don't act now, it'd be like denying her final hope and dream. If you say so, we'll do it. Ah! A woman living in Toba. Although she occasionally does work as an Alma diver, it is unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name and has been living there ever since. And then oh my god, we have the full lore dump now. As Mare Minakuchi's younger sister, Azusa is also a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Following the destruction of Taishima, the Somikawa line hid themselves away, living for generations in a small village within the city of Shima. The book, The Little Mermaid, was a constant fixture in the household, a decision made so that the children of the family would grow up with a familiarity with mermaids, and Azusa read it repeatedly as she grew up, the tale fueling a fervent admiration for mermaids within her. Upon realizing that she could never be a mermaid herself, she instead decided to become an Alma diver, thinking that it would at least allow her swim freely through the sea like the beings she so admired. Thus resolved, she left her hometown behind, leaving the family duty, nothing more than a troublesome burden to Azusa, to be handled by her elder sister alone. For all intents and purposes, it appeared that Azusa's wish had been granted. However, upon returning home following her parents' deaths, she was taken aback to learn that the family duty inherited by Mare was in itself deeply connected to mermaids. Forgetting how she had pushed the duty onto Mare to follow her own desires, Azusa grew deeply resentful of her sister, accusing her of keeping the mermaid to herself and asserting her right to take up the family duty. But it was too late. Mare and the mermaid had already forged an unbreakable bond that no amount of words or deeds could undo. Following Mare's death, she was finally able to meet the being that had enchanted her for so long. However, her desperate plea for the mermaid to take her back to Ryugu was met with staunch refusal, and the mermaid left shortly thereafter, never to return. With her opportunity to fulfill her family duty gone, and her chance at connecting with mermaids lost, Azusa sank into despondency, spending her days in an empty haze. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish that appeared before her seemed to be a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Issei Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. Her form, writhing in the agony brought on by her sudden transformation, bore no resemblance to the mermaids she had once so admired as a child. Yet it is said that the expression on her face when her body was discovered a day later in Futami Gouda seemed somehow content. I do remember them saying that. Oh no, not even a picture for Sobai. One of the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived near Taishima about 400 years ago, she has since returned to her home, Ryugu. After that, we managed to quietly retrieve the Tamatebako from beneath the floor in Miss Somikawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain mermaid flesh. Since Soba had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes on the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast. Otherwise, Ikoma, or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. And that's when I heard news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Cersei heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice. There was simply no other way. Or at least, that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima, the island where Mare Somikawa, or rather, Mare Minakuchi, used to live. And there we are, we're finally approaching the end of that plot line, because every other plot line has been closed thus far, so once we complete this one, shit's gonna open up like crazy, I bet. Avi and Cersei finally arrive on Kamishima, on the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. I mean, he's got the perfect pose to just plop shit in his hands. He's always holding out his hands like that. He loves to gesticulate. He's kind of like, you know, he's Italian. He's talking with his hands a lot. Finally, after our long, arduous journey, we have arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, are you alright? You don't look so good. You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger? Can't you dispel curses? Minor ones, sure, but this is on a whole other level. I see. It might be best we don't stay here too long, then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure to tell me, okay? Got it. I'll do my best. Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I like to ask around to see if anybody knew Mare Minakuchi as well. That's the plan. Let's move. Oh! That's literally just that. Oh? Okay, so this expanded here. Okay, that's a doomed timeline up there. So this is different. We're finally branching out. Yuza heads out with Azami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. So, what's this important thing you have to do, Yuza? It sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Hello again? Please forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. On August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is of course preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old Curse of the Raging Waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth of his mother. Will Yuza Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you, and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. Thus concludes my announcement. I wish you good fortune. What? You think Kikuko is plotting to work out a curse that'll cause a massacre on the island? Okay, how'd you figure this one out before, like, this early in advance? Because that's something we know by the end, but how'd you work this one out? Yes, you might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but how did you even find out about this? Have you got any proof? Well, I saw the future with my own two eyes. With my two own eyes. Own two, god damn it. Yeah, literally it came to me in a dream. That's what we're working with right here. I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future? Yuza, if this is some kind of prank, you better cut it out right now. Seriously, this shit isn't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone I'm only on friendly terms with a murderer? I couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. Oh man, you're not making this easy, Yuza. I can't just... I mean... No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. Okay, I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Azami. But for real, what's gotten into you, Yuza? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. Kinda. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. Huh? What are you two doing here? What's with that getup, Yuza? Don't tell me you've been diving. Kiko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came out to find you. Where'd you hear that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. Sticker! Alright, what's this one called? Mimic and Minace. Okay, and there's still more to be found as well. They don't have hints. Kikuko is looking at us suspiciously. But I guess that's to be expected. We surprised you're here alone after all. Well, what's this all about? If you just want to talk, you can wait until after I'm done fishing. Right, this is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. I don't have any evidence, and I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I somehow manage to get her curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has a hold on her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. I'm going to change the future, one step at a time. There's no rush. After all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port, things are already different. Alright, let's save the game, because I don't know how much we're going to get locked out of stuff. if we make the wrong choice here. So were you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chie finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Don't I know it. Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. Yuza. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an Ama diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me to not go diving because a storm's on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering. Are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? Huh? What makes you think that? I don't know, I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an Ama diver forever. You normally play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, Yuza. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. Oh, big same, we got so much in common. You can earn a decent living as an Ama diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. I see. No luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever going to change around here. And just between you and me. As much as I love being surrounded by nature on that island, the culture here just isn't for me. So that's how you feel. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Frankly, I had no idea you were so interested in diving, Yuza. Alright, that's that done. Well, let's hold off on the hand mirrors, because the hand mirrors, as we know, are like her main mechanism of killing people. So, we want to like save that one for later. Like, keep that one in our back pocket. So, Kikuko, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right? Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I was just wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have had more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there, as if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's it got to do with you anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Huh? Seriously, what's all this about? Oh, nothing, really. I was just curious. Listen, working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone. Huh. So far, so good. You've been passing Kamishimoto hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know, I haven't kept track or anything. But if I had to guess, I reckon it'd be about 20 or so? Why, though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items if I do say so myself. Would you say they're to die for? Anyway, Yuza. Did you really come all the way out here just to chat? Something like that, but I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Azami, let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. She's on to us. Right, I know we just got back, but there's no time to waste. We've got to track down and collect all the Kamashimaru mirrors Kikiko handed out as soon as possible. Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually the targets of the curse. They even have the symbol on them down here. The same symbol we saw on the map. And the box. That cursed-ass symbol. No way, seriously? Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm gonna need your help, Azami. I guess we'll have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something, but we'd better not let Kikiko find out what we're up to. Yuza, I want to believe you, and I'd like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift a finger, there's something I've got to know. Alright. See, I've got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? When you were diving before, and you came face to face with a Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush, I got ahead of myself. You're right. Something did happen to me. And I'll tell you all about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least something's still the same. What I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kamishima is in. And I realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure. If I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. But how'd you find out about that anyway? Earlier you said you saw the future. When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. The moment our hands touched, everything went dark, and then the future unfolded before me. Huh. So it was kind of like a vision from the Tomokazuki? A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. So basically the entire game we've played up to now is him remembering all this stuff. I guess is what they're trying to say. It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works. But I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here on Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. So that's what started all this, huh? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki here? Is that why you picked that spot to dive? No, it's like I told you. I was hoping to find a clue there, since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I never would have dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of a tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all. But now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not. And now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. So, seeing as Kikiko is the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone? Yeah. But she's not the only threat. There's more to this. More? There are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me. The first is the massacre caused by Kikiko's curse. And the second is the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's going to hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you lost me again. I can't keep up. For starters, why is all this happening on the same day? I don't know. I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would have been nothing we could do about it either. But since I've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors. Oh. And now alternate branches for everyone. Interesting. But it does look like There's an ad coming up soon, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Just gonna freshen up, as it were, so I encourage you to do the same, and we will reconvene in a couple minutes. Sit tight. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. And we are back. So, considering that we just did some more Avi stuff for a bit, let's go back to Yumiko for this this split. And it looks like there's something for Sato here that we can't do yet, but we'll have to unlock later. The Onoura Bridge investigation, okay. While pursuing another case, Yumiko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futami-Gouda is that of a woman named Azusa Somikawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next. That is true, that was a bit of a... That's right, because, yeah, it ended here for them, from their perspective, and then every other time we've seen them since was in other characters' routes, momentarily. This is the last time, we saw them in any other route, and that was, way far in the future. So there's a lot that is still left blank as far as their route goes. But are they going to be able to trace it back to Avi? Alright. Sticker vision on. Aha! I knew it! I love this one with the gold chain and the Hawaiian shirt. Let's see, what's your name? Blues Cruise! That's good. Oh yeah, also there's all this stuff about the invasion of Taishima, I guess. And we haven't read this yet, so let's see. After Hadokage sealed the entrance to Ryugu, the two remaining mermaids, Nagame and Sobai, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore the seas beyond Ryugu, seized the opportunity to travel the world, a journey that would span the next 400 years. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love as she left. However, the more serious Sobai was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice. Mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home to Ryugu, she spent her days hidden in the depths of Issei Bay, weeping bitterly. Somikawa, the sole survivor of the Taishima Islanders, saw Sobai's tears and vowed to protect her, promising to do all he could to ensure her return to Ryugu one day. The treasure the mermaids entrusted to him, Atamete Bako, has been passed down through the generations of the Somikawa family as proof of the oath being honored by his descendants 400 years later. Now then, as much as I'd like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ide contacted us this morning, informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up in Futami Gouda, which we now know as Somikawa. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Ms. Somikawa, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. But important to note that it was not Mare Minakuchi. Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the two foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ijika. Yes, one of them was seen taking Ms. Somikawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had. I'm sorry, that was poor judgment on my part. Then the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to paranormal affairs. I believe her name was Circe, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. If it turns out that she's been using curses on ordinary people, we at Paranormal Affairs will probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly. I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes? Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates? I think you'll find that's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. Oh, this bullcut fucker? That's Soto. He's the actual exorcist psychic among the duo. And half the time he looks like a wet puppy. As somebody in chat brought up earlier, he has a persistent, there's a persistent he asked for no pickles energy between the two of them. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh wait, no, you said the bowl cut fucker, so that's probably the detective. Let me see, where is he? Yeah, if you mean this guy, yeah, he's a detective. That is, like, not part of our, like, secret psychic cops. He's just some dude. We haven't seen him in a while, though. I believe, previously the members of chat said he looked like every Beetle combined. It's like I can see the Paul, I can see the George, but not so much the Ringo or the John. Yeah, beat the Beatles. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved. Agreed. We have two people from the same town falling victim to the same curse, after all. I think it's reasonable to assume this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone. Yes, the first victim was Tomiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Ms. Somikawa from yesterday. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing. Still, a curse stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh? Is something wrong? The Curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to have become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone. That sounds like it would be a rare event indeed. Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Who was it? It feels like that mermaid's name is on the tip of my tongue. Could it be a memory from that time? Although I imagine many of your older memories have faded by now. I have to try and remember. What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring, strong feelings of resentment? It was Nagase, right? We have it in the files. Hayase. It was Hayase. Hayase. That's right. Her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped into my head. Oh? So there was a mermaid who died like that, was there? So yeah, she basically, I guess she had no actual means of knowing it, but because of metaphysical gameplay fuckery, we implanted the idea into her head. There was, I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Oh, right. Your ancestor, Harukage Tsutsumikado, must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see. I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding the map inside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts? I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the Curse of the Raging Waves as well. If we can view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the Curse of the Raging Waves. I wonder. Could the keepsake Harukage left behind using the map have been the curse stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish? I see. That's certainly a possibility. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten hold of it recently, and there's a high chance it was those two foreigners. Alright, we've narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find the curse stone for the Curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action, I think. Agreed. It's looking increasingly likely that that pair of foreigners has the curse stone. Yes, we did just go to Ichika to see if we could find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. I wonder where they could have gone. We also still don't know why they approached Ms. Somikawa. Could they be after the mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Were they looking to take it for themselves? But where would they have headed afterwards? Kamishima. That's where they are. What? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday after all. No. Something's telling me they went to Kamishima. And I get the feeling this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore. Alright, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there. Okay, and we can't go down that path yet, so we'll have to go this way. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Cersei continue to ask around about mermaids, but this garners suspicion, and they find themselves unable to gain any information. Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we've got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we've managed to learn, like some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone's avoiding us. This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without the islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. Yeah, why do you think that is? And for some reason, mentioning Mare Minakuchi makes things even worse. Did people hate her or something? Just hearing the name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust. Yes, I noticed that too. Though your way of asking probably doesn't help much. Well, how about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by. Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us has started to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go to the jetty. No, we must go to the jetty, and that's that. Well, don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore. Right, sure, the usual then. Well then, off we go. So already we've caused a break in fate, because last time they actually did go up to the lighthouse, and that's where we met them before. Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. Alright, this could be our last chance. Let's give it our all. Excuse me, could we speak with you for a moment? Cersei, no, there's no way she'll want to talk to us if we're that forward. Foreign visitors? How unusual. And your names are Avi and Cersei? Welcome to Kamishima. My name's Kikuko. I'm an Ama Diver. Kikuko the Ama Diver. Such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this. Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like. Just straight, like, just rizzed her up. Like it was nothing. Uh-huh. So, you're an active Ama diver then. Are there many young divers these days? Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. It just makes more sense to pursue higher education. I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away. Well, it is quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame them for choosing safer options. Just the other day, I heard 2 Ama divers went missing around Toba. Oh. Speaking of Ama divers... I heard Ama divers have a legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance that Tomokazuki might emerge from the depths. Ah, Cersei, enough with the ghost stories! Oh, Ama diving is a thing, it's basically a form of diving that was done, pretty much, I think it's still, like, done in parts of Japan now, but it was, like, traditionally, Female divers would just go down hunting, like, abalones and, like, shellfish and stuff without any, like, oxygen tanks or anything. They were just well-trained divers, like, really good at holding their breath and navigating underwater. And, yeah, they're a real thing. They're actually a real thing. Like, it's not like this is made up for the game. You sure know a lot, don't you? You're right, it's a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Huh. Maybe your Seiman and Doman symbols have kept you safe? Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstitions like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions, don't you think it's about time for a reform? But isn't free diving so close to a Shinto ritual and spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed. But you know, I believe it's exactly because of tedious customs like that one that young people are losing interest in diving. We should keep up with the times, otherwise there's no way this tradition will survive. Well, now that's very level-headed thinking. Yeah, hitting you with a Nihongo Jozu, straight up. Maybe it's because I'm part of the so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Has a curse technique but doesn't believe in superstitions. She might... Honestly, this might just be a cover story, you know? We can't say for sure. Also, hold on. I forgot to do my due diligence here. And check for stickers. Okay, I don't see any in the immediate vicinity. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland and then work as AMA divers when they return home. I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an AMA here. I saw him earlier. I didn't realize men could become AMA divers too. It's not like it's forbidden. It's pretty rare though. This is the first time I've ever seen it happen. Interesting. Yeah, basically, like, this is a thing in the first one, too. You can just, like, rotate the camera. And sometimes they do, like, really fun stuff. I don't know if you were here for it earlier, but sometimes if you turn your back to someone, like, look the camera around, and then you turn back to them, like, they'll be all up in your face, or, like, something will change when you weren't looking. They do, they do a lot of fun stuff with how the camera works. Right, it's just I couldn't remember if it was something that happened after you already came back or not. Oh, right. Actually, there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them? Sure. Who is it? A woman named Mare Minakuchi. Ah... See, that's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we ask about her. No, it's just... I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago. Ah, yes, we are well aware that she has passed away. Huh? Then why do you ask? Did she leave anything behind? Or was there perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that? Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her. Although her son has just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new AMA diver, that's her son. Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is? Sorry, no idea, but he's got to be somewhere around the island. His name's Yuza Minakuchi. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there. Wow, thank you. This is invaluable information. Just like that. His name is Yuza Minakuchi. Okay. Okay, but it's still not checked off, so we'll have to circle back around to this later. This may be a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you? Huh? Mermaids? Oh? So you do know something? When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures? Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. So tell me, any mermaid secrets about? Are you saying you really came all the way out here to look for mermaids? More or less, so any information you may have would be a huge help. Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself. Fantastic! Another fan entranced by the mysterious. They say that eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right? That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well? I guess so. Not for myself, though. Uh-oh. Are you... It all leads back up to him, doesn't it? It's always back up to him, isn't it? Always this wrinkly old prune. Oh? Every time he asks someone about mermaids, everybody treats him like he's asking about a man with two left hands. I mean, he is being very serious about it. Under normal circumstances, if somebody walked up to you on the street, is like, do you know where I can find a mermaid? How would you react? So you mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids? More than just a little interested, are you? Well, in fact, right here in Issei Bay, there used to be... Wow! So mermaids used to live on this Taishima place? So you think there may still be some clues here in Kamishima that will lead you to the mermaids in Ryugu? Nail on the head and right on the button. Unfortunately, I can't say that I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before. A pity. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is so frantically dodging our questions about Mare Minakuchi, would you? Was she such a terrible person? It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyway? Well, this is kind of a secret, but... It seems that Mare Minakuchi had some sort of connection to the mermaids. Huh? You don't say. I see. So that's why. Oh? Did you remember something? Not really, it's just... I always thought she was a little off. Almost as though... she wasn't actually human. So you're saying Mare might not have been human after all? That she was actually a mermaid? No way, I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Right. Okay, so that's exhausted. Let's have ourselves a think. Why did I feel that sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko. This jetty was built to break the waves, so... Oh. This jetty was built to break the waves, so fishing boats can come in and safely unload their catch. Then I suppose jet planes have nothing to do with it. No. Not at all. The structure over in the distance is called a breakwater, built to keep the waves out. Seems like it's a popular fishing spot. Now let's go talk to our assistant here. She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to by far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something. It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us. Oh, typo. To talk us. I wonder who's to blame for that. What? You're saying it's my fault? Looks like we made a solid first impression. She seemed genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refuse to leave this place without at least a few answers. Okay, still nothing new there. Who would have thought? Seems like just bluntly calling out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding on to for so long is starting to falter. What if I Let's save just in case I do something I'm gonna regret. But what if I show her the box? The Tamatebako. Sacred treasure of the mermaids. I haven't had the courage to open it yet. The curse stone bearing the curse of the forsaken fish. Should I really be carrying this around? Is there something else I should be investigating? Because... yeah, it seems like we've exhausted all of our options, but... oh. Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tide mirror that Ikoma told us to look for. Guess I'll just try my luck and ask. Oh, right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no. A mirror, you say? Well, well, you've come to the right woman. Oh, you know it? Luck's finally on our side. No, it isn't. Avi, you have made a horrible, terrible mistake. Could it be you're talking about this? Ta-da! Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen. This is the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kamishimaru hand mirror. I had no idea it'd become so famous. No way. Could this be the still-tide mirror? Definitely not. Right. Oh? This isn't the one you're after? Ah, well, since you seem to have taken a liking to it, I'd still love to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today. What? Really? Lucky me. I will have to politely, respectfully decline. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need it after all. You sure? It's free, you know. Well, when you put it like that, no. No, I'm sure. I absolutely decline. Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you. Anyway, what we're looking for is actually a bronze mirror. A bronze mirror? You mean the type you'd see in history books? Yeah, probably. Something like that. No, I can't say I know anything about that. Shame. I've never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Oh, that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier. Was that by chance the Tamatebako? What? Sorry, I just happened to notice. And judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right. Damn it, I didn't think it'd be that noticeable. A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was the Tamatebako. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it. How could you see through this poker face right here? The very image of cool, calm, and composed. Cersei, I'm sorry. Oh, now she's got a very different look on her face. Kikako, why the interest in the Tamatebako? It's some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right? My, you're well informed. Would you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your while. Huh? You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search for eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So, what do you say? Whoa, slow down. Avi? Huh. Much more than some third-rate writer like yourself could earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need the Tamatebako for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world? I believe I understand your offer, Kikiko. But my answer is no, not a chance, no way, no how. It's never been about money. It's about the thrill, the adventure. Adventure? Exactly. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality, what better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart. You've totally lost me. You're throwing this as a chance away for some childish adventure? You wouldn't understand! I'd put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over. I see. Seems like there's no reasoning with you. Ugh, it'd be so much easier if you had it. Huh? Why'd you have to refuse the mirror? This would have been so much easier. And this is why we turned that shit down. Huh? Oh, the mirror? I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do. Why do you ask? Are things not going as planned? Ugh. I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. Sounds like if we had the mirror on us, she would have been able to steal the Tamatebako. I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something. I wonder if I have to, like, leave and, like, if I accept the mirror, she probably would have killed me on the spot, right? She probably wouldn't have hesitated, or... You know what, let's prod. So, why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tamatebako? Who knows? Think you'll get it out of me with that attitude? She still hasn't given up on the Tamatebako. Avi, focus. I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off Kikiko. Huh? Oh, got it. I'm pretty okay, hold on. We're gonna save here. I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone. What? What's this all about? I couldn't tell right away because it was masked by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over this island, but on closer inspection, the curse stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Huh? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. What if the condition to activate her curse was holding on to one of those mirrors? Then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met. Well, only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert. Hey, Kikiko. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Yeah? Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh? What? Avi, are you sure? You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the Tamatebako, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hand mirrors, am I right? On the other hand, I can use my curse on you whenever I so please. You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too. Yeah? Who's to say it hasn't already been met? Tch. Now, cease your scheming and tell us all you know. Okay, so that's still a no-go. Do you really have the resolve to kill someone with a curse? Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I am prepared to defend my life if necessary. Really? I was expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly. Indeed, my heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve. Eh? You're saying you've actually used it before? At this point, what difference does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained. Damn, so you're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops. Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call. What about your lady friend? Well, are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I've pretty much given up on him at this point. So it would be great if you could just give up and hand over the curse stone. What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane. Aw, come on now. I think we can agree that we both have our issues. Good, we're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract some more information out of her. Good job, Cersei. Making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. Actually, maybe a little too convincing? Does she really think I'm that crazy? Whatever, I've got more important things to focus on now. Alright, look. Seems like you're just as dead set on the Tamatebako as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us about your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise. Compromise? Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tamatebako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality? I've got no romantic tale for you. I told you. I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it. Oh? Important, you say? How is that? Are you also an illegitimate child? How many are on this island? Because I'm his illegitimate child. Oof. But he simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. I mean, just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. Yet he cast me aside and refuses to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating. So your father's some rich man. Yeah, there's hardly anyone in Ise-shima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I am stuck in this wretched life. The island of misfit children. Yamashina, eh? I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave it my all to make it in the big city, and for what? Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island trying to make ends meet as an Ama diver. I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow... I see. So, you figured that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you could leverage the box to get what you wanted at the same time. Yeah, I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of that place is basically Yamashina's protege. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality. Interesting. And was he the one who told you about the curse stone and the Tamatebako as well? Yeah. Since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. He gave me the curse stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now that I've got his chance for the Tamatebako, that's my best option. Oh, how intriguing. I have a feeling I know who this is. We only know one CEO around here. So you wanted to trade the Tamatebako for Yamashina's recognition. And that's right. See, I knew we were never going to find a compromise. True. It's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure. That company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tamatebako and the curse stone? Just who exactly is he? I was wondering the same thing. Of course you were. He's an incredible person, after all. Mr. Kipe Ikoma is an amazing man. It's thanks to him I got a chance to make my dream come true. I knew it. I mean, how could I not? He's like the only CEO we've met. Oh! Did you just say Ikoma? Kipe Ikoma, you say? From Sala Planning? Huh? You know Mr. Ikoma? Indeed, just met him the other day. In fact, I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card? Then that business card you took out earlier was his. And that's right. Want to see it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I think we fucked up. If you say so. Yeah, we fucked up. We fucked up real bad. What? A curse echo? Yikes, did we mess up? Plagas Asteri, guide his path and with thy merciful hand protect him. Why? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card. The conditions should have been met. So why? Yikes, I thought I was done for. You were. I'm sorry. All I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then. Huh? Like what? A curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you. What? Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? God damn it, I refuse to die here! Yeah, what's with you? Ah! She fell into the water. It's now or never. Not the most, not the preferable outcome. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken out the business card earlier. That was probably a bad idea. I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Avi? Well, I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. So it had to come to this. No turning back now, it seems. Oh my goodness! Hello, Code and Raiders! Welcome on in! Okay, well, so we're playing Paranormasight. You just missed some really big shit. So if this is a game you're interested in playing, I suggest you, I appreciate you've come here, but if this is a game you want to play, maybe don't stick around because we're in deep spoiler-terry. But if you do decide to stick around, I'm Matt OB, Retro Variety, Mad Scientist Bunny, and today we're not playing a retro game. We're playing a new game that just came out 2 weeks ago. Paranormasight: The Mermaid's Curse. I played the first one back in October 2024 and I loved it, so we're playing the second one because it just came out. But what were you playing? What were you up to tonight? Let me shout you out super quick. I'll give everybody time to bail if. All right, well. Yeah, thanks for stopping by all the same, Hyverius, but, yeah, I shall give everybody time to get away from the spoilers. We did Dissidia, Pokemon Yellow, and Pokemon Snap. That's a lot of Pokemon. But, all those are really good games. Actually, you know what? Shit, I should probably do Pokemon Snap for retro achievements. That would be fun. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. And yes, this is a visual novel. It's a visual novel, adventure game sort of thing. You're... Oh, thank you for the follow. It's one of those games, if you've ever played, 999, it's got that sort of thing where you're going down, different, branching, plot trees, plot branches, and then as you discover things in other branches, other branches in the other paths open up. So you're kind of bouncing between timelines to try to piece together this full narrative. It's one of those kinds of games. And the first one was super good, and thus far I'm really liking this one too. And hello, is that JJ or is that Hey? Also, I shall take the opportunity to hydrate as I have been commanded to. But yeah, the whole like it's also where do I even start? These are basically like horror mystery adventure games, but they've also got like a really big like focus on comedy as well. Like these games can be really funny at times. It does a really good job of like balancing the tone between like abject horror and like really goofy comedy. All right, no worries. Have a good rest, Code. Yeah, why does the MC get to remember everything? In here, they actually did a pretty decent job of explaining it, I feel. Like there's a good reason why the main character remembers everything. Although that's only one of the characters, and in this game you also jump between the storylines of other characters. But only the main character knows about the future he has to avoid. All right. Yeah, thanks again for the raid, and have a good one. Okay, but I'm going to assume that anybody still left here either, like, doesn't care about spoilers, so I'll give you, like 10 more seconds to bounce, in that case. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that. Understood. So what about the curse stone? What's it like? Yeah, about that. Oh. A bronze mirror? That's right. A palm-sized bronze hand mirror. Wait, don't tell me the still-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along. And yeah, believe me, I also wish more Sakura Wars was available in English. But, we're all working on it. There's a fan translation for 3 in the works. I'm doing my part. The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that. The one you played was on Wii. If you don't already know, there are fan translations of the first 2 on Saturn. 3 is on Dreamcast. 3 is when they finally made the jump to Dreamcast, and there are Dreamcast ports of 1 and 2, but thus far only the Saturn versions are translated. But honestly, that's fine. They were made for the Saturn in the first place. And also, I think the music sounds a little better in the Saturn version, to be honest. But yeah, the Wii one, that's the 5th one, which is kind of standalone, so it's fine. But I would say that if you like the 5th one at all, definitely check out the others, or at least the earlier ones. I'm a bit more mixed about the PS4 one, like the reboot they tried to do. What's my Saturn eMove choice anyhows? I use the Saturn core on the Mister, but if you only have a PC, I would recommend Mendefen. How hard would it be to put the fan translation patches on the DC versions of 1 and 2? As I understand it, the Dreamcast versions are like really weird, like source code conversions of the Saturn versions. They're like half emulation, and so it makes it really complicated. So basically, it's as of right now, it's impossible, but never say never. Oh, excuse me. It's a Mendefen. Let me type it out. It's spelled like this, and then also Mendefen is a command line emulator, so you want to get a GUI for that, and the one I recommend is called Menaf, like this. Yeah, that's what you'll want if you're looking to emulate Saturn. Because yeah, Mendefen on its own, it's literally just command line. But if you have Menaf in the root directory of Mendefen, you can use that, and it makes it behave like basically any basic emulator. Yeah, kind of like that. It's very goofy, like the way they had to emulate it for Dreamcast. But the Dreamcast version of 1, I forget if this is the case for 2, but the Dreamcast version of 1 was actually ported by M2 who are still around nowadays doing like a bunch of retro collections and stuff. And they're basically the best there is in the business for like retro emulation. The anime for Sakura Wars, if you're talking about the old one from like early 2000s, that's like a really weird retelling of the first one, right? It's a very loose retelling of the first game. It's a lot darker in tone, and the ending is completely different. And then there's all the OVAs and stuff, and there's the first OVA series is like before and during the first game. Then the second OVA series is mostly during the second game. And then there's some other OVAs that take place like during Sakura Wars 3, like when they're all in Paris. Because it depends on which OVA you watch, because it's a little confused in English, because for the longest time they just referred to all the OVAs as just Sakura Wars, whereas in Japan they had distinct titles. But hello, Professor Ramses, how's it going? But, because, like, the first one is just called, in English, it's just called Sakura Wars, right? And, oh my goodness, another raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Matt OV, Retro Variety Mad Scientist Bunny, and today we're playing, Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse. And, we're actually pretty deep into it now, so I'm gonna warn you. We're gonna be in pretty deep spoiler territory. Like, we're already in pretty deep spoiler territory now. This screenshot right here should be fine. We were in the middle of discussing something else entirely. We were on a bit of a tangent, so we're not doing a whole lot of, like, progression here, but I will warn you that if you're interested in playing this game at all, you might want to, like, just duck out, because we're pretty deep into it. But otherwise, welcome on in. What were you playing? Actually, because I just got another raid, like, just before you, so I don't know if am I allowed to do another shout-out right away, or... Okay, yeah, good. Good. So what were you up to? Were you also on the retro achievements grind? But yeah, we've been playing this already, like, we're 7 hours deep into this session. The last session was, like, 10 hours long. So we're pretty deep into this, but I like it a lot so far. I don't know how much longer the game is, so I kind of want to see if I can, like, knock it out by tonight. I feel like that might be possible. I don't know. Doing retro achievements, mastered Mega Man X2, hell yeah, and a hack called Tales in Sonic 1, and then finished with some Neo Turf Masters RA. Which one are you doing for Neo Turf Masters? Because I saw that there's one for arcade and there's one for Neo Geo CD. And I remember seeing that one of them is supposed to be, like, way more doable than the other, but which one are you doing? Arcade? Is that the harder one or the easier one? I forget off the top of my head. Because there's one that has, like, a zillion achievements, and it's, like, really, like, granular, from what I recall. And then the other one's a bit more generalized. Because I've been thinking about tackling that at some point. That would be fun. Always a good time playing Neo Turf Masters. Any excuse to play that is a good excuse. But to kind of cycle back to what we were talking about just beforehand, the first Sakura Wars OVA is called the Gorgeous Blooming Cherry Blossoms, and then the second one's called the Radiant Gorgeous Blooming Cherry Blossoms. But in the States, they were just known as Sakura Wars, and then Sakura Wars, The Return of the Spirit Warriors. Which I don't think are very good titles, but, you know, whatever. CD has Win Grand Slam in Scotland. Arcade has Get an Albatross. Pick your poison. Scotland is hell. Scotland is the one that they made just for the CD, right? Where it's just like, it's basically a shitpost course. Yeah. Whereas like they just throw like trees everywhere and all that nonsense. Neo Turf Masters made in Mario Maker. Yeah, I think that conveys pretty much like everything I've heard about that course. And also you have to unlock it too, right? Because I remember playing the Neo Geo CD version before, and I remember like wasn't there by default. I'm pretty sure you have to unlock it, and I forget what the conditions are for that. Oh, it's just a button combo? Okay, well that's not so bad. Yeah, but before we continue, though, I'll give everybody a chance to duck out if this is a game that they've been meaning to play, because again, we're pretty deep into it. We're going to be in like big spoiler territory, so. Oh, thank you for the bits. Thanks for the information on Soccer Wars. Now I have to look them all up and stuck in ads now. Wait, you're stuck in ads? What the hell? Yeah, ads aren't supposed to start for a couple more minutes. I don't get Twitch, man. Like, ads aren't supposed to start for a while, and yet, whatever. I guess we're just at the mercy of Twitch's whims. But, assuming nobody else is stuck in ads, then, I'll give everybody, like, a couple minutes to, or I guess, like, a couple seconds to, like, back out, because we are in deep spoiler territory, so if you want to play this game, now's the chance to duck out. I appreciate you coming. I'll give another 10-second countdown, like I did for the last group of raiders. So, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this cursed stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What did you learn? There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself. Don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball. So you're not gonna look? Of course I am. Let's see. Whoa, so this is the real deal. Oh, a mermaid. There's a mermaid on it. All right, so now we have Biography of Tomoshige and Curse of Tomoshige. Okay, now we got the lore dumps. Let's see. Taira no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taira no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the latter half of the Heian period at the height of the Taira clan's power. Though his father Yorimori was the only child born of the official wife of Taira no Tadamori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan, he maintained a deferential attitude towards Kiyomori, a stance that made Tomoshige regard him with contempt, and fueled his ambition to one day stand at the head of the Taira clan. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukimaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. At around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kusawa village, the place of her birth. Okay, this is actually going to be really important, holy shit. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyo in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the Bureau of Onmyo as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Taira no Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women. Oh, again with that word, dalliances. With women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as their interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. The fall of the Taira clan. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated at the Battle of Dan-no-Ura, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Dan-no-Ura, and came to know of the Taira clan's downfall while he was laying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his grandfather Tadamori had left the family, a tametebako preferred by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat was highly poisonous, with even a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and it had ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tamatebako and pried it open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled as to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing the tamatebako as his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tamatebako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the sea of Ise. At the same time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior, and had with him the famed sword Nukemaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to their clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea. A mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box, before suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed the mermaid. There was a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up, only to find that it continued to twitch even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try eating it immediately, he decided to stow it in the tamatebako for the present. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protests. They waited a while, but no change seemed to overcome her. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid, but as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. As the two looked around, they realized that their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered, and, unable to break through his attacker's ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuers. Consumed by the bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment towards these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. Welcome back, Codes to Life. I don't know why you were in ads. It's very weird. Ads aren't supposed to start for a while, but you missed a big lore dump. We got a big lore file here, so I was reading through that. And let's see. I think we can go through one more before ads start up for everybody else. I don't know why it started for you. Like, I don't get it. Twitch is... Yep, Twitch is Twitch, man. So yeah, now we have full insight into the curse of Tomoshige. A curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment when he was struck down 800 years ago, following the fall of the Taira clan. Part of the clan's main lineage, Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan, but was killed before realizing his dream. The curse uses a specific symbol as its target, and kills those who carry that symbol within the area specified by the user by cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundred meters. And that would explain all that. So, this is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 long years. Taira no Tomoshige? Never heard of him. He wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even with the Heike. Seems that he sought the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. And that resentment, It must have dwelled within Tomoshige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a curse stone. Most likely. Then, the symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true curse target. I had a feeling as much. Actually, isn't that symbol also on your map, dude? You should probably do something about that. Also, it was on the box, too, wasn't it? That symbol's on fucking everything. Sometimes Twitch will disconnect the player or pause it for you, then hit you with a pre-roll ad when you start it just because you haven't seen one in a long... Oh, I guess that would explain that, huh? Yeah, the whole thing is everybody is trying to seek out immortality for different reasons, and some of them are already immortals mixed in among them because of a folkloric belief in Japan that eating the flesh of a mermaid will turn you immortal. So this guy right here, Avi, basically just wants to, like, find it out for, like, the mystery of it. He doesn't really have any grand objective. But then there's a lot of other assholes who just want it to, like, basically, like, for self, like, I guess gain, you would call it. Like, they just want to become more wealthy and powerful via immortality. Lots of intrigue. So that's what it was. If only we realized it sooner. Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself. Kikiko mentioned she got her curse stone from Ikoma, right? Exactly. To think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards. That Ikoma guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close. Good thing we were cautious, especially since it seems he's after the Tamatebako too. Yeah, seems like working without him turned out to be the right call. Although he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikiko anymore. Considering he's after the Tamatebako, there's a chance he might still chase after us. We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somikawa and the Tamatebako. I do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-tide mirror, too. Well, it's not this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible. You're right, we didn't learn anything from Kikiko. Looks like we've got no choice but to continue our investigation of the island, shall we? Could you hold on for a moment? Uh-oh. Huh? Someone's there. Ack! Ah! You! Well, the plot thickens. Oh. Oh, hold on a second. This... Okay, so when all the tiles look like this, like when the tiles are like completely like browned out and it's only like an outline, that means everything is complete in that path. But here, there's still stuff we could do. But I think it's probably a bad end route based on everything we've done already. So we can save that for later. Yumiko believes the key to dispelling the curse of the raging waves lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of the two foreigners. So yeah, now we're going to be playing as different characters, so where you're constantly bouncing like back and forth between them. I see, so you would be Mrs. Shiki. And you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Cersei? My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei caused you the other day. She's quite the mischievous little lady, I'm afraid. Oh, not at all. She certainly has some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You would be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh, no, we're related to be sure, but she's really more my guide come bodyguard, if anything. I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid that circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though. Is that so? That would be quite the bother. Personally, I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see. So I'd appreciate it if you cooperated without any fuss. That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid. Okay, now it looks like the ads are actually about to start for real, and I'm out of snoozes, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. And, we'll investigate the characters we were literally just playing as and find out all their secrets in a couple minutes. So, Sit tight, don't go nowhere, I'll be right back.
keeps me going through the night.
And we are back. Apologies for the wait. Also, Codes to Life, I'm not sure if you're still here, but it occurs to me that I only thanked you for the bits while you were trapped behind ads. So once again, thank you for the bits. That's right, I can turn on my special eyes as her. There we go, sticker! So despite the overall, like, largely serious tone of this game, it can be rather, let's say, silly at times. There's a whole side quest where you're hunting down these stickers of delinquent birds. Let's see, we've gotten Tango and Turkey. We also had a Little Blue, Maverick Manny, Mimic and Minace, Kiting Killer, Cloak and Plover, Blues Cruise, Tit for Tat, The Turninator. Okay, I think that's all of them. But, yeah, some of these other ones I'll have to go back for, unfortunately. Yeah, the first game has something like this, too. I'm so glad they brought these back. Anyway, we've gotten the important stuff done, so I guess we can just talk to these dudes. What were you doing down at the jetty just now? Oh? So you didn't see anything that happened before that, then? What a perfectly not suspicious way to start that sentence. Would it be inconvenient for you if we had? Nonsense, my hands are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot in sight, I assure you. Yeah, just the most... the most innocent man in the world. Never mind that now, we don't have the time. There are several things we want to ask you. Oh? And what would those be? First, I think we should talk about the incident this morning. Ms. Somikawa was discovered washed up on the Futamigauda coast as a corpse, with half her body having been turned into a fish. Well, I'll be. To think she would meet such a fate. I'm truly sorry to hear that. This wouldn't be your doing, would it? We have eyewitness reports that you were seen 2 days ago heading out to sea with Miss Somikawa by boat. Ah, well. We did indeed head out into the bay for a little chat, but turning her into a fish? Not in a million years. What did you discuss with Miss Somikawa then? Why, what else? Mermaids, of course. Mermaids? Indeed. Cersei and I are here in Ise-shima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we just happened to find out that Ms. Somikawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course she would catch our interest. I see. So you knew that Ms. Somikawa was a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Oh-ho, so you knew that too. I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would you? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Did you learn what you wanted from Ms. Somikawa then? Oh yes, we got quite the haul of lucrative information from her. The knowledge that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Ise Bay until a scant few months ago, for one. What? Oh? That caught your interest, did it? I see. She must have been able to go back to Ryugu when the seal broke 3 months ago. So even you know about Ryugu. You seem quite well versed in these matters, Mrs. Shiki. Huh, maybe just a bit. So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found here, have you given up looking for them? Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can't glean some hint as to her whereabouts, in fact. Ah, I see. Let's ask some more. Do you know what Ms. Somikawa did after you finished your talk? No, why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to shore. I haven't the foggiest what happened to her after that. Where did you learn that Ms. Somikawa had a link to mermaids? I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants. Is that so? Okay, so Oh, whoops. Because, yeah, we hit into a loop, so let's see. This man, Avi, is apparently a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort. I don't doubt he'll start trying to throw us off his trail the moment he senses danger. I'll have to watch my step around him. Yeah, usually there's like a check mark on these boxes if you've exhausted everything there, but we've hit a loop without a check mark, so that means we'll have to come back here later. You currently have the curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish, don't you? What's that? A curse stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about. This is far more trouble than it's worth. I'll just ask Soto to take a look. By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you. What? But I don't want to. I thought you'd say that. Well, I was only asked to tell you. No more, no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you. Thanks, I think. Soto, what do you make of these two? I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain that they have curse stones. I see. We don't have time to play games then. It seems like a direct approach will be best here. Wait, you mean both of them have curse stones? Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment. So we're dealing with two curse stones, are we? Yeah, so for anybody who it doesn't quite know what's going on, let me just pull this up. So we got these things called curse stones, and if you have these curse stones, you can basically manifest the power of these curses like they're superpowers. Like, they basically become stand powers. So, and the only thing is that they have to... The victims of the that you want to afflict with the curse have to meet specific conditions first. So, the fish one here, the person has to be in water to activate. And then the other one here, which we read about earlier, that curse requires that person has to hold a specific symbol in order to be targeted by the curse. And so, in the first Paranormasight game, it was basically a bunch of people with different curse abilities, unbeknownst to each other, and it basically becomes like a bunch of mind games, and kind of turned into like a stand battle. It was actually really neat for like a structure for that. And this one takes a bit of a different tack, but it's still largely the same concepts underlying it. But I don't think either of these two have any of the symbols on them that would make them victims to it, so I don't think we have anything to actually fear. The energy from the Curse of the Raging Waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong, I almost missed the energy from their curse stones. It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the curse stone housing the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. You're persistent, aren't you? Well, my answer hasn't changed. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. Avi, they already know. Just give up already. What's this? Stabbed in the back? And by my own kin, no less. How could you? Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. Thank you for the help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble now. Does that mean you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to just yet, no. After all, you have a curse stone as well, don't you? No. Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them. Is that so? Honestly, I'd rather you took it off my hands if possible. You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the Curse of the Forsaken Fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose. I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason. Yeah, that's not exactly, I don't think that'll hold up in court. Alright, I admit it. It was all me. I didn't want to give it up, so I asked Cersei if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go. Not after learning it had such a close link to mermaids. I see. So that is the curse stone for the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. How did you come into possession of that curse stone? A big toboggan is too big to buy to begin to buy. Alright, I hope you're having fun. Well, that would be a bit of a long story. It all started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States. That mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved no less, and that riddle led us to a mysterious box on the seabed. And once we'd solved the puzzle sealing the box shut, we found this curse stone nestled within. Oh? A mermaid mummy, you say? It seems that the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a curse stone, then. Huh? By the by, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed this curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were an ancestor of this young man here? And that's right. He was an Onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado. It's said that he hid a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question. I see. And that mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think? I suppose you could say that, yes. Okay, so, another loop. We'll have to find some other route of inquiry. There's no doubt that Ms. Somikawa was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make that possible. Kind of giving Advance Wars. It does kind of look like Advance Wars, like Day of Ruin, maybe? But apparently, somebody in chat the other day was saying that this is the same artist as The World Ends With You. And, like, I guess I can see it in some points, but, like, that's kind of nuts. And this is a Square Enix game, so, that tracks to a certain degree, right? And no more excuses. Tell us what really happened. Alright, you've got me. I'll talk, though don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears. I see. It would seem Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Is that right? Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. And the overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her end at the hands of a mermaid's curse. Hearing Miss Somikawa's fervent plea and seeing her cast herself into the water like that, I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale. And so I decided to grant it. An elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession. I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings on the matter. But you still killed someone, so we're gonna have to bring you in once this is all over. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine that it would have made rescuing her quite difficult. Oh? Then you're willing to give me a pass, are you? I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make. Once we've finished our business on Kamishima, I imagine you'll have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to see if some sort of arrangement can be reached, though. Oh? How kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask. Okay, so I guess... Hold on. Thank you for telling us what happened to Ms. Somikawa. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events. My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you, then. Alright. By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within that curse stone? I did indeed. A veritable deluge of information, and 400-year-old information at that. Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information? It certainly was. Ah! That's it! That's what we've been looking for. I see, so you're searching for the way to lift some curse or other, eh? That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have that curse stone of yours, then? It's too dangerous to leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way. But that just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why, the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me. Ugh. And it's hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could just give you something so important for nothing in return. Looking to take advantage of the situation, are we? Yikes. Ah! Judge me all you want. I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know? So what is it that you're after then? Money? Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact I used the curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well. The curse stones, I don't know, they're not quite like Dragon Balls, but like, as long as you have one, you basically have stand powers. So it's not quite like the stand arrow either, because as long as you, because if somebody takes it away, you don't have those powers anymore. As long as they're in your possession, you get to have those powers. I can't think of anything that's really like analogous to it, but basically like that's the gist. Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise there is an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough. Oh-ho, intimidation is it? But if you think your boorish threats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will... Sorry, but no, I don't feel well, and we're at a disadvantage here anyway. Ah! Over before it even began. A wise decision, young lady. So that's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian. State violence! State violence, I say! Ugh. You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon. Yeah, he likes to do that a lot. He's very, he likes the use of body language to, accentuate his dialogue. What? Seriously? This is really the end of the line, then? Well, if it's really just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable? What? You mean it? Really? Huzzah! Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted. Ma'am? It's best if we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now. Yeah, he's from the Larry Butt School of Public Speaking. Yeah, pretty much. They're brothers from another mother. Alright, so about mermaids then. So, what is it you want to know about mermaids then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality. Immortality? Oh no, all I want is to meet a real live mermaid. 'Tis naught but dreams and adventure that drive me. Really? That's it? Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible. What? You mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false? They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way, after all. There's even a word for these individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals. That's technically 3 words, but whatever. 800-year immortals, eh? So they do exist. Incredible. What became of the third Taishima mermaid, then? The one known as Nagame. She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she? She hasn't. Sobai is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu in the end. Oh, so she's still out there somewhere, roaming the mortal world as we speak. You could say that, but you could also say that she's no longer here. What do you mean? Don't tell me she died. Well, that also wouldn't be entirely accurate. Oh. What is it, Cersei? I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you? Really? What do you mean? Think back on what we heard before. Before? Well, there's not much point in dragging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. We're gonna save just in case. Let's see, always rotate your saves. The mermaid knows Nagame. Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human. Ah! Now that you mention it, that does sound familiar. You mean to tell me that story was true? Oh? You'd heard of these events before? I suppose Miss Somikawa must have heard about it from Sobai. But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right? Normally it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen. At no small cost to himself, I might add. Wow. That's amazing. I can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me. Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Miss Somikawa, in a way. You don't say. More than anything, it seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding the person of her dreams and marrying them, of getting to be their bride. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh? I have a sneaking suspicion as to who might be a mermaid amongst us. Considering that we have learned in earlier parts that Yumiko here is a total wife guy for her husband. Indeed, to think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say she sounds quite relatable. Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. Then, a few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. Avi looks like Namor. I guess I could see it. The two soon fell in love. And Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become that man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so. Oh, such unconditional love, such ardent devotion! A mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life. Why, it's like the tale of the Little Mermaid reborn in the modern era. Truly a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have? Are you sure? That would mean we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know? No matter. If it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, then I care not a whit. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes? And the two of them lived happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion. Well, that's more or less what happened. So I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists. I see. So she's still alive out there. As a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order. You're kind of dense, aren't you? Avi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right? Ah, now that you mention it, that is a problem. I thought so. A question, Mrs. Shiki. I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would there? I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the eternal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have any chance of getting there. Ah, just as I feared. there's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, does that mean there's the chance that Ms. Somikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end? That I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death, after all. I see. I suppose we'll just have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaids she so admired in the afterlife. That would be all I can tell you there. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now? Well, knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain. Here, the curse stone. Thank you. Soto, could you take a look at it for me? Very well. I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi. Very well. Go ahead and ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. Careful with that. Careful with that, it's got the symbol on it. At least that looks like it's the symbol. Actually, is it the exact same symbol? Hold on. Thank you. In any case. I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally, it certainly has been a long road to get here. I'll tell you what you want to know about mermaids. In exchange, you'll hand over... Okay, so we already did that, though, so that's a little silly. Still, you certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information from? Well, let's just say I have my sources. I suppose we can put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh? Ah, he hasn't realized yet. What do you mean? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so... Yeah, there we go. Now the game is just spelling it out for us. Yumiko was formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame. Unlike her more serious compatriots, Hayase and Sobae, Nagame was free-spirited by nature and held a keen interest in both humans and the mortal world. She was even known to break the rules to sneak out and observe human society, something which often put her at odds with the other two mermaids and led to her being viewed as something of a maverick. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home, Sobae was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobae. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe, from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing for above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was any way she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For a mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans as they had so long to do. The two agonized over their decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, they chose to use the secret arts so they could be together in the mortal world. Even when Nagame learned that the psychic, Iten Saishiki, only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities, having been born in the Edo period and already over 100 years old by that time, she loved him no less. Thus did Nagame, the mermaid, become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumiko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all of the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumiko. Since then, Yumiko has enjoyed a fulfilling life, with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife, to the extent that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. Following her rebirth as a human, Yumiko has decided to pay a visit to Sobai in the depths of Issei Bay to explain her decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobai to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumiko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sobai herself has since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare Minakuchi, one that similarly transcended their respective species, and understood her feelings, thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. However, Sobai never showed herself to Yumiko again after that. So, bond of love and trust, is that, did we actually get Mermaid Yuri in this game after all? Like, people were disappointed early on in the first session we did that there was no Mermaid Yuri. But it seems that after all, that may have come to pass. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog, and he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumiko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. Yes, I did in fact say Mermaid Yuri, which it says that Sobai herself had since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mare Minakuchi, Sobai being the mermaid and Mare Minakuchi being a human. And yeah, apparently Yumiko's husband is a dog. Don't worry about it. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remained an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such thing as taking Soto Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the Bureau and the work it did, to help out as one of its members. Okay, so I guess because he's a psychic, that means he still has his full faculties in the body of the small dog. And, like, I guess he can still, like, communicate and stuff. So it's not like he's just regressed to dog. And then let's see, we didn't actually see her updated profile. While aimlessly drifting from job to job, unable to find something she wanted to do, Kikuko happened to meet Kippei Ikoma, who was the president of one of the companies she ended up working for. It was then that Kippei revealed a surprising secret to her. Kikuko was in fact the illegitimate child of a wealthy tycoon, one Yoshiatsu Yamashina, and had been entrusted to a childless couple to raise as their own. Kikuko had always believed herself special in some way, and learning that she was originally of high birth only served to validate that belief, leading her to develop a strong sense of pride. Upon learning of Kikuko's background and taking note of her dissatisfaction with her current lot in life, Kippei opted to try and make her his pawn by skillfully manipulating her sense of self-importance. His endeavors paid off. Tired of what she perceived as a stifling, monotonous life, and driven by both her admiration for Kippei and desire to be recognized by Yoshiatsu so she could live the life she believed she deserved, Kikuko agreed to return to Kamishima and act as his agent there. Fueled by her ambitions and exhilarated by the sense that she had become the star of one of the spy movies that had been so popular in her childhood, Kikuko's mind was set. She no longer cared if people died or her hometown was destroyed, as long as it meant she could fulfill her goals. And, what exactly did that give you in the end? You turn into a piece of fish jerky. Okay, so we're all done here. Let's move on to the topic of Circe's Curse Stone, shall we? Oh, right, here it is. One of the locals we ran into earlier was planning to use this curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it. Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where is this local now? Quite literally sleeping with the fishes. In fact, maybe sleeping as the fishes. Well, I'm afraid she managed to slip away after we took her curse stone. I imagine she's fled the island by this point. I see. I suppose she won't be able to get up to any mischief without the curse stone, at least. So, who was this would-be mass murderer, and what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikuko Tsutsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about mermaids. But we managed to fend her off and take it from her. And that's right. She had hand mirrors and business cards marked with the symbol that serves as the target for the curse, and handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate it. A premeditated crime, in other words. And quite a thorough one, too. That was quite a dangerous position you were in. I'll say, if we hadn't caught on to her intentions, I have no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had quite enough of curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed, I'll be sure to remember that. Did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, I wasn't all that sure myself. Apparently, she was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon called Yamashina. It seems he's looking for a way to become immortal. What? A tycoon called Yamashina who wants to become immortal? It couldn't be. Oh? You know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her? Actually, it seems like that was someone else. As Kikuko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear, and a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it. Something like that, yeah. What? So there's someone else involved? It turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about, too. We were pretty shocked. So the CEO was the original owner of the curse stone, was he? What's his name? He's a young man named Kipe Ikoma. Although I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind when looking at him. What? Kipe Ikoma? It can't be. Huh? You know him too? No. Perhaps they simply share a name. The Kipe Ikoma we know should have died 6 years ago. Oh, this is a new twist. Huh? Died? What do you mean? Would you mind taking a look at... Oh! Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. I completely fucking forgot about this. Yeah, testimonies indicate that the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. Because we found this dude's bones at the bottom of the ocean. So, based on what we know, when you partake in mermaid flesh and become immortal, you cast aside your old body and you're basically like a flesh golem in a new body that can't die. So I guess at the bottom of the ocean was his old body, and he's still walking around because he's actually immortal. Yeah, they're wet vampires, basically. A portrait sketch, and who might this be? The Kipe Ikoma you know wouldn't happen to look like this, would he? Kipe Ikoma? Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all. Yep, this isn't him. I see. could you give us the curse stone you have, Cersei? Sure. Here you go. Soto, would you mind taking a look at this one, too? Of course. Ah, this is... the Curse of Tomoshige, and it has the power to cleave its target in two. Ma'am, this is it! The curse from the Toba case. I thought so. What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden? Right, I suppose we should explain. The name of the man in the sketch I just showed you is Kipe Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills its victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within this curse stone, the Curse of Tomoshige. Huh? Wait, but wouldn't that mean... You're telling me that this Kipe Ikoma was killed 6 years ago by a curse wielded by Kipe Ikoma? In other words, so our options are the current Ikoma is an imposter, Ikoma was killed by his own curse, or the past Ikoma traveled through time. I don't think it's time travel. It could just be an imposter. It could just be an imposter, but why would he be taking that name of all things? Unless he was killed by his own curse, and then he came back as an immortal. But that might be too much of a jump. That might be, like... The mechanics of it might not work out the way I'm thinking, so let's go with imposter first. The Kipe Ikoma you know, the company president, is a different man. Used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity. What? You're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma? I see. So that's how it is. Okay, so that's the right one. It did the correct jingle. In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipe Ikoma now? I can't say, but it seems like he's quite the dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'll say. Yeah, at the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore. By the way, I believe you said that this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice? If that's the case, and Yamashina had someone working for him who had a curse stone, could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ide and see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, he'll be able to detain Ikoma as well. Ah. Is something wrong? We kind of already told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish curse stone. He did help us out earlier, after all. It only felt fair. I suppose we can assume that that information has reached Yamashina as well, then. Oh, right. He also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. The Still-Tide Mirror, I think. The Still-Tide Mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll have to keep an eye out for any movement on his end. Ah, yes. We were hoping you could do us a little favor, Cersei. It seems you don't have a mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out. What do you think, Avi? Very well. Permission granted. How kind of you. It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want you to find out Kipe Ikoma's current whereabouts, that's all. Oh, so just an ordinary chore, then. We want to focus on getting the Curse of the Raging Waves lifted as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something. And most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from the Mie police to look into things from there too, but one can never be too cautious. Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be careful when dealing with him. I guess that means we'll have to go back to the mainland for now. We do have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail, I suppose. Okay then, I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there. It seems we'll be helping you out with your work then. In that case, please do consider putting in a word on my behalf. Alright, I'll see what I can do. We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, leave a message at the station, alright? Got it. I suppose we should see about lifting the curse of the raging waves then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ide first. We can find Wakamuta after that and see if you can't get him to cooperate. Understood. Let's be on our way then. Alright. And now an alternate path for Sato. Okay, so this is already after Wakamuta told her that she had to sacrifice herself and would be given up to Unkakudono, who's actually Yamashina. So now, yeah, from Unkakudono to the Curse of the Raging Waves, Sato and Tsukasa run around the island searching for answers to the mountain of problems before them. Let's think back to what's happened. After calming down Tsukasa, who had the wrong idea after seeing me with Shotaro by the beach, I explained at the Kantekisho ruins that I was immortal, and that Mr. Wakamuta was planning to hand me over to someone called Unkakudono. The two of us searched for a way to stop the Curse of the Raging Waves. We also stopped by the Wakamuta home to apologize to Shotaro, but no one was there. After that, we met with Tsuyu, and I learned about who Mare Minakuche truly was, as well as how the Curse of the Raging Waves had been kept at bay by the bronze mirror she left behind. And so for everybody who missed the earlier parts at the end of the last session, you're getting the Cliff's Notes right there, aren't you lucky? We also ran into Izami. He looked desperate, saying that the Kamashimaru hand mirror that Kikuko had given me was dangerous, and he was going around collecting them. Okay, but this is already... We're now in the diverging timeline, though. Tsukasa and I handed ours over to him, too. I mean, she's kind of dead right now, so I guess that's not really an issue, but I guess there is always the opportunity for that curse stone to fall back into malevolent hands. Then, after that... Can't find Mr. Wakamuta anywhere. We need to tell him about the bronze mirror as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh. It's those two. Oh yeah, they're the ones who were looking for the old man's place. Excuse me. Oh, if it isn't Sato, good timing. I've got something to discuss, if you don't mind. Oh, alright. I actually have something to ask myself. Huh? Since when did you get to know each other? Oh, right. We actually talked a bit after the last time we met. These two are from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They're here to lift the Curse of the Raging Waves. Wait, seriously? Since when does the police deal in curses? We're a special unit dedicated to things like this. I hope we can be of help. You spoke with them yesterday, Sato? Yeah, they're specialists from a unit called the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. They even saw right through me. Wait, you mean they figured out you're immortal? Yep, first time anyone's managed that. Wow, I guess real professionals can figure out things like that. Mind if I start from my side then? Oh, not at all. The good news is, we figured out how to lift the Curse of the Raging Waves. Really? You have? Whoa, seriously? That's huge! The bad news is that we need a few things to do it. We're in the middle of tracking them down. If that's the case, let us help you. Yeah, what do we need? Well, the first is called the Still Tide Mirror, a mirror used to hold back the Curse of the Raging Waves. I know it. We know where that is! At least, I think we do. You do? We just heard about it from Tsuyu Minakuchi. I see. 5 years ago, Mare Minakuchi tried to break the curse of that mirror, but failed. That explains why people blamed her for the Southern Sea disaster. If that mirror from back then is still here, then it is very likely to be the Still-Tide mirror. Yes, that's what I want to talk to you about too. I see. Thank you. Sounds like the pieces are coming together. But there is still one more piece of we need. A descendant of the Taishima people. Which likely means Mare Minakuchi's son, Yuza Minakuchi, would be our best candidate. Yeah, that should work. Do you know where he is now? Not sure. We've been looking too, since we wanted to pass along what Tsuyu told us. Alright, we'll go search for him. Really? That would be a huge help. We'll go and secure the mirror. Time is tight. If we split up, we'll need a point of contact in case we can't find each other. Could one of you stay in one place and handle communications between us? Good plan. Could one of you take that on? A point of contact? Oh. Oh, there's a blanked out option here. It'd be best if it was, I guess we have no other choice but to choose ourselves. I'll do it. Oh, really? Thanks, Sato. Where should we make the meeting spot? How about the community hall on Chuo Street? There's a phone right there we could use. Got it. I'll be waiting there, so call if anything comes up. Thank you. That'll be a big help. Alright then, we'll retrieve the bronze mirror first, then track down Yuza Minakuchi and work on lifting the curse. Okay then, Sato, good luck. If I find Yuza, I'll pass along what Tsuyu told us. Please do. I'll be waiting here if you need anything. Huh. So I'm guessing, yeah, the other one is we have Tsukasa go instead. Or we have Tsukasa as the point of contact. And then that continues our plot line, but for whatever reason, we're not allowed to do that yet. I'm guessing we're gonna be railroaded into another bad end situation. And there is this, too. If we let, Kikuko go completely, If we don't kill her off first. After taking steps to distract Kikuko from her plot to unleash a curse that will cause a mass murder on Kamishima, Yuza asks Sazami to retrieve the hand mirrors Kikuko distributed across the island. Shortly after, Yuza is summoned for an audience with Yumiko Shiki. Ah, there you are. You're Yuza Minakuchi, correct? And that's me. I was told to come here, so here I am. Huh? Were you sent here too, Azami? Who, me? Nah, I was just passing by when I heard about what was going on, so I decided to wait here for you. Thanks, Azami. So, as I understand it, you're the two brave police officers who were sent out here from Tokyo to deal with the curse of the raging waves? Brave? I wouldn't go that far. My name is Yumiko Shiki, and this is Soto Kiryu. Pleased to meet you. Am I mistaken, or did the two of you visit Kamishima yesterday as well? It almost seems as if you ran away at the sight of me. Did I do something to scare you off? Dear me, you noticed us, did you? My apologies. I'll explain everything shortly. Ah, but before I forget, that fellow over there has business with you as well, Yuza. Huh? Mr. Wakamura! He was fairly suspicious of us at first, but it seems we have finally earned his trust. He has kindly agreed to assist us in putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Wait, really? Really? But tell me, is it true you're already familiar with this curse? That's what your friend here told us. Yeah, more or less. Good. Then it seems we're all up to speed. Alright, well, it looks like an ad break's gonna start pretty soon. So this is a good chance to, I'm gonna take a quick break. I suggest you all do the same too. I should probably refill my water and all that. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Y'all sit tight. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. And we are back. Just in time for the song to end, too. Alright, so I guess we'll just start talking to Yumiko. To be frank, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you as soon as possible. But I understand that you must have questions, so we'll come back to that later. For now, ask me whatever you'd like. Alright? Oh, I have nothing further to add. I imagine this isn't easy for you, but I appreciate your cooperation. Right. So I guess I have to think first? Also, wait. Wait. Before I do a single thing. Okay, I don't see any stickers anywhere. I think we're in the clear. So, you found out about the Curse of the Raging Waves then, eh, boy? Yeah, to an extent, anyway. I always figured your mother was behind it and that she was descended from them raiders, but... Wait, really? That's why you blame my mom for the disaster? Well, you had it all wrong. Turns out she's a descendant of the Taishima Islanders, the victims. Seems you know more than you're letting on. Oh no, that's just what Grant said. So you knew about this too, huh? Suppose I should have known. But see here. Your mother tried to end the curse 5 years ago and failed, didn't she? If that's what brought on the disaster, I wasn't so far off after all, was I? But be that as it may, I still owe you an apology for pinning the curse on your mother all this time. Especially seeing as she was the one who found the bronze mirror and held the curse back for us. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. That's nice to hear. Good on you, Mr. Wakamura. At least you can admit when you've made a mistake. When your own instructor comes along and tells you you have to change your views, what choice do you have? Instructor? Are you talking about that sorcerer friend of yours? And that's right. We discovered the sorcerer's identity. From there, it wasn't too difficult to reach an understanding. And that's how we earned this fellow's cooperation as well. It seems I misjudged you. If my instructor says you're the real deal, then I reckon you must be. Okay, so she's still not... Okay, let me think first. It sounds like we weren't the only ones looking into the curse of the raging waves. Above all, hearing what Gran revealed came as a huge shock, especially to me. To think Mom was a descendant of the survivor of Taishima, and that 5 years ago she tried to break the curse but failed. I guess I finally understand why Gran just sat back and took all the abuse the other islanders leveled at us. Alright, so what do you have to say? That reminds me, any luck with those hand mirrors, Azami? No worries there, I got them all back. Every last one? You must be the fastest mirror collector in Japan. I knew I could count on you. Thanks, Azami. Oh? Are you talking about the mirrors Kikiko Tsutsui was handing out earlier? Huh? How'd you know? I, realized they were dangerous, so I had Azami collect them all. Really? Does that mean you figured out they were the targets of a curse? Wait, you knew about that? So it was true! What's the deal with these things anyway? I see. So these curse stones can be used to kill people instantly. But since Kikiko's curse stone was confiscated, the danger's passed. Phew, what a relief. What I want to know is how you found out that Kikiko intended to use those hand mirrors as the targets of her curse to begin with. About that. I'm not sure you'll believe me, but... What? You encountered a Tomokazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision. That's the long and short of it. Any idea what it means? Paranormal encounters are your area of expertise, after all. I have known instances of phenomena capable of instilling memories. However, your experience does not seem to fit in with any of them. I wonder why the thing looked like you. That's the strangest part in my book. Hold up. You don't think this Tomokazuki could be a kind of curse, do you? It is true that some curses are accompanied by phantoms known as curse echoes. But yet, as the apparition Yuza encountered warned him of impending danger, it seems unlikely to have been the product of a harmful curse. That being said, I am afraid I cannot begin to guess its true nature. Well, at least that hand mirror curse is dealt with. That's a load off our minds. Right, but we're not done yet. One calamity down, one to go. Oh, yeah. Guess we can't relax till the curse of the raging waves is broken, too. But just to be sure now, you do have a way to end this curse of the raging waves, yes? I can trust you on that? Yes, there are still a few points we need to confirm, but it is guaranteed to work. If that's true, then I suppose I won't be needing Unkakudono's help anymore. Unkakudono? You mean to say that Yamashina has known of a way to break the curse all along? Well, well. You know about Unkakudono too, huh? As a matter of fact, just yesterday he told me out of the blue he'd found a way to end it. Said he'd tell me what it was on the condition I brought him Sato Shiranami. Ha! Information he got from Ikoma, I have no doubt. And he asked for the girl. I see. And you were prepared to hand her over. Isn't she a relative of yours? So what if I was? That's got nothing to do with you. If you say so. In any case, the information Yamashina had for you must be the same as what we have to share. So there's no longer any need for you to betray your own kin. I'll hold you to that. Okay, still haven't been able to... Ask me whatever you like, but you're not letting me ask you. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something mysterious about this woman. And I had no idea there were actually police officers who handled supernatural incidents. This man is Mrs. Shiki's assistant. Apparently he's not officially with the police. Right now he's just quietly following orders. But for some reason I get the feeling he's the type of who's really scary when they're angry. It sounds like we weren't the only ones looking into the curse of raging wave. Okay, yeah, so it's the same as before. The rays of sunlight beaming down amidst the stifling humidity are accompanied by a chorus of cicadas that somehow intensifies the heat. Alright. He's probably working his gray matter into overdrive trying to keep up with everything that's going on. I wish there was time to explain everything properly. Honestly, I barely understand all this myself. So, Mr. Wakamuda has been trying to end the curse of the raging waves too, huh? Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything else I can do, unless... Community hall? This building is where the neighborhood association meetings are held. Tsukasa must have made most of her family ties to gain free access to it as a relay station. Apparently Sato's still inside, waiting to handle the communications. Lucky. I bet it's nice and cool in there with the air conditioner on. Alright, now I have checked basically everything. Oh my god. Let me advance the dialogue trees. Okay. Regarding that being you encountered, Yuza, what you call the Tomokazuki. While it does seem to resemble the Tomokazuki featured in the folklore of this region, I suspect it was something else entirely. Why? What are the Tomokazuki anyway? They are both the spirits of Ama divers who were lost beneath the waves in the past, and malevolent spirits born of the fear Ama divers harbor toward accidents at sea. Oh? Shouldn't you be out exercising them then? The latter type of spirit is the most numerous. So long as these fears persist, they'll always return. However, they do not possess sufficient power to cause real harm. So long as you carry the proper charms, they cannot affect you. So those Seimon and Domon symbols aren't just for show, huh? Indeed, that is why I cannot but wonder what it is you truly encountered down there. Oh. Okay, and there's nothing here. What about you? All the same, I'm not sure. Is something else troubling you? According to you, when Mare Minakuchi failed to break the curse, it brought on the disaster 5 years ago, but... is that really the truth? What are you getting at? Well, if that still-tide mirror worked as it should, there wouldn't have been no disaster, would there? That only leaves one possibility, don't it? That the Raging Waves curse bearer was stirring up trouble. By curse bearer, I assume you mean a descendant of the Raiders of Taishima? Exactly. If someone of that lineage got anywhere near the Southern Sea, the wrath of the Taishima would churn up those waters into a maelstrom. Anyhow, my instructor swears that's the true cause of the disaster 5 years ago, and I'm inclined to agree. So that's your theory, is it? Now I understand why you suspected Mare Minakuchi's heritage. Though I gather this instructor of yours never actually accused her of being the curse bearer. True. Never was sure on that point. Said we couldn't be certain, given how it had been 5 years and all. But all things considered, who could blame me for being suspicious of her? No one knew where she came from. I don't wish to doubt your instructor, but I'm not sure how much water this theory holds. Yet we cannot rule it out entirely, given what we know of this sorcerer's powers. So you're skeptical, huh? Not as if you have a better idea, though, is it? While you do have a point, the issue remains. If Mare wasn't the curse bearer, who else could it have been? Well, can't say I've figured that out yet, but... Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say. Yes? Assuming my mom wasn't the Raging Waves curse bearer, I have a theory. See, I read over the reports of the incident again and again, and there's something I noticed. Okay, let's see it. Let's see, Southern Sea disaster. Sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, his parents Tosuke Minakuchi, Mari Minakuchi, and Azami Kumoi's father Kyokichi Kumoi were among the victims. Medium-sized fishing vessel Daiichi Kyosui Maru foundered, capturing Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members. Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown. So there's somebody here that is not accounted for. That is our likely culprit. Let me see real quick. Oh? And what might that be? Well... that person was on board. Okay, let me double check real quick. He was on the... the Ome Maru. I remember reading that the identity of one of the passengers aboard the Ome Maru was unknown. Couldn't they have been the curse bearer? Interesting. Well, Mr. Wakamuda, what do you know of this mysterious individual? The Ome Maru? That was Yukiji Nishikawa's boat. As I recall, according to the departure declaration, the Ome Maru had taken someone on board. Someone in business on the mainland who had research to do. But as no name was given, no one had a clue who they were. Oh? I thought the point of these declarations was to keep a record in case of an accident. Sounds to me like someone was careless. Can't deny that. So this passenger was never identified? No, but mind you, eyewitness reports say that when the Ome Maru was set sail that day, the captain was alone on board. So maybe he picked them up from the mainland, or maybe they never boarded to begin with. Who's to say? But do you think it's possible this person could have been the curse bearer? Could be, if it wasn't Mare. It'd make for a hell of a coincidence, though. Unfortunately, since this Nishikawa fellow isn't around, there's no way to find out. It sounds like we weren't the only... Okay, so, same thing. Where shall we begin? 400 years ago, an Onmyoji sealed the entrance to Ryugu in an attempt to contain the curse of the raging waves, and left behind instructions as to how the curse could be broken after 400 years had elapsed. There are 3 steps that must be followed. Just 3, huh? First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. And that should be the wording if I remember correctly. Let's consider each of the steps in turn. First, as to the iron box, that refers to the container in which these instructions were kept. It surfaced when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed. It stands to reason that the seal mentioned in the first step also must have appeared somewhere. What is this seal anyway? It's the Onmyoji's own symbol, the same symbol used to seal the entrance to Ryugu. This is what it looks like. I expect we'll find a mark identical to the one on this map somewhere on the sea floor. Okay, so that's a different symbol from the one the raiders used. And the one on the mirror and everything. The marked location is likely the sanctuary mentioned in the second step. It should be in this vicinity of Kamishima. I will make it somewhere near the place where I went diving this morning. Oh, come to think of it, I did see a symbol like that on the sea floor. You're certain? Yeah, it was definitely the same symbol, and it was covered in chains. I guess we'll need to break them. That may be what the Onmyoji meant by unbind. Sounds like the first step won't give us too much trouble, at least. On to the next, then. The second step centers around the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice. That's got to be the mirror Mari Minikuchi found, which we have just retrieved from the shrine in the bay. From what I heard, that mirror is what's been holding the curse in check all these years. That's right, and now it must be offered to the sanctuary. The former site of the Taishima Sanctuary should lie in that area. Perhaps that is the location we seek. In that case... I reckon the hole where I encountered the Tomokazuki was the most likely spot. After all, it only appeared a few months back. I can't think of anywhere else it could be. That does seem likely. The only problem is, there's no way through. Huh? How's that? Well, there's a powerful current in there. Go in too far and it'd drag you down to the depths in an instant. That does not strike me as a natural phenomenon. It is possible the sanctuary lies within. And perhaps one must have the still-tied mirror in hand to pass through safely. That makes sense. Then it seems the way forward is clear as far as the first two steps are concerned. Right, that just leaves the third. The final instructions stipulate that a descendant of the Taishima Islanders must carry out these tasks, meaning you, Yuza. So that's why I was called here, huh? First, I'll need to find the seal on the seafloor and unbind it. After that, all that's left is to take the still-tied mirror through that hole and offer it to the sanctuary. We're counting on you, Yuza. If you pull this off, the curse of the raging waves should be broken for good. Let's hop to it then. I'll take you out in the boat. Thanks, Azami. Sounds like this is a job for the patron saint of diving. The patron saint? Who are you talking about? Don't worry about it. It's a private joke. Okay, so we got a game plan. Well, I do hope you're taking this seriously, Yuza. The fate of this curse rests with you. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Breaking curses is what living legends like me were made for. Huh, is that so? Glad to hear it. But before you go, I have one last question to ask you, Yuza. Oh, and what would that be? Well, how should I put this? It's a delicate subject. Mind if I have a private word? Huh? So, what did you want to talk about? Just so we're clear, if you're looking to grow pearls, I don't know anything about that. That would require delicate handling, but that's not what I meant. Yuza, when you got caught in that disaster 5 years ago, did you by any chance encounter a mermaid? Huh? Actually, I did. I did, but how did you know about that? Good of you to tell the truth. That makes this easier. As for how I know, that would be because it's the only possible explanation. Meaning? Come now, Yuza. A mermaid has cursed you with immortality. You're an 800-year immortal. What? You can't hide the truth from me. These eyes don't lie. I assume it occurred during the disaster 5 years ago. You must have nearly died. But then you were revived by a mermaid and made immortal. Surely you must have realized this by now. Yeah. You got me. I'm an immortal boy with an undying body. Why did this happen to you, I wonder? I wish I knew. If you can tell me more about it, would you mind filling me in? I suppose that's only fair. What would you like to know? I was wondering, does me being immortal have anything to do with my mom? I mean, is there any chance she could have been a mermaid? None whatsoever. Ah. In all likelihood, you received your immortality from the mermaid Sobae. You see, Mari Minikuchi was a descendant of the clan that was tasked with escorting Sobae back to Ryugu. That much I'm certain of. Is that why she tried to break the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago? I can only assume so. However, as the seal over the entrance to Ryugu had yet to break, things didn't go as planned. Does this mean Sobai could still be nearby? Maybe she's living in the sea around Kamishima. I'm afraid there's little chance of that. See, when the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed 3 months ago, Sobai would have been able to return home. Oh. Well, I guess that means Mom's duty was fulfilled in the end. That's something at least. Do you know of any way I can meet this mermaid? You don't give up easily, huh? Are you another Mermaid fan? Another fan? Those foreigners who visited this island recently were also very keen on meeting a mermaid. Oh, you mean that author and his young guide? Sure do. You've spoken with them, I take it? Actually, no, I never met them. But I saw them when I had that vision. Is that so? Well, all I can tell you is that is the same thing I told them. Meeting a mermaid is no longer possible. Does that mean there's no way to visit Ryugu either? The thing is, Ryugu is pretty close to what's typically referred to as the afterlife. You might say it's the space between our world and the land of the dead. And there's no way to travel there. None at all. Sorry, no. You'll just have to accept that. And there's no way to travel there? None at all? Okay, so, closed loop. Keep going around it for now. Earlier you said a mermaid cursed me. What exactly did you mean by that? Just what it sounds like. For 800 years, you'll be incapable of aging or dying. What is that but a curse? Your very existence defies the laws of nature. You can hardly be termed human. You are now an anomalous being, something closer to a spirit. Though for that matter, I'm in no position to talk. Huh? Still, I do feel sorry for you. What possessed her to curse you, a mere child, I should like to know. I always thought that mermaid saved my life. Was I wrong? Well, that depends on how you look at things. Personally, I wouldn't call what she did saving you at all. At the end of the day, she saddled you with an existence worse than death. Is it that terrible? It's only been 5 years. The people around you probably think you're a late bloomer. But give it another decade or two and your static appearance will start to stand out. And should you ever meet with a would-be fatal accident in public, it's all over for you. If your immortal nature is exposed, you'll be bombarded with public scrutiny at best. At worst, you'll be captured and experimented on. Either way, from that moment on, you'll never be able to lead a normal life in human society again. Humans have always coveted immortality. Countless dream of it even today. But the reality is, only the first few decades of your existence are bound to be enjoyable. It's only going to get harder for you as time goes on. Humans were never meant to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan that long is unendurable. And speaking as a member of law enforcement, the existence of immortal beings must be kept hidden, or all sorts of problems can arise. Problems? Like what? Well, it's not easy to keep a lid on things these days, and it doesn't take much to incite a panic or start a war. Just last year, there was that ruckus over the Rite of Resurrection, if you'll remember. Refer back to Paranormasight 1. Suffice to say, whenever I track down an 800-year immortal, I can't just leave them be. What are you saying? Are you going to arrest me? Ordinarily I would. Protocol dictates that I capture any 800-year immortals I find and seal them in an underground vault. That's the fate I was thinking of when I mentioned that being an immortal is an existence worse than death. Gah! Don't worry, I've got no intention of taking you anywhere just yet. You're a special case. The way I see it, you're essentially the victim here. Not to mention, I need your help bringing the curse of the raging waves. So, it seems like we'll have to find a way to compromise. I don't know why, but you're looking for information about mermaids as well, right? Okay, that's still nothing left there still, but it's not checkmarked, so we'll come back later. Well, for starters, mermaids aren't meant to interfere in the lives of mortals. Even their kind don't approve of that. Really? In fact, generally speaking, creating an 800-year immortal is flat out forbidden. Despite that, Sobai made you immortal. In other words, this mermaid went out of her way to place a curse on you. I guess that settles it. Her intent wasn't to save me after all. Exactly. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me what made her go that far. But it turns out you're just as clueless as I am. Yep. Then all we know for sure is that something happened between Sobai and your mother that day. And that led you to being made immortal. They fucking are wet vampires! Yep, basically, yeah. Like, even... Because even, yeah, if you're not doing the whole ingesting of mermaid flesh, they can still, like, inflict it upon you, if they so choose. Whether that was simply to save your life or for some other reason, there's unfortunately no way of knowing. There's something else that's been bugging me. Can mermaids create 800-year immortals at will? As in, you don't really have to eat their flesh? Oh, hold on. Actually, you do. You can't become immortal without ingesting a bit of mermaid flesh, even if it's a tiny piece. However, it's not as simple as cutting off a slice. Mermaid flesh withers away the moment it's severed and loses all its efficacy. In order for a mermaid to create an immortal of her own volition, she would have to allow a human to bite her directly. How could that happen without the human's consent? I mean, I was barely conscious when I became an undead boy. I mean, an 800-year immortal. Like I said, even the tiniest piece, a mere scrap of her tail, would do the trick. You can move someone's jaw while they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible. Oh, damn. Guess it was a lot more forceful than I was imagining. So all you have to do is bite a living mermaid and you become immortal? Pretty much. Though I assume few mermaids would consent to that. So that's how it works. But if the flesh has been severed, ingesting it wouldn't extend your lifespan at all, huh? That's right. Ordinarily, anyway. Ordinarily? You mean there's an exception? As a 144-year-old elf, this has some unfortunate implications. Alright, is there a secret you're... Do you have something to share with the class? If a mermaid's flesh is cut within the confines of Ryugu, it won't wither away, it just grows back. Huh. Well, I've got you here, I guess I might as well ask. Is there no way to reverse immortality? You wouldn't be the first 800-year immortal to seek that possibility. But unfortunately, the answer is no. The moment you become immortal, you lose your mortal form, for good. I see. And there's no way for an 800-year immortal to die other than by waiting for their lifespan to end? No. It is simply impossible. That is what makes it a curse. Not that I want to experiment, but what would happen if, say, I threw my body into a furnace or a vat of acid? The instant it resulted in death, you would begin to reform, starting from the part of you with the largest remaining piece of your heart. Every other part of you would then vanish. No matter how beyond repair your body becomes, it will be healed when you resurrect. I see. On the other hand, you won't be healed if your injuries aren't fatal, no matter how badly hurt you are. For example, taking the furnace scenario you mentioned, if your body remained in the furnace after you resurrected, you would burn to death again, and revive again and so on, in an endless cycle. All while fully conscious. Shit, sounds like hell. My advice? Be very careful not to fall into any bottomless pits. Yeah, step 1, the marrow furnace. Here's how I'll torture you, user. Right. I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I ever go near one. By the way, you mentioned I'd resurrect from the part around my heart. Does that mean that if my head was cut off, only my body would regenerate? Well, yes, that should be the case. But what would happen to my consciousness, my memories, my thoughts? All of that is stored in the brain, isn't it? That's a tough one. As I mentioned, every part of you except the one that resurrects will vanish. So it seems likely that everything inside your head, including your consciousness, would vanish too. That can happen? Does that mean my regenerated body would have an entirely new consciousness? Well, it seems 800-year immortals do sometimes have fuzzy memories after they resurrect. But I've never known anyone who tried what you're describing. It's possible your consciousness would be reinstated, carry over just as it was before. Because, reminder, Yuza in the bad ending that he got his future memories from had his head cut off, and then he regrew it, because he's just that special. So this is a very pertinent question to be asking. Though it's equally possible that it would be divided or become a new entity. There's no way to know unless you decide to test it out yourself. Divided, huh? Yeah, something tells me we're getting dangerously close to morphogenetic fields. Mermphogenetic, yeah, there we go. Look, I wish I could make this easier on you. But there's nothing I can do. Yeah. Still, so long as you stay put on this island and keep a low profile, I'm prepared to leave you be. You've managed to keep your immortality a secret for 5 years now, after all. Thank you. I swear I'll do everything in my power to not get found out, so please, don't arrest me. But I'm curious, what were you intending to do if you found a way to meet Sobai? Honestly, at first I just wanted to thank her for saving me, but after what you've told me, that's changed. Now I want to kick her ass! Well, now I'm more curious to hear about why she decided to make me 800-year immortal, and about what happened with my mom that day. Can't say I blame you. And I understand where you're coming from, but it just can't be done. Even if I can't meet her, isn't there some way I could learn the truth? Well, you can't ask her directly or communicate with her in any way. But you know, I heard you have no memory of the incident 5 years ago. Is that true? Huh? Well, yeah, the doctors reckon it's because of the shock. Even my memories of meeting a mermaid are really hazy. Then isn't it possible Sobai told you something that day? If so, the memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious. If I can find a way to remember it, but I wouldn't even know where to start. Where would I find my memory of a mermaid? I don't know. The only piece of advice I have for you is to think back. Delve into your memories and scour them from corner to corner. Think about it. You must have encountered Sobai before. All you need to do is locate your memory of that time. Alright then, we'd better head back, or your friend will start to wonder what's happened to you. Right. Thanks for answering my questions. Welcome back. Everything okay, Yuza? Of course, if it wasn't, I'd have had to make a dramatic entrance. Glad to see you're your usual oddball self. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Well, I dare say that covers everything we needed to discuss. It's time the two of you were on your way. That curse won't break itself. Come on, Yuza. The future of Kamishima is riding on you. Right, I'll do everything I can. Minakuchi Yuza, if you end this curse, I'll see to it that the rumors about you go away and that you're hailed as the hero of Kamishima. So get it done. You hear that, Yuza? This is a chance to clear your name for the good. Sounds like a fair deal. You can count on me, Mr. Wakamura. Ready to roll, Yuza? You got that bronze mirror with you? Yep, I got it right here, ready when you are. Guess you better start by finding this seal that needs to be unbound or whatever. Right, I shouldn't have too much trouble finding it again. It's somewhere near the hole I found last time. Actually, you might want to get in some practice first, just to make sure you'll have all the strength to take care of it when you get there. I almost forgot how badly I did before. I guess it's only natural you'd be worried about me after that performance. Good luck, Yuza. I'll be waiting right here. Okay, so only diver rank 5. We might need to grind a little bit. But, let me push a couple buttons first. Let's see. Okay, so last time we tried this on this mouse, it got a little funky, unless I do this. Okay, there we go. Alright, we should be good to go now. Now, do I remember how the hell to do this, is the question. Because I believe it's just clicking around. Let's see. Now, where was the hole? Okay, there's the hole, I think. Hereabouts. Yeah, might as well grind some stats while we're at it. Gathering complete. New record, nice. But we gotta keep at it. Also, it would be nice to find where the hole was. Because I don't quite remember off the top of my head. Oh, hold on. New record! Let's at least cash this in. Don't want that to go to waste. Yeah, so I guess I never mentioned, for anybody who missed it last time, yeah, there's an entire diving minigame in this. And we definitely want diving level max so I can stay underwater for longer. That's probably the wisest thing to do here. And we only had to do it at the very beginning, and now I guess this is the end? Because it does seem like there's still some more mysteries left to uncover. Where the hell was the hole? Oh, hold on. Lobster. Yo, that's a lot of points. Back to the boat, back to the boat, back to the boat. Hello, Alienson. This game's been great so far. We're actually, I think we might be close to the end. So, if you don't want to get spoiled, just know that, game's great. If you're interested at all, definitely check it out. And check out the first game, too. The first game was a hell of a lot of fun. Let's see, you know what, let's do swimming. Because I don't know how much gathering will be helpful for us at this juncture. I never even heard of it. I was trying to figure out how I missed it. Because, yeah, the first one came out, I think it was 2023. I didn't play it until, like, oh, this is as far as the rope will reach. Okay, well, duly noted. Because, yeah, this is usually, like, the rest of the game is, like, an adventure, like, visual novel sort of thing. But it has this diving mechanic to it that you only do at the very beginning and now at what seems to be the very end. Okay, so it's got to be around here somewhere. I forget where it was. We got to find a giant hole in the ground. Or the seabed, I suppose, as it were. Oh, is that... Oh, the bubbles, of course. Go towards the bubbles.
うちに任しとけ。
Oh, and thank you for the follow. Nothing gathered. Well, that's fine. But yeah, game's great. Really great storytelling. Really fun characters. Great character artwork. Great facial expressions on said characters. Here we are. So the thing we're looking for should be near the floor around here somewhere. Where exactly was it? Was it over here-ish? Okay, it's not here either. So I'm trying to find the seal on the ocean floor, but... I've got a bit more oxygen. I'll be fine. And because of plot reasons, even if I die, it's fine. We're actually totally fine. So I can take my time trying to find wherever the hell this, Gathering complete, nothing. Try this again. Yeah, they said it was near the hole, but if it's over, maybe it's over this way instead? Because I approached it from one way, but not the other. It should be pretty conspicuous once we come across it. Like, it should be like a symbol covered in chains. But I'm having the hardest time trying to find it right now. Okay, that's as far as the rope will reach, so it's definitely not here. Yeah, just rub your face against the rock. Oh, it was over there. Whoops, I was way off. Okay, let's go back down. We'll find it eventually, goddammit. Okay, the bubbles are over here, so should be around this direction. The symbol on the seafloor we're looking for. And it shouldn't be, like, in the hole yet. Oh, whoops. I got to the hole a little too early. Dive failed, we'll try again. Yeah, make sure you're properly equipped before you dive into any mysterious holes. That's just common sense. It should be somewhere around here. Yeah, it's too dark over there. Okay, so that's as far as they'll go in that direction. Where the hell's the symbol on the seafloor? It's supposed to be around here somewhere. Oh. Oh. All right, well, we found a sticker down here. We found a sticker on the seabed. You know what? We'll at least cash that in. Nothing gathered? Well, you know what? I gathered... Yeah, Mockingbird number 18. Which one is this one? This one is called... Golden Roses. Maybe it's more over, like, this way? Because they did say it was near it, but they didn't see how near it was. Just to make sure it's not on top of the rocks or something. Can I see something better from this vantage point, perhaps? I wonder if I might need to level up my my detection or something like that. Like if my level's too low, because I think if I had a high enough level, it might point it out for me. Yeah, let's get back to the boat before I die again. Let's perhaps gather some things, maybe increase my detection level. You there. Nice fat abalone. Good, good. Can we get one more? Okay, there we go. That's probably a good haul. That'll probably get us a level. Also, you can die on the way back, so... $385 points. Ah, God damn it. That isn't enough. Okay, not in the hole. Not in the hole just yet. Or else they'll kill me. I need to find the seal first. And if I pick up enough of these, it might actually help detect them. Fuck it. Back to the boat, back to the boat, back to the boat. All right. Searching. Yeah, maybe if I search enough, it'll actually show up. Like if I crank up the search level high enough. Okay, I'm getting a lot more exclamation points, that's for sure. Let's go. Dump our haul back in before I asphyxiate. That's not going to be anywhere near enough. So where are the bubbles? Let's search around here. Oh! Hold the fort, hold the fort, hold the fort. Is this it? It's another sticker. You know what? I'll take it. And what's... Oh, there it is! It was on the side of the rock this entire time. Oh my god, that has a long... That's a meaty-ass health bar. Holy shit. Okay, we might not be a high enough level for this. I might need to actually crank up my level for, harvesting. All right, what's your name? Booby Bravo. I mean, it's a perfect name, really. 10 out of 10, no notes. I am often also saying this. Also, I wonder, if I go back to the, to where the sigil is, does it retain any damage I've already done to it, or do I have to do it all in one go? Because I am a little worried. I have to do it all in one go or something. Let's get gathering level 2. So it's near the rock. It's like on the rock itself, like around the reverse side, it seemed. Right there, okay. Nope, you had to do it all the way from scratch. Okay, I got a good crit. I might be able to pull this off. Oh! Okay, there's no way I'm surviving this. Oh, nope, I'm dead. But did still count as unlocked. Probably not, but we can try. Let's have a look-see. Is the chain still there? Oh, where's... Okay, there we are. Aha! Good. Looks like that powerful current has receded. I should be able to make it through now. Only one way to find out. Oh, do I actually have to keep going? This place feels vaguely familiar. Have I been here before? Maybe I'm just imagining things. I guess I'll just keep going. There's a tunnel here. Is this the right way? There's an open space here, but it's pitch dark. Could this be the sanctuary? Good thing I brought my flashlight. Let's see. There, now I can see. Time to have a good look around. There's gonna be something jumping out at me, isn't there? This way should take me deeper in, or further in. The stone archway over there. Could that be the entrance to Ryugu? I should take a closer look. What's behind me? If I turn around, all I can see is the way I came through. Alright. What's on my right? It's hard to get my bearings, but I think this is the right. Nothing here but a wall. And what's on my left? This would be to the left of the entrance, I think. Nothing here, though. Alright, so I guess we proceed deeper. A stone archway. It could be the entrance to Ryugu. But nothing appears when I go near it. I guess humans really can't travel there after all. So all I need to do is to break the curse is leave the bronze mirror here, right? Yeah, maybe I should try making an offering of the mirror near the archway. Oh. Why is there the option to not do that? That makes me inherently distrustful. Yeah, what happens if I try offering the mirror now, though? Okay, here goes nothing. Nothing happened. Did that do it? No way, I must have done something wrong. Well, that clearly didn't work. Maybe I should take another look around or something. Let's see, should I hold off for now? Let's see. What's on the floor? There's lots of puddles on the floor. I'd better watch my step. Okay. What about the ceiling? Oh! No way! That's a mockingbird? How'd it get down here? Maybe it's a kind of spirit being that appears in reaction to something. Okay, so yeah, they even have the sticker in this place where humans are not supposed to be allowed to reach because of, like, spirit protection. Alright, what's the name of this one? Jiving Javas. Alright, so, putting that aside, I'm sure if I felt a presence back there. What was that about? It seemed to vanish whenever I switched on my flashlight. Oh, I see you. I see you. I see that swirling little vortex over there. Ah, what the hell was that? Wait a minute. Is that the Mermaid Hayase? Not in the flesh, but what's it called? A curse echo. Like the imprint of a curse. Oh, what if this mermaid's echo indicates the presence of the curse? If so, now's my chance to offer up the still tide mirror. Let's try it. Now, curse of the raging waves, heed my call and trouble us no more. Okay. Ah, there you are. Good work out there. We felt it the moment you pulled it off. The curse of the raging waves is gone for good, and it's all thanks to you. Indeed, a job well done. That cursed aura... Oh my goodness! Hello, Mail City, and Raiders, welcome on in! I'm Matt O.B., Retro Variety, Mad Scientist Bunny, and, you came at an interesting time. We're playing, Paranormasight the Mermaid's Curse, and, this might be the ending? An ending? It's not clear. But, what were you up to? What were you playing? Something about an Adam Drake, I see. Let me see, should take care not to typo it. Okay. Yeah, well... Oh, finally completed Body Harvest. Yeah, you've been at that for a while. Nice. So, did you ultimately enjoy yourself in the end? I remember you said it was, if I recall correctly, last time you said enjoy was not necessarily the correct term, but... Ultimately a worthwhile and intriguing time. That's good. Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes games don't necessarily have to be fun, you know? As long as it's an enriching experience. I did know that Nintendo was tapped to publish Body Harvest, but then I forget what caused like the breakdown in the relations between the two, but yeah, for whatever reason that deal fell apart. Not quite, no. Because what, it's about like aliens or something like that, but it's like an open world sort of thing. It's like in a lot of ways kind of like a prototypical Oh, thank you for the follow. But yeah, it's like a prototypical, like a GTA 3 sort of thing, because it's the same people that would go on to make GTA 3. A lot of meddling from Nintendo of America and Japan, in regards to the falling out. Yeah, that's... Because I think it was like they were being like too like micromanagey, and then they were just like, nah, we're done with this. And then I believe the deal was that they could still release it on the N64. It wasn't canceled or anything, but it wasn't going to be published by Nintendo anymore. Like they basically found a way to like split off like under as amicable terms as could be allowed in the situation. But yeah, we are like right at least an ending of this. It's not clear. Because it does feel like there's a couple things still left unresolved, so... I was surprised when I saw something that wasn't Fear 2. Indeed, a job well done. The cursed aura that once enveloped the island has faded without a trace. Yeah, amicable, and then not a single DMARS game came out to Nintendo until, like, Chinatown Wars. Like I said, as amicable as could be expected given the circumstances. Like, they didn't outright cancel the project. Like, they let them, like, self-publish it. Like, it could have gone worse, you know? There was a GB, a Game Boy Color and a Game Boy Advance Grand Theft Auto. So, I guess there was still that. But I don't know if that was DMA. Maybe? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I guess actually I should mention that if you have any interest in playing Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse yourself, we are like pretty much, like we are way deep into it. We are like 20 hours deep. So, and this might be the ending. It certainly looks like it's an ending. So, leave now if you have any interest in playing this game. I appreciate you for stopping by, but you have been warned. This is Spoiler City now. Really? Phew. We sure couldn't tell, but turns out it worked. You hear that, Yuza? You did it. Yeah. Now we can finally relax. Well, that is certainly one problem taken care of. Now my assistant and I can focus on another issue that requires our attention. Already? Sounds like you got a lot on your plate. Naturally. Our convenience is of little concern to the paranormal. There you are! I've been looking all over for you! Huh? Oh, hey, Tsukasa, what's up? Not you, I'm talking to Mrs. Shiki. There's a call for you over at the station, ma'am. A call? I suppose this must be a police matter. Understood. I'll head over there right away. You'll have to excuse us, but if there's anything else, feel free to contact me. I will. Thanks for everything. So, spill. What happened with the curse? It's gone. Yuza ended it. Yay! Nice one, Yuza. You know, I reckon I got a knack for this. Maybe I'll go into the curse-breaking business. Hit me up if you need any other curses broken. Huh. You never know, that might be your true calling. Maybe it suits you even better than being an alma diver. Come to think of it, we better let old man Wakamura know how it all went down. Where'd he get off to, anyway? Don't ask me. Maybe he went home? Probably. How about Yuza? Want to go see him? Yeah, okay. I suppose we did make that deal. But it can wait until after I've had a chance to change clothes and take a breather. I'm beat. Fair enough. I guess it's not like there's any hurry, huh? In the meantime, I'll go work on the boat. Let's meet up later, yeah? And as for me, I'll track down Sato and Tsuyu and fill them in. Later. Several hours later. Okay, the skies are nice and clear, so that's good. By the way, Yuza, you haven't given up on finding that mermaid, have you? Any new leads? Sort of. Mrs. Shiki shared some information with me earlier when she pulled me aside. Really? Oh, I guess experts on the supernatural would know about mermaids too, huh? That curse crackers, now we're cooking with gas. So what did she say? Did you find out what you have to do to meet one? Actually, it turns out that the mermaid who saved me isn't in this world anymore. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means she's gone back to Ryugu, the world beyond. Apparently it's a place between this world and the world of the dead. Wait, really? Does that mean mermaids aren't from our world? I guess not. Well, sounds like you hit a dead end. Hey, Mr. Wakamuda, you in? We've come to tell you the good news. Yuza did it. He broke the curse. So you better keep up your end of the deal. I don't like where this is going. Maybe he didn't hear you? Hey, anybody home? I'm coming in. He's gonna be hanging from the ceiling or some shit, isn't he? Huh? The door's already open. That's weird. Mr. Wakamuda? What the? Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, he's cleaved in two. Oh god, the curse. Mr. Wakamuda, don't tell me he's... I don't believe it. That wound, did a curse cause it? But we ended the curse, didn't we? I mean, I can't exactly say I'm shedding any tears over this asshole being dead, but, I guess that is one unresolved plot thread. Oh. Okay, so we're not done yet. We are still not yet done. There is still more to be uncovered here. But it looks like an ad is going to be starting soon, so you know what? I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll discuss the next steps, because it is getting rather late. It is like 5:30 in the morning. But there is also a Nintendo Indie World Direct starting in like, what is it, like a half hour? So maybe I'll stay up and we can watch that, and then we'll wrap it. But I'll be back in a couple minutes either way, so sit tight, don't go nowhere. I'll be back in just a bit. And I'm back. So, I feel like, honestly, this is probably a good place to stop, right? Like, because we got some more uncovered, not uncovered, but like not covered paths that we still have yet to explore. I think there's still, we can probably get a decent amount of juice out of this next Monday. But in 20 minutes, there should be a Nintendo Indie World Direct, so I figure as well, like, as long as I'm up for it, we might as well do a little watch along. Maybe we'll see something neat there. I'm not exactly expecting anything super hype, but you know, there could be stuff. We could even put together like a little bingo or something. But not that I would know really what to put in a bingo for an Indie World Direct, you know? Like, what even are the big indie games that people are hyped over? Like, we got Silksong, right? And I maybe they'd have a date for Mina the Hollower? And there'll be some sort of, you know, shadow drop at some point. Like, this game's available later today. I mean, we might get some of the Balatro likes showing up, like, Clover Pit isn't on Switch, right? So that'll probably show up there, right? That's probably a safe bet. I think we could start a little bingo. But also, before we quit out of Paranormasight 2, or Paranormasight: The Mermaid's Curse for the night, there is one thing that I never showed during the last stream. We have a relationship chart between all of the fucking Mockingbirds, along with bios. Tit for Tat, the top troublemaker of Blue's brutal beaks, a gang of delinquents from Abe's Academy who have recently been wreaking havoc throughout the region. Despite his cute, snowball-like appearance, he's both fierce-tempered and ruthlessly territorial, and the force with which he flies at anyone who messes with the gang's turf is more like a bullet than a snowball. The Turninator, the captain of the raid team for the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew. Although the sight of him skimming the water during his daring dives is awe-inspiring in itself, he also commands the respect of the rest of the gang, but for being the first one to gain the trust of their maverick leader, Don Heron. Mimic and Minace, a chirpy and cheerful member of Blue's Brutal Beaks hoodlum band. Having taken a liking to Tit for Tat and his rambunctious ways, he spends his time regaling anyone who will listen with tales of Tit for Tat's exploits, made all the more colorful by his skill at mimicry, a habit which has only contributed to the diminutive delinquent's infamy. Little Blue, the leader of the hoodlum band Blue's Brutal Beaks, albeit in name only. The son of Abe's Academy's board chairman, he turned to delinquency in defiance of his father, who refused to accept Tit for Tat, the very first friend he ever made. Although small in stature and timid by nature, those who have seen him cornered tell a different story, describing his berserk behavior as that of a bird possessed. Blues Cruise, a singer-songwriter in charge of producing pumping tracks for the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. He can be found at the same spot every day, jamming to his repertoire of songs. He's recently hit it off with Tit for Tat, who admires his work, but he remains unaware that his new fan is a notorious delinquent. Also, get a load of the recorder here in the background music. Yeah, we've only seen, like, the friends of Tit for Tat. What about the Jiving Javas? The twin leaders of the Bamboo Breakers dance team. These sprightly sparrows charm everyone with their perfectly synced partner dances. Particular about keeping clean, they always set aside break time for baths, even during performances. The recent rise of junior member Tit for Tat has caught them off guard, and the two now view him as their rival in adorableness, something which Tit for Tat has not noticed at all. And then also, there's a lot of romance around this particular character. Maverick Manny. A member of the Bamboo Breakers dance team, this lucky duck is envied far and wide as the man who stole the heart of Maverick Mandy. The two are now a pair of lovebirds that anyone would envy. Or so he thinks. In reality, the only time they can be called that is during their extravagant dances, and he remains blissfully unaware of her frequent flings, a fact that everyone else on the team has already noticed. Oh, she's cheating on him. Ooh. And Tango and Turkey, a dapper dancer on the Bamboo Breakers dance team, known for his fleet footwork and vibrant display of tail feathers. Having originally harbored dreams of days spent flocked by adoring fans, the current situation, with Team Darling Maverick Mandy as the apple of everyone's eye, has him gnashing his beak in frustration. Let's see, we still have a couple here. Kiting Killer. The strategist of the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew, he can often be seen circling the skies over their territory, ever on the lookout for intruders. Those unfortunate enough to be spotted by him will find themselves greeted by his signature dive bomb attack and grappling claws. He and Fastlane Frigate of the Bamboo Breakers dance team go way back, having fostered a mutual respect for each other's prowess during their sea racing days. So we got a couple more. Golden Roses. A member of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang, usually found whiling away his days at the seaside, he has a tendency to suddenly show up whenever trouble begins brewing, just so he can stick his beak into the chaos. Despite being the only one to notice the lack of substance between Albatross Boss's imposing demeanor, he finds it more entertaining than anything else, and has thus far elected to keep quiet about it. Cloak and Plover. One of the many birds inspired to join the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang by their commanding presence of its leader, Albatross Boss. He's best known for his ability to quickly blend into the background, so much so that no one is entirely sure when exactly he joined the gang. And then finally, Booby Bravo. We're saving the best for last. A steadfast senior member of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. Accustomed to living in a group, he's quick to step in and smooth things over whenever he hears of a dispute erupting around the gang's ever-growing ranks. Second to none in his loyalty to their leader, he's quick to tell him whenever he finds a promising new feeding ground. There, now I hope you're sufficiently edified into the world of the Mockingbirds. You got your Kunio-kun in my Hatoful boyfriend. Pretty much. And I guess this makes, like, this is the de facto Kunio, since so much of this revolves around tit for tat. Like, he's the very center of all this. He's the key to all this, you could even say. And then there's a mysterious relationship between these two, but we have not found them yet. I'll have to wait for some other time. But yeah, let's save the game right around here, why don't we? And then we'll come back to this next Monday, and hopefully next Monday I won't have forgotten a bunch of important details between streams. But I think I think we're in a pretty good spot. I think that like we're entering a new intrigue. Like we're out of the frying pan into the fire, that sort of thing. So I think we should be safe. But I guess we won't know for sure until next Monday. So until then. Also, yeah, there you go. There's the portal. There's the stone arch we found in the cave. So what we're seeing here is probably what Ryugu's supposed to look like. And what do you know? There's a mermaid right there that we've still yet to see one actually, like, walking about and such. It's basically just Yumiko, who has renounced her mermaidity? Whatever you call it. Anyhow. We'll quit the game for now. And give me just a second to set up a stream feed with the Nintendo Indie Direct. Also, I'll have to change the stream category and all that stuff. Give me just a moment. Let's see, it should be Indie World, right? That's what they call these. Indie World Showcase. Yeah, starting at 6 a.m. Pacific, so that's 10 minutes from now. Oh boy. All right, let me... Where is... There we are. And let's Large that. And then let me rename some stream stuff, do some what's the word I'm looking for here? I've been doing this for 10 hours. Housekeeping? I guess it's housekeeping, right? Let's see. And then we make this special events. There we go. And also I should probably change what's currently playing. Currently watching. Nintendo Indie World 3/3/2026. There we are. Beautiful. Okay, so let me see. Gambling Balatro likes Next Fest Darlings. What was the big stuff at Next Fest? Because I wasn't actually looking at any of like the big Steam Next Fest demos, right? I don't get your hopes up. Yeah, because yeah. Small indie developer Valve. Yeah, sure. Just the littlest guy. They need the spotlight at the Nintendo Indie World for anybody to notice their game. The Half-Life 3 would be totally buried otherwise. Absolutely. Because what was... Let me see. What was the big Steam Next Fest stuff? That was really, Because, yeah, I think Nina the Hollower getting a release day is pretty likely, right? 'Cause that's supposed to be sometime soon. Oh, yeah, Dench Attack, that's right. Actually, they had a trailer for Dench Attack not too long ago that listed, like, everybody on the OST, and there's, like, it's crazy stacked on there. Like, they have Lotus Juice and shit. That's crazy. And the Girl's Last Tour Strand, like, I missed that one. Let's see, Vampire Crawlers? Maybe, I guess. Wanderberg? Okay, Wanderberg's already out, though, so that's probably not it. The fuck is Burglin Gnomes? Oh, it's one of these. It's a meme game. Okay. Also, let me just, I guess, announce this in Blue Sky, I guess. Yeah, that ought to do. Deep Snow Delivery. Maybe. How... Because I'm looking at some of this, and how much of this is like, can you play this with controller? Does this support controller at all? And that Sukeban Games Parasite Eve, like, true, yeah, there was that as well, huh? So mayhaps. Possibly. Yeah, ultimately, I think this thing is only supposed to be like 15 minutes long. It's not supposed to be like a whole lot of, a whole lot. So we should probably like keep our expectations in check a little bit. I can't expect the world from this. My money's on 30 Balacho likes. That's probably, yeah, that's probably easy money. A buckshot roulette on Switch? I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, that's probably the smart money, right? Because everybody's like chasing after Balacho, but at the same time, like these Nintendo Indie World Directs always kind of surprise me by like showing something that I've never heard of before. That's like completely like I never would have guessed they'd have it, and then it's gonna be like, then they're like, oh, it's out today, you know? Like I feel like, you know, so many people in the past tried to, you know, be like, oh, this is where Silk Song's gonna show up, and then it's like a billion things you've never heard of, right? So I wonder if that's also at some point, to some extent, it's kind of foolish to try to predict what's gonna show up at one of these, because it could be literally anything. It could be like some game you've literally never heard of, and they're only just now revealing their thing. It would be weird to see Mugenics on an Indie World Direct, but maybe, I don't know. Because like, I feel that like the name alone, I feel like that's something, you know, they'd let that on the eShop, but I wonder if they'd feel comfortable putting that on a stream, considering like it's like an edgy pun on eugenics, you know? Hello, Torikasi. Yeah, we'll find out in due time, that's for sure. In just 4 minutes, we'll begin to find out. We will begin to discover. Hmm. And I wonder if they'll try to like, you know, when like major third-party publishers try to pass off like a smaller scale game as an indie game, will we be seeing any of that? How have these indie world streams historically been about that? Like when they say, "Oh, this is a tiny little indie game, guys," and it's actually published by Square or Capcom or something. Yeah, well, we got Dave the Diver 2, exactly, something like that. Or you know, we'll probably get like another DLC announcement for Dave the Diver 2, because it seems like that game gets DLC like every other month. That's like some kind of like crossover or something. Like they had Like a Dragon, they had Godzilla. They had what? They had one for Dredge, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw yet another Dave the Diver DLC. Hello, Neil Navi. I have perhaps not exactly well rested. I've been streaming for nearly 11 hours now. But I'm glad to hear you seem to be doing all right. Oh god, yeah. Dave the Diver crossing over with Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. I mean, it's a match made in heaven. It's so thematically aligned. They'd be fools not to. And actually, that's another thing, too. Like, see, something like Paranormasight, that's the kind of game I'm talking about, where, like, that's the sort of thing that I could easily see, like, a major publisher like Square Enix trying to pass off as, like, an indie game. But no, they announced that during, like, a full fat Nintendo Direct. They didn't, like, this is kind of mean to say, but they didn't shunt it off to an indie world, right? They gave it, like, a marquee place in a full Direct. Although, again, that's because that game, like, the first Paranormasight was very popular in Japan. If you want the last window, you're probably not getting it this stream. But you know what? Actually, you know what? You know what's actually a pretty... If we're talking about indie games, like so-called indie games from major publishers, Damon and Baby. We might see Damon and Baby here. The next Daisuke Ishiwatari classic. Okay, yeah, what was Dead as Disco again? Ah, shit. They've been trying to get a few extra small games through before they fully focus totally on big budget games at Square. Yeah, but again... Oh, hold on. Never mind what my thought. We're starting. And let me know how the audio levels are for this compared to how Paranormasight was. This might be a little quiet. Oh! Thank you, Sheepy Emu, for the resub. Oh yeah, there you go. There's Dench Attack. So already, right there. You hit the nail on the head, right on the money. And they got quite the lineup for this game's soundtrack. Because again, like they got they got T-Lopes, they got Tumelo, they got Lotus Juice. Like they didn't have Naganuma on this too, did they? This game does look really neat. Did they announce a release date for this before, or are we gonna find out now? Okay, June 17th, demo available today.
Hola a tothom, soc en David.
I jo l'Àngel.
Som d'Undercoders, l'estudi independent de Barcelona que hi ha darrere
Oh.
de Dench Attack.
Barcelona, no shit.
A Dance Attack viatges en un tren acrobàtic a través d'un Japó futurista i colorit.
It's either going to be really fun to replay or a one and done.
Mentre lluites contra bosses i alliberes les vies del control d'una megacorporació malvada.
Ens hem inspirat moltíssim a la cultura
I guess it depends on like
japonesa
how
i
much
l'energia
like
dels jocs
experimentation
arcade
you can do,
gràfics per
because
crear
like
un món que es senti
that's kind of the risk you run with a game that's literally on rails, right? But then again, you can like literally jump off the rails and kind of like hop between them. So if there's like a lot of alternative paths and stuff, maybe.
Exclusiva per a Nintendo Switch 2.
My money's on Sayonara Wild Hearts, because even Sayonara Wild Hearts like was a lot more like railroaded and linear. Like you're playing that game, like it feels like this might be a little bit more open-ended than that, right?
All aboard
But
for
maybe.
the latest indie world. I'm Marissa.
And I'm Thomas. We're excited to showcase another packed lineup of new indies headed to the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems.
Forgive me, but I can't wait to introduce this next game coming to Nintendo Switch. Let's take a look.
안녕하세요. 한국게임개발사 드림모션의 이준영입니다.
Dream Motion. Don't think I've heard of them before. My Little Puppy is a game we create by adding dreams and hopes to the story I share with Bongu, a dog I adopted and raised.
가장 창의적인 것이다라는 말처럼 마이 리틀 퍼피가 만남과 이별 그리고 재회에 관한 우리 모두의 이야기로 여러분들의 마음속에 남게 되면 좋겠습니다.
It's a cute dog though. He's got kind of like a 1,000-yard stare, but cute dog.
마이 리틀 퍼피가 강아지를 좋아하는 세상 모든 분들의 마음속에 감동으로 기억되는 작품이 되면 좋겠습니다.
감사합니다.
He's not even looking at the camera when he's waving. How can I tell he's being sincere?
There's an old saying that when you depart from this world, the dog who went ahead will warmly welcome you.
A heartwarming hope.
Oh no, don't make this a game about dead puppies. Come on.
A new adventure inspired by the director's own Welsh corgi.
Play as Bongu, a rescued dog and bestest boy who, after a simple yet joyful life, crosses the rainbow bridge to doggy heaven.
After what seems like an eternity, Bongu awakes from a nap to a familiar scent, his daddy.
Embark on a journey to meet Bongu's dad, an expedition out of doggy heaven and into the afterlife that may hold unexpected dangers.
Okay, but why do you have monsters in doggy heaven? Who let the monsters in doggy heaven?
Puppy, bounding its way onto Nintendo Switch, May 29th.
Next up, let's take a look at some indies headed for Nintendo Switch 2, including some also headed to Nintendo Switch.
I'm so excited. Heave!
Oh, it's oh, what was this game called again?
Heave!
How to?
Oh, heave ho.
Introducing the high-flying follow-up to the ultimate friend-flinging party game.
Grab hands, arms, or even
I'm kind of
heads
surprised
to
it took
form
them this
chains
long
of
to
up
make a
4
sequel.
players, then grapple and swing to reach the goal, avoiding lethal hazards and the deadly void below.
Each player needs to grab and release at just the right moment.
Because like when did the
to form
first one
chains.
come out? That was a
If anyone
while
goes to
ago.
their
That was
grip,
quite a
it
long
could
time
send
ago.
the whole group to their doom.
There are 8 themed worlds to explore, thrilling exotic locations like a medieval land, a space station, and of course, a kitchen.
In each one,
They're
play
so
with
scared of
brand new
people confusing the
mechanics
Switch
like
1 and
rocket
2.
damage,
Yeah.
coordinated cookery, and
But
plenty
I guess
of
it doesn't
surprises.
hurt to be, you know, like
Swing into
overly
action with
specific,
local
right? Like it only kind of bugs me when they go into like all like when they start going into like the Mario Kart World the Mario Kart World game for Nintendo Switch for the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
3 other players.
Yeah,
Get
you need a
ready
refund
to
on your
get a
Xenoblade
grip
2 Definitive
in
Edition Nintendo
Evo
Switch 2 edition game for
launching
oh my
on Nintendo
god.
Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch this summer. At the end of the day, there's nothing like closing up shop,
Or like
throwing
what's
on some
like
comfy clothes, and
Dungeon diving
the
for
Super
wondrous
Mario
relics.
Wonder
I was
plus
going
Bella
to
Bell
say
Park
having a nice hot cup of
game
cocoa, but that
for
works too.
Nintendo Switch
And moving
2.
to
No,
the
it's
endless vault, continue
Super
your double
Mario
life
Wonder
as
Nintendo
crafty
Switch 2
merchant
edition
by
plus
day
Bella Bell
and
Park
a
game
fearless adventurer
for the
by night.
Nintendo Switch 2
Will is
system.
back
Like
in
that's the shit that
business
drives me up the
after
wall.
An interdimensional collector seizes control of their beloved village.
But
in
otherwise, I
Dungeon.
think, you know, a little
Will
bit of
and the other townsfolk
thoroughness in your
are forced to find a
explanation
new home.
doesn't necessarily hurt. It's just
Now,
that like
settled in the town of Tresna, it's up to you
There is a
to
limit.
set up a new shop and grow it into the thriving heart of the village's prosperity.
Dive into vibrant dimensions brimming with shiny loot and pesky enemies. Then vanquish them.
I
using
wish
an
it didn't say
extensive
Nintendo Switch
combat
2 edition
system
on the title
with
screens. That's so
different weapon
tacky.
types and flashy
Like I
combos.
guess it's there to
Don't
make
forget
sure
your
that's like
backpack.
okay, yeah,
It's
it
your best
installed
friend while
correctly.
collecting
It
loot,
works.
So make sure to carefully
And-
arrange
and
your
you know
treasure
you're playing the
to
right one, but,
maximize your
like,
profits.
Man.
Trust your instincts to plot clever routes through your dungeon runs. The further you delve, the greater the rewards. How far will you dare to go?
I mean, I suppose after a
Each
certain amount of
escapade,
time,
put your
right? That
hard-earned
like
treasure on sale. That's where your shop owner charm will
once
shine.
they kind of like
Go and decorate your shop. Get
once
to
the
know your
Switch 1 is
customers.
fully
Set
deprecated and
your
they only
prices
focus
to
on the
score
Switch 2, we won't have to
perfect
worry about that
Go
anymore.
from
But
castaway to
that'll
friendly
probably take a
neighbor.
while, especially
And
with
find a new
the
home
way the
when
market is
stranded.
right now and
In Moonlighter 2,
certain
The
economic
Endless
realities.
Vault, opening up shop on the Nintendo Switch 2 system this year.
Hello. We're the team behind Widow. Do you remember a time when your backyard and neighborhood streets felt like the entire world?
Хоть мы и выросли в разных местах, нас объединяет одно общее чувство.
Это Фокси, сердце нашей истории, и она так-то собрала нас вместе.
Denn auch wenn wir erwachsen sind, ist diese Magie aus unserer Kindheit nie verschwunden.
So from all of us here, we hope you enjoy the game. Thanks.
Wouldn't it be nice just to slow down and get back
This does
to
look
when
rather
things were
nice.
simpler?
It sure would.
Well, in Widow, you do just that. In this cozy diorama puzzle game, you assemble wooden scenes piece by piece, like a 3D coloring book.
As you place objects in their correct spots, each scene slowly fills with
Yeah, this actually
color
looks
and
like
comes
really
to life,
nice.
revealing charming animations and delightful surprises.
Follow the story of Foxy the Fox and Ben the Frog through a series of interconnected dioramas, each capturing a unique moment from their shared adventure.
The game adapts to your pace while the narrator's voice keeps you company. Plus, plenty of funny characters and silly emotes are sure to put a smile on your face.
And mouse controls are also supported on Nintendo Switch 2.
I wonder if there's
Settle
any
into a world that
Nintendo
comes
Switch 2
together
games
one piece at
that
a
will have
time
mouse
in
controls that feel remotely
Widow,
decent.
slotting onto the Nintendo Switch
Like somebody
2
has to
and
like
Nintendo Switch systems this summer.
because like it has built-in mouse acceleration, but it's like is there like a way to disable that on a per game basis? Can you make a
All your
Switch 2
friends and
mouse game that
family are
actually feels
trapped
good?
in corrupted crystal, and it's all up to you to save them.
Shoot, that sounds like an adventure.
A mini shoot adventure. Take control of a swift and responsive spaceship.
Yeah, I feel
as
like
you blast
this is
your
a game
way
I've
through
heard
this
of before,
modern
mini shoot
twin-stick
adventures.
shooting twist on the classic 8-bit.
Yeah, at least for mouse
formula.
controls, it'll be good for
Overcome
emulation in
bosses
like 15 years. That's true.
bullet-filled battles by finding primordial powers
And it'll
that
probably
super
feel better on an
combat
emulator too.
abilities.
You can
You can probably
also
disable
upgrade
the
your
mouse
ship by
acceleration on
leveling
that.
up, finding various items, and buying equipment.
Don't forget to rescue your adorable friends. They'll all help you in their own special way.
The primordial powers will also unlock exploration abilities that open up the map bit by bit, unraveling a beautiful world to discover at your own pace.
Explore lush caverns, ancient temples, and sunken cities, each environment full of its own unique treasures, challenges, and secrets.
Take on the Unchosen in Mini Shoot Adventures, flying onto the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems later today.
Oh, there you go.
What is the dark?
Oh, they're making a Switch 2 version of this. This is a VR game. This is on PSVR 2.
Is it a place for monstrosities? For fools lost in the woods?
I wonder how this is, like, non-VR. Like, I feel... Because I believe that even on PlayStation 5, you could play it non-VR, but how does it compare, you know? Like, the experience. This game is beautiful, but not very fun or long, sadly. I remember Dr. Aggro had very nice things to say about it. Available March 26th. And that's not very long from now.
Hi, I'm Bryce.
And I'm Jambel, and we're devs on the team making Rotwood here at Clay Entertainment in Vancouver, Canada. We grew up playing games shoulder to shoulder with friends. Inspired by the moment-to-moment strategy of fighting games and the big bosses of RPGs, Rotwood was developed to recapture the spirit of those good times.
We wanted progress to
His
feel
only
like
complaint
it
was
comes
performance
not
and
just from
glitches.
new gear, but
So
from you,
yeah,
the player,
I don't know
actually
how
improving,
much the Switch
so that
2,
each
like how
time
much
you
better
learn
the Switch
something
2 will
new
fare in terms
that
of
inspires
performance,
ideas
but
for your next run.
we'll see. Maybe
We
they
support ourselves
optimized
with
it good,
Rotwood,
but
and we hope you enjoy it.
Chaos rules!
And big old corrupted beasts drool in
Rotwood, a brand new side-scrolling brawler from the studio behind the Don't Starve series.
Your home's been overrun by some hyped-up hostiles, so it's time to take up arms and dive into the fray.
Master a diverse combat system that rewards those who sharpen their skills. Want to get up close and crush some enemies? Wield a hammer.
Want to be a deadeye that snipes baddies from afar? Take aim with a bow.
Practice and perfect combo attacks for each weapon type to reach your destructive potential.
Experiment with gear combos to refine your build. Earn epic loot through victories. Then use it to face ever-increasing challenges.
And you'll need all the help you can get.
Nobody remembers
Boss
Mark of the
fights are
Ninja?
not just a test of strength, but of wits. Study attack patterns.
yeah, I actually kind of forget what that game is. I'm
Well-placed strikes to
actually,
hit
hold
it where
on.
it hurts.
Am I thinking of the right?
Muscle always
Hold on.
helps too. Grab up to 3 of your friends either locally or online and face the
Okay, yeah,
rocks
this is a game I've seen like the logo for, but I've never actually played it. So did it?
Rotwood.
It doesn't look like it's the same kind of game. I don't know why you bring it up.
Nintendo Switch 2
Is it the same
as a
people?
console exclusive later today.
Oh, well, there you go. Later today. Oh, didn't we see this game at a bunch of shows before? Like it's the yeah, we've seen this. Yeah, it's like the music video type game, I think. Like we've seen this.
The optimal teenage experience.
The teenage experience is unobtainable.
Because I remember like Annapurna now, it's like apparently the people who run Annapurna now, it's basically Private Division rebranded. It's something like that. I remember they were talking about that on, I think it was Jeff Gersman's podcast.
It's time to shine the spotlight on this brand new action RPG.
Why does this art style look familiar?
Guacamelee and nobody saves the world.
There you go.
In Blight,
Creators of
the evil
Guacamelee. I guess that
system
explains that.
consumed your village and infected the world with a deadly blight.
You are the lone survivor of Sorcisto's rampage, fighting to reclaim the memories of your people before you succumb.
But that same power can also be turned to your advantage. As you progress through this psychedelic western landscape, you'll accumulate blight by defeating enemies. The higher your blight, the fiercer enemies become, making combat harder, but also more rewarding.
Combat is nuanced.
I never did play, what was it, Severed? How was that game supposed to be?
Enemies, chain together combos, and perform
Because, like, yo, Guacamelee was their big game, right? But I don't remember how people felt about Severed.
Vibrant world, backed by a haunting original score.
And I know that, like, all the memes in Guacamelee, like, really, like, turn people off in the long term. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's, like, making people reticent to give their other games a try.
For some two-player co-op action.
Harness the power of Blight and unravel the mysteries of a twisted world in Blighted, creeping its way onto the Nintendo
That's a
Switch
ways
2
out.
system this fall.
Hi, I'm Justin from Prophecy Games in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hi, I'm Jess.
And I'm Scott. We love the feeling of
It's usually hard to tell it's their games each time.
and we were inspired.
Because that is true, that
FPS roguelike in our
because
favorite genre.
I did find that art style familiar somehow, but at the same time, it doesn't quite look like Guacamelee. Or even from what I've seen of Severed.
When you awaken on
But I still recognize that art
We
somehow.
worked hard to craft rich, immersive atmospheres, unique
Where did I know
enemies,
that art from, if
crafty
not from
gunplay leaves
that?
a lasting impact.
We hope you enjoy playing Dead Zone Rogue as much as we do.
A spaceship overrun with biomechanical creatures, an arsenal of modifiable weapons, and a mysterious origin to uncover. That's what awaits in Dead Zone Rogue, a new sci-fi shooter that combines tight, satisfying gunplay with strategic progression.
Select missions and squad up with friends, or fight solo through a series of challenging rooms with support for mouse controls using the Joy-Con 2 controllers.
Gain perks and permanent upgrades by defeating enemies and
This game
bosses
actually has
in high-intensity
mouse-based
loops.
first-person shooter controls.
And a variety of foes.
Is there any other Switch 2 game that's like an FPS that uses the mouse controls?
Rip-roaring original soundtrack.
Because I feel like we should have seen that, like, more of that by now. Like, it's basically just Metroid Prime, right?
Fight, revive, adapt.
Does I guess Fortnite would have mouse controls, but that's like, does that have a first-person mode?
Switch 2 system, March 17th.
I guess it's close enough, right? You're pointing and you're shooting.
Before we go, let's check out some more exciting indie games heading to Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch.
Iron Sights, okay. This game looks neat. Game's got a cool look to it. Now, we've seen this game before, yeah. Tome was incredible? I don't think I heard of it. But it did look really neat, this Tome 2. So I'm inclined to believe you. Oh yeah, Ratatan. You know, I've never even played Patapon or Ratatan. I wonder if the Patapon people are happy with this.
That's all for today's... Thomas, are you taking notes?
I have to. It might be a clue.
A clue for what?
Hello, Tactical Taffy.
Welcome to Mount Holly, the mysterious manor with locked doors and
Oh, is this
45
Blueprints?
shifting rooms.
In Blueprints,
Yep, it's Blueprints. I guess that's their big game.
Genre-bending journey filled with a unique
That's the big
mix of
show ender.
mystery, strategy,
I guess
and
so, yeah.
puzzles that weave together
Big
to
Prince
create
was the big hyped game for a little while last year.
Every day, and every doorway becomes
Oh yeah,
a
I've always wanted to play
So,
Patapon. It's just like a
manage your
question of like
resources
getting
carefully
around
for
to it, you know?
discoveries and get closer
There
to
are a
finding
lot of video
stable
games that
room
exist in the
46.
world.
Use mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controller to probe and poke at the manor's secrets, unraveling mysteries by discovering letters, diaries, and other revealing materials.
Take notes and draft your own adventure in Blueprints, available on the Nintendo Switch 2 system
Now?
later today.
Yep, there you go. Later today.
Now that we've solved that mystery, that's really all for today's Indie World. We hope you enjoyed the games in today's showcase.
A big thank you, as always, to our indie community and partners for bringing their craft, adventures, and imaginations to players on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch.
Follow our official Indie World account to stay up to date on all the latest news.
I mean,
from
yeah, they
Indie
only
World.
said it was going to be like
Until next
15
time,
minutes, and
happy
they actually went over that by 3 minutes. We actually got 3 additional minutes. That's value when you really think about it. But that's about what I expected. It was neat. There were some neat games in there. Like I said, I forget if I said this. I think it was on the Discord I said this, but I this is not something I would have woken up for, but considering we were already up, like we were playing Paranormasight well into the early morning, you know, might as well watch along with us, and it was neat. There's some stuff there. Exactly, we didn't even have to pay for it. We got 3 minutes for free on top of the free, like 15 minutes we were already promised. Like, my pockets are overflowing with the savings. I guess I don't know. Either way, it's probably about my bedtime. I should probably wrap this up. But I guess all that said, well, we don't need the UK version, so let's just pause that now. Unless, is there anything new in the UK version? Probably not. Yeah, it looks to be about the same. Yeah, it looks like it's literally the exact same. Okay. Is there a Japan one? We could always check. Let me see, because I guess they would type that out in kana, right? Nope. God damn it. I can do this. There we go. Indie World, Nintendo. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, so... Oh, they're still going for them. Hold on. Yeah, it actually got like... Yeah, Ratatan actually got a spotlight. Is this? Hold on. This isn't Koyasu, is it? Doing the narration? Wait, it's not out until July, it says. Oh, on PC? I don't know. I think it's had demos before, I know that much, but... Yeah, these are completely different games they're showing off. I think they did show this like, Because I remember seeing something about it. Was this in a sizzle reel? Some of my attention was divided during some parts of this. Let me see. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's not letting me scrub through it. Because I'd be curious to see, like, how much, like, is going for this. Because, like, did they get a late start, or is theirs just longer? Oh, I have a demo. Oh, this is different. Okay, this is definitely a Western game because all the font choices are kind of ass. Like, it's the most, like, basic bitch. Like, we found, like, a sans serif Japanese font on, like, installed it by default on Windows ass font. But that's, like, the #1 hallmark of, like, if you're not sure what region a game is from and you're watching it in Japanese, like, look at how absolutely basic the font is and that'll give you an idea, because, like, they just don't care about font choice for, like, Japanese localizations of a lot of these games. Yeah, but even like when you're using that exact same font on a newspaper or like this, like, come on. Certainly, the English version of this game has different bespoke fonts for each context. Certainly. I'd hope. Yeah, I just wish that more people gave a shit about fonts in general, yeah, because, yeah, on the other hand, you have stuff like the Final Fantasy pixel remasters with their font choices. And how, like, you look at the Japanese version, that looks just fine, but then the English version has the font choice it has. So it's true that it does go both ways. Don't understand why Nintendo uses Choseongul and Hangul for Korean. I don't have enough knowledge or context for that, so I cannot tell you.
さらにもう一人の主人公潜入捜査官ボブの視点から刑務所に隠された闇に挑むストーリーも収録
It does have Japanese voice acting. Back to the Dawn, break the animal prison. It's out in like a couple days.
いかがでしたかここで一つお知らせですインディーワールドの公式 X アカウントでは
Only cops call it X. Well, I guess it's not Twitter anymore, is it? Like in any sense. Oh, this ain't Blueprints. This ain't Blueprints at all. Oh, it's Homura Hime. I played this at PAX like, not last year, but the year before. I played this at PAX. This game's pretty neat. Yeah, where was this during the Western Indie Direct? Yeah, can we trade directs? Like, not to cast shade on all the people who put their games on the other direct, right? But like, this is way more up my alley, like all the stuff they've shown. Yeah, because this game's cool. I played this. And I think they also had a demo of this, like, I think it was during this Next Fest, and people liked that demo too, from what I heard. Yeah, you're just doing like all this Toho bullet dodging shit in your hack and slash. Oh, still no date. Still no date. Just 2026. It does have an English release planned. I played it in English at PAX 2024. On PC comes out on the 4th. Okay, so it's just the Switch 2 version that's taking a long time then. Okay, well, that's something. Yeah, all these games are not what we saw in ours. What the hell? These are all different games. Okay, that's one we got. And so is that one. But most of these are different games. What the shit? Okay, we gotta go back and see some of those other games. Like, there's only like a little bit of overlap there. Okay, just let me scrub through. Will you let me scrub through? If I refresh. Yeah, even in Japanese you get angry comments. Although I guess I'm pretty sure that one's a shitpost actually, so. Yeah, or no, it's just one guy copy-pasting the same thing over and over, and I think he's shitposting. Never mind. Let me see. Can we, is there any way I can rewind here? If I refresh now that the stream's over. Okay, yeah, theirs went way longer than ours did. Like, theirs was a full half hour. Yeah, we already saw this. Also, we got dog peeing action, so that's something that they did not show us. Yeah, why was theirs like twice, like literally twice as long as ours?
整えてみましょう。ソファーはここで。ベッドは2階に置いて。便座はバスルーム。
Yeah, what? It was probably that one shooter, right?
今度はキッチンへ。
I think because there's that one shooter with like the robots in the space station. It was probably that if I had to guess.
とそこに住民から依頼が届いたようです。パン屋さんの開店準備を手伝ってほしいとのこと。早速他にも楽器屋さんにホームすることを買ってください。夢物語の街は5月配信。
Nice logo, at least.
このゲームは主人公はこの子。動けますがジャンプはできません。
Yep. I have now inflicted you with the cursed knowledge.
自由なタイミングで爆破。これだけ。例えば高いところに行くには
Oh, this game's out already?
ボムの上に乗って爆破。ボムの爆風でジャンプできました。
This looks neat.
向こう側に行きたいときにはボムを横に置いて爆破。
Just turn your body into a bomb and navigate that way.
できることがさらに広がります。例えばあそこに行くにはボムを置いてもう一個のボムに乗ってボンボン。最初のボムで横に移動し2個目のボムで上に移動できました。他にも
That looks like this could be pretty neat.
利用してスイッチを押したりブロックを壊したりハエを見つけて
It's got a cute art
ハエ
style.
に食べさせたりボムをどこに置いていつ爆破するかと悩んで
Oh god, it's a Metroidvania.
はこのインディーワールド終了後
Oh, and it's out right now.
開始。魔女見習いのエリーと口は悪いけど頼りになる帽子の相棒バージル。魔女になるための修行に向かう列車がアクシデントにより走行不能に。列車を抜け出した
Little Witch in the Woods.
森の中に村を見つけます。
This reminds me of Pocket Bomberman, but instead of killing you, your bombs boost you Metroid style.
に覆われたいかにも訳ありな村。住人の
Is
話を
Pocket
聞くうち
Bomb?
にエリーは自分の
Which one was the one that got turned into Wario Blast guest starring Bomberman? That was like Pocket Bomberman 2 or something, right? Yeah, we got a fucking Witch in the Alps game in the Japan Direct. We didn't even get this in the Western Direct. It's fucked up.
茨を除去できそうな素材の手がかりを探します。
And yeah, there again, like look at like it's the most basic font choice imaginable.
困っている住人を助けると進行が
Just default ass font that isn't completely okay. There we go. Like, see, over here in the actual book itself, they use an actual like handwritten font that looks appropriate for the context. But everywhere else is just the most basic font choice imaginable that doesn't blend in at all. It drives me nuts. So many like Western games localized to Japanese have like this basic bitch font choice, and it drives me up the wall. At least here they tried. At least down over here, they chose like a font that makes it look kind of like hand drawn.
そして集めた素材で茨を除去するための薬を調合し効果を試していきます。調査と調合を繰り返し少しずつ茨とこの村の謎
It was a Little Witch in the Alps is what it's called.
果たして全ての
Wario Blast is Bomberman GB and JP. Bomberman GP2 is GB and oh god, of course.
リトルウィッチ・イン・ザ・ウッズはこの夏配信。
Yeah, there you go. Little Witch in the Woods. Even this is a relatively basic font, but at least they're using a serif font here that looks like kind of appropriately classy to like the visuals being presented. It makes sense.
ここは月が落ちて 世界が終わる21ナノ秒前の世界。主人公は世界最後の話し相手に選ばれた少女メアリ。心残りを抱えた
Oh, and so it's from Shueisha, so it's actually Japanese. That's why the font shit is even, like, the font choice is even worth a shit.
彼女はルーシー。
It does look really cool, though.
息子のウィリアムとの間に
Like, it's got a really neat visual style to it.
その理由を探るため、ルーシーはもちろん関係者にも話を聞くことで。
Oh, yeah, that is out today, isn't it? And also, I think it's out tomorrow, technically, but Pokopia is out, like, really soon. Is it out today? What day does Pokopia come out? Okay, Pokopia is out on the 5th. It's Thursday, okay.
そして彼女の消えてしまった記憶とは。シュレディンガーズコールは
Okay, but it's already out in Japan, it seems. Or...
都会から田舎の村へとやってきた主人公。荒れた古民家を借りて一人暮らしを始めることに。まずは庭の雑草を刈り、床を拭き、住まいを整えます。
The game is literally called Nihon no Inaka Gurashi, so it's like living in the Japanese countryside. So this is absolutely like... This is Wii bait, isn't it?
床を拭き、住まいを整えます。ここでの生活はすべてが自給自足。畑で作物を育てたり、川で魚釣り。
Yeah, you pay nothing and I feel cheated out of my money.
一から手作りします。例えば醤油は大豆と小麦をそれぞれ煮て。
Yeah, even like the games that they're showing that are, obviously Western games, like, I don't want to be mean to the games that we did get on ours, but like, the games that they're showing here do look better. Is this actually made in Japan, though? Because, like, why, like... Is it? Because who's the publisher? Oh, okay, so it is Gmode. You know what? Fair. Japanese rural life adventure. But I feel like it's targeted towards people outside Japan, because it's like... Otherwise, like, I feel like they wouldn't have to put the word Japan in there, right? But it is Gmode. Gmode is a Japanese publisher. They're the ones who do all the, what you call them? Like, the cell phone port games. Oh god, I'm blinking. I think it's just called Gmode Archives, right? The ones who do like the Keitai game ports on Steam. Or yeah, it's Java, but like the actual publisher for like all those ports on Switch, I believe, is Gmode. And they also did the port of the Akotsuka Disappearance, like the remake of that, the old Yuji Horii adventure game. Or I guess it's more of like a... I guess it's an adventure game. That qualifies. And it's already, yeah, it's already out for, Oh wait, which game is this?
この屋敷で管理を任されている可愛いフクロウ、極長と申します。それでは魔女裁判開廷です。
見知らぬ屋敷に集められた
Magical Girl Witch Trial. Yeah, Maho Shoujo no Majo Saiban. Yeah, it's Magical Girl Witch Trial. We're gonna be burning all these magical girls at the stake, apparently.
共同生活を強いられてしまう。彼女たちは強いストレスを受けると魔女化が進行し、抑えきれないほどの殺意に目覚めるという。そんな中でも 主人公桜庭エマは他の少女と交流を深めていく。しかし穏やかな日々は
I can see why they did put this in the Western one, because this is very like. Oh, there you go. We even have like the. Yeah, a body's been discovered. Yeah, Magical Girl Danganronpa, exactly. I haven't even played Danganronpa, and oh my god, this is literally just the Danganronpa thing, isn't it? Like, again, I've never played Danganronpa, but everything I've seen here is like, that's literally just Danganronpa. Like, everything I have seen from those games is literally right here.
誰を信じるべきかもわからぬまま、それでもわずかな希望を胸にエマは前へと進んでいく。魔法少女の魔女裁判は7月9日発売。いったタイトルのコーヒートークシリーズ最新作コーヒートーク東京はお伝えした発売。
Coffee Talk. Isn't this out? Didn't this come out
穏やか
already?
な時間が流れるコーヒーショップでバリ世界に迷い込んだ写真家の主人公と記憶を失った少女が旅をするオプスプリズムピークですが、こちらもお伝えしていた発売時期から遅れましたが4月16日に配信が決定しました。カメラに収めることで明らかになっていく真実とは。ここからは任天堂スイッチ2またはスイッチ2とスイッチの両方で遊べるタイトルをご紹介します。
Okay, we already got Densha attacking the other one, so that's a known quantity, and it seems to be largely the same. Actually, it looks like it's actually slightly shorter. Okay, we already saw this too.
料理を完成させるステージもの手を駆使オンライン目指せ。ダンジョンで手に入れたお宝を。
Yeah, we already saw this too. So this is where like all the overlap is.
オープン出所ですね。ジエンドレスボルトは
And we got the sizzle reel.
日本のどこかにある小さなコンビニ。大学生の誠はおばが運営するコンビニを1週間だけ手伝うことに。どうやらソーダの品出しが必要なようです。商品の向きや間違った棚に入った商品も直しておき開店です。お客さんを見守るだけでも構いませんが話しかけることもできます。顔なじみになると心を開いてくれるかもしれません。このコンビニで1週間働いてみませんか？インコンビニワンストアメニーストーリーズは4月30日配信。
Okay, now we're pretty much caught up because that's what we saw last time. Okay. That's crazy just how much longer this was compared to the Western one. It's nuts. Alright, so now that we're caught up. Yeah, now that we're all caught up, it is like 6:40 in the morning, so I gotta call it. I gotta crash. I already fucked up my sleep schedule so bad this weekend. I gotta get back on track. And yeah, this is literally the Patapon people. Yeah, Ratatan. Okay, it looks like an ad's about to start anyway, so I gotta get your asses out of here before you are beset by ads. Is there anything? Oh, what the hell's going on here? Oh, I see. Okay. Let me see. Let me send y'all over to...
またラタカルタと呼ばれるカードによって部隊を強化できます。
Yo, in the spirit of things in a language you might not necessarily be able to understand,
そしてコースの奥にはボスが待ち受けます。
I'm gonna send you over to some more games under CX. So I'll just... Can we do it before the ads start? Oh my god, I don't have any more. Okay, well, I'll catch y'all on Wednesday for more Valkyrie no Vulcan. See you later.
やられてしまいました。
Bye.
そんな時は拠点で準備を整えます。新たな武器を作ったり、部隊をカスタマイズしたりして最長